Crum in our Masters division in that one. Thursday brought our All-Star race. Always a fun one here in the All-Star race as we get the top rally winners going, but it was Henry Smith winning that in the stock division in a runoff. Alicia Swinderman in super stock and Pierce Van Wart in the Masters division. We also crowned our first world champion on Thursday, Dawson Crum out of Talmadge, Ohio, your world champion in our legacy division. Logan Senholtz Linder was second, and Thomas Kilby was third. And so that brings us to today with the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. We have cars assembling on the ramps right now. We are getting ready for our first heat of the day here at Derby Downs. We will indeed begin in our local stock division. Lane 1, it's going to be car 341 from Columbia, Missouri, Dominic Parisio. Parisio in lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be car 305 from Ocala, Florida, Amelia Morton. Morton in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 338 from Chicago, Illinois, Ethan Cortez. Cortez in lane 3. So we have cars on the ramp. The one thing we're waiting for is help in runout. If you are able to help in the runout area, please head down to the runout area right now. We need some help in runout. And I probably should remind everybody, the volunteers in runout are put into a drawing for a $300 gift card to the parts store. So the sooner we can get some help down in runout, the sooner they will clear us to begin our competition here today. We want to say a good morning to everybody watching along on YouTube and Twitch. And if you've got anybody at home, tell them to tune in right now on the official Soapbox Derby YouTube and Twitch channels. We'll be streaming live all day long. So I'm hearing in my ear from the officials that we are just about ready to start the competition. This is a moment that we wait all year for in Derby Nation. This is the time to crown world champions. This is the greatest amateur sporting event in the world. This is the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And if you're ready to see it, let me hear you. So waiting for champs to climb aboard for our first heat of the day. Local stock racing. These are champs that won their local derbies in the stock division to qualify here for this race in Akron. We'll also see our rally division a bit later. Those champs that accrued points throughout the year to make it here in the rally division. We'll see them a little bit later on, but we're going to start in local stock. And one note for anybody who might be new here, we are going to stand by for official results. We do have the photo finish camera ready to go. And it has gotten a workout so far this week. We actually had a three-way dead phase earlier this week. Might be the first time anybody here has seen that. It's been incredibly close racing all week long. So if we need to go to the camera, we'll do that. If we need to wait for the times, we'll do that. But Lou is going to wait until those results are official to read them here in the first two rounds. And I'll certainly do that once I take over for the final 9. Champs are in their cars. Dominic Parisio loading in lane 1. Amelia Morton loading in lane 2. And Ethan Cortez loading in lane 3. And we are racing in the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Dominic Parisio in lane 1. Amelia Morton in lane 2. Ethan Cortez in lane 3. You've got a future astronaut in Dominic Parisio. Maybe a future zoologist in Amelia Morton in lane 2 and a future race car driver in lane 3. Well, he's a race car driver right now. Here they come to complete heat number 1 of the day today. And there they go across the finish line. Lou will have results once they are official. Waiting for the picture on that first heat so we can verify results. I am told it is heat 602 in the ramps. We'll introduce the champs here once we have results. So still waiting on that picture in that last heat. As we wait, this is the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby, but you heard me say the organization is the International Soapbox Derby. We have champs here from not only across the United States, but also Japan and Canada this year. Happy to welcome them here to Derby Downs. We'll see them on track in just a little bit.
And Heat 601 in the local stock division goes to Amelia Morton. Amelia Morton, followed by Dominic Parizio and Ethan Cortez.
So car 305 in lane 2 advances out of heat 601. Heat 602 is next. Lane 1, it's car 355. Representing Mansfield, Ohio, Jonah Carolus. Carolus in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 354 from Wayne, Holmes County, Ohio, Crew Moore. Moore in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 316 representing Athens, Tennessee, Hannah Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. So Jonah, Crew, and Hannah getting set at the start line. Jonah, a fan of scouting, football, racing, basketball, and swimming. Crew, a fan of soccer, football, riding his bike, and fishing. Hannah, a fan of hiking, riding bikes, driving go-karts and dirt bikes, and loves to be outside playing. They are on track for Heat 602 in the local stock division. Carolus in lane 1, Moore in lane 2, Johnson in lane 3. A future racer, a future pro football player, and a future teacher. Past halfway down the track, here they come across the tunnel onto the flat part of the track in front of the grandstands, and there is the finish line for Jonah, Crew, and Hannah. Lou will have results here in a moment.
Results are in for Heat 602 in local stock racing. And congratulations to Jonah Carlos, taking that win in lane 1 in the 355 car.
Heat 603 is next. Lane 1, it's car 308, representing Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Marcel LeBlanc. LeBlanc in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 350, representing Erie, Pennsylvania, Perry Johnson. Johnson in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 358, representing Conneaut, Ohio, Lucy Estock. Estock in lane 3. Almost set to go for these three champs. Marcel, a fan of playing sports, soccer, baseball, and wrestling, and riding his four-wheeler. Perry says she's a fan of soccer, derby racing, and running track and cross country. Lucy, a fan of swimming, gymnastics, drawing art, playing Roblox, playing outside, and beach vacations. They are on track now in this one. Local stock division racing, Marcel LeBlanc in lane 1, Perry Johnson in lane 2, Lucy Estock in lane 3. A potential future diesel mechanic in lane 1, future pro soccer player or school counselor in lane 2, a future teacher or engineer in lane 3. And they are at the finish line.
Heat 603 goes to Perry Johnson in lane 2 in the 350 car. So, Perry Johnson, congratulations.
Heat 604 is next. Lane 1, it's car 304 of Weston Claxton out of Lyons, Georgia. Claxton in lane 1. Lane 2, car 349 representing Culpeper, Virginia, Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 343 of Addison Poff out of St. John's, Michigan. Poff in lane 3. Getting these champs aboard, we did have a very short hold while we were getting you results, as one of the champs got a little out of his lane there in run out, but we'll continue on. Getting ready for Claxton, Huggins, and Poff. Claxton told us he wants to be a bison farmer. Huggins, a marine biologist. And Poff, a doctor or veterinarian. Didn't know you could farm bison. But at any rate, we're racing between Weston Claxton, Brooklyn Huggins, and Addison Poff here in our first round of local stock. Single lane, single elimination today here in the All-American. So one of these champs about to punch their ticket to round number 2. Here come Claxton, Huggins, and Puff. And they are down to the finish line.
And it is Brooklyn Huggins taking 604 in lane 2 out of 349. Car 349.
Heat 605 up next, lane 1. It is car 331 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, David Dayton. Dayton in lane 1. Lane 2, car 347 from Des Moines, Iowa, Titan McGee. McGee in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 317 representing New Hampshire, Jace Weil. Weil in lane 3. They are racing. David Dayton in lane 1 wants to be a YouTuber or a game designer. Titan McGee in lane 2 wants to be a tattoo artist. Jace Weil in lane 3 wants to be a chef or maybe take after his dad and be a construction superintendent. We'll see if he can construct a heat win here. Racing down over the tunnel. Here come David Dayton, Titan McGee, and Jace Weil. They're across the line. Stand by for results.
The results for Heat 605 in local stock finds Jason Weil in lane 3, the winner with car 317.
Heat 606 up next. Lane 1, it's car 319 from Cleveland, Ohio, Santino Vidoni. Vidoni in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 329 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Addison Murphy. Murphy in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 334 from St. John, New Brunswick, Canada, Violet Carr. Carr in lane 3, first member of our international contingent to get on track today. And they are racing. Vidoni in lane 1 wants to be a fireman or a YouTuber. Addison Murphy in lane 2 wants to be a veterinarian. Violet in lane 3 wants to be an artist. So here come the champs from Cleveland, Federalsburg, and St. John, New Brunswick. Looking good so far. Here they are over the tunnel, passing in front of the grandstands. Cheer them on as they pass you. And there they go, past the finish line. Stand by for results from Lou.
And we're looking at Heat 606 in the local stock. And the winner is Addison Murphy. Addison Murphy, lane 2, car 329.
Heat 607 is next. Lane 1, car 357 from Lancaster, Ohio, Eva Gill. Gill in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 302 from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Xander Nelson. Nelson in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 336 from Parker, Colorado, Zaylee Awarda. Awarda in lane 3, representing Pueblo. They are racing. Gill in lane 1, a basketball player. Nelson in lane 2, a soccer player. Awarda in lane 3, a fan of making squishies, making slime, wrapping presents for people, and 3D printing toys. Very cool. So here they are, Gill, Nelson, and Awarda in the first round of our local stock competition. And results coming up.
And the results are posted for Heat 607. And it is Zaylee Awarda. Zaylee Awarda. Yeah, she was the pilot in car 336, and she took this heat in lane number 3.
Standing by for our next heat. It's been great racing so far in this first handful of heats. I'll apologize to our YouTube and Twitch viewers. I know I've been pretty diligent about keeping up on the chat. in the week leading up. But with us moving as quickly as we can today, I don't know how much I'm going to get over to the chat, but I'll do my best as we go through with your shout outs. Heat 608 is next. Lane 1, car 311, representing the Akron Gravity Racing Challenge, Legend Blake. Blake in lane 1. Lane 2, car 340 from Omaha, Nebraska, Lily Brand. Brand in lane 2. And lane 3 will be car 339 from Columbus, Ohio, Henry Smith. Smith in lane 3. And we are racing between Blake, Brand, and Smith. First time the Gravity Racing Challenge champs have gotten the invite to the All-American. They ran the Gravity Racing Challenge, which is a school-based competition, but they ran it exactly like a local derby would, which means they got to be here today at the All-American. So that's Legend Blake in lane 1. Lily Brand won the local challenge. Henry Smith won the All-Star race. So this is a very good first-round heat between Blake, Brand, and Smith as they go across the finish line.
And crossing that finish line first in Heat 608, it was Lily Brand. Lily Brand racing in 340, and she took that win out of lane.
So our local challenge winner is moving on. Heat 609, phase 1 next. There's no phases today. What did I just say? Lane 1, car 320 from Liberty, New York. Henry Friedenstein. Friedenstein in lane 1. Lane 2, car 353 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Molly Pupek. Pupek in lane 2, and lane 3 is car 360 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Charlie Klimas. Klimas in lane 3. They are off and racing. Friedenstein in lane 1 wants to be a mechanic and own his own shop. Pupek in lane 2 wants to be a horse trainer and a mom. Charlie in lane 3, Charlie Klimas wants to be a barista, the cool teacher, or a dinosaur. So here come the champs from Liberty, Pottstown, and Conshohocken. Conshohocken, one of the final cities to have their local 4th of July weekend. It's a great tradition there in Pennsylvania. They're across the finish line.
And the times are in for Heat 609 in this local stock division, and it goes to Molly Pupek. Molly was racing in lane 2 behind the wheel of her 353 car.
Heat 610 is next. Lane 1, it's car 309 of Moises Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 361 representing Keystone, Nebraska, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 342 representing Owensboro, Kentucky, Miles Jones. Jones in lane number 3. Want to remind everybody, Champ Checkout is at the access road at the middle of the track in a blue tent. So make sure to go there for Champ Checkout. Again, you're going to meet your champs at the blue Soapbox Derby office tent halfway up the track by the picnic tables once they are knocked out. Also want to remind everybody, we do still need some more run out help. So if you are able to help in run out, please head down to the run out area. Again, all run out volunteers entered for a $300 parts store gift card. We are off and racing. Moises Garcia in lane 1, Dylan Auerda in lane 2, Miles Jones in lane 3. Moises from that Bronx local, 116 entries in the Bronx local this year. Outstanding work by the folks in the Bronx, bringing STEM education in a really fun way to those champs. Moises, a future basketball player. Dylan, a future graphic designer. Miles, a future policeman, crossing the finish line. We'll get those results here in a moment between Garcia, Auerda, and Jones.
And we got results for Heat 610, and it goes to Dylan Auerda. Dylan Auerda in car 361, taking that win out of lane number 2.
Heat 611 up next. Lane 1, it's car 351 from McHenry, Illinois, JoJo Walter. Walter in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 321 from Kanagawa, Japan, Jinta Nakamura. Nakamura in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 314 representing Meriden, Connecticut, Rune Blaniaz. Blaniaz in lane 3. JoJo, a member of the swim team, plays travel soccer, also a singer and a dancer. Jinta fan of baseball, soccer, and karate. Bruin, a fan of snap circuits, Tetris, and drawing. And they are on track, and they are all out of shape there. Lane 3 moving around a whole lot at the start of that one. Gathered it back in, but here come Walter, Nakamura, and Blaniaz down to the finish line, and there they are. We will have those results in a moment.
Got some results in for heat number 611. It goes to Jinta Nakamura, taking that win in lane 2 in the 321 car.
Close one, too. Margin of victory on that one, 4 1,000ths of a second. Great racing out of those champs. Heat 612 is next. Lane 1, it's car 318 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Kylan Gordon. Gordon in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 310 from Staten Island, New York, Lionel Yee. Yee in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 323 from Tuscarawas County, Ohio, Maddie Renner. Renner in lane 3. Kylan Gordon, a fan of derby, basketball, volleyball, swimming, camping, and playing games with family, as well as weed eating for her granddaddy. But she said, I don't work for free. I like it. Lionel, a fan of collecting Pokemon cards and Disney pins and playing Roblox. Maddie, a fan of dance, basketball, volleyball, soapbox derby, 4-H, and shopping. They are on track now, and these are 3 champs that have had cheering sections throughout the week. Lionel's cheering section's been hanging out with us down here in the grandstand all week. Let's see who's going to move on to round 2. Will it be Kylan, Lionel, or Maddie? Lou's going to tell you in just a moment.
And it is Kylan Gordon taking heat number 612, driving 318 car, lane number 1.
Heat 613 coming up. Lane 1, car 337 from Valley City, North Dakota, Kason Andel. Andel in lane 1. Lane 2, car 344 from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Sladen Heiligman. Heiligman in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 348, representing Camano Island, Washington, Truly Miller. Miller in lane number 3, and they are almost ready to go in this one. And here we go. Kason Endell in lane 1 wants to be a cattle rancher. Sladen Heiligman in lane 2 wants to be a professional motocross rider or racer. Truly Miller in lane 3 wants to be the president of the United States. I'd vote for. Here come Andel, Heiligman, and Miller. Another good competitive race here. And there they go across the finish line. Results from Lou Snodgrass coming up.
Heat 613 goes to and Truly took that heat in lane number 3 in the 348 car.
So Truly Miller will move on to the next round. We'll move on to heat 614, lane 1. It's car 306 from Tullahoma, Tennessee, Benton Hartline. Hartline in lane 1. Lane 2, car 325 from Jamestown, New York, Parker Ristaw. Ristaw in lane 2. Lane 3, car 328 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Katie Wolf. Wolf in lane 3. Almost set here. Benton has dreams of working for Lockheed Martin, a fan of spending time with his cousins, friends, grandparents, video gaming, beach vacations. Parker, a fan of jumping on the trampoline, fishing, boating, swimming, and mowing the yard, and playing with daddy. Katie says a fan of soapbox derby, 4-H shooting sports, archery, county and state fairs, craft, jewelry, and painting. So here they come. Will it be Hartline, Ristaw, or Wolf moving on to round 2?
Heat 614. It is Katie Wolf winning this one in lane 3 and car 328. Getting a thumbs up from her cheering section down there.
Another reminder about champ pickup. You're going to pick up the champs at the Blue Soapbox Derby office tent halfway up the track by the picnic tables. That is where champ checkout is. Again, at the Blue Soapbox Derby office tent halfway up the track by the picnic table. So you can pick up your champs there after their competition is completed. Heat 615 on track right now. Hudson Randolph out of Cincinnati, Ohio in lane 1. Calvin Braden from St. Louis, Missouri in lane 2. Edison Allred from Anderson, Indiana in lane 3. Future architectural engineer, a future baseball player, and a future racer crossing the finish line right there.
Heat 615 in local stock goes to Edison Allred. Edison took this heat in lane number 3 and car 359.
Heat 616 coming up, lane 1. It's car 330 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Hudson Manning. Manning in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 301 from Moss Point, Mississippi, Aubrey Delancey. Delancey in lane 2, and in lane 3 from Saitama, Japan, Yumi Kon. Kon in lane 3. We've got a 6th grader, a 4th grader, and a 5th grader about to be across the track here. And they are off and racing. Hudson Manning in lane 1, a future software engineer or gamer. Aubrey Delancey in lane 2, a future storm chaser or engineer. We're really hoping we don't need that first skill set today. Yumi wants to be a primary school teacher. And here they come. They're over the tunnel. They pass in front of the grandstands to the finish line in their first round heat in local stock.
And Heat 616, local stock goes to Hudson Manning. Hudson Manning, car 330, taking that win in lane number 1.
Heat 617 coming up, lane 1. It's car 303, representing Sanford, Florida, Bentley Gill. Gill in lane 1. Lane 2, car 333 from Port Jervis, New York, Eliza Len. Len in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 307 from Morganton, North Carolina, Callie Ray. Ray in lane 3. Getting these 3 champs ready for a start. Callie Ray already off to a hot start this week. Callie Ray, 2nd place in the local challenge. Held back on Wednesday. Bentley Gill, Eliza Len, and Callie Ray on track right now. Bentley, a fan of Disney and Universal days and wants to be a roller coaster engineer. Eliza wants to be a 4th grade teacher. Callie wants to be a veterinarian or something to do with animals. A good close heat between these 3 champs. There they go across the finish line. Standing by for results from Lou. The finish line directly under our feet here on the bridge. You don't want us eyeballing these, so we're going to wait for results from Lou.
Yes, it's Heat 617, and that heat goes to Callie Ray. Callie Ray took that win in lane 3, driving the 306. And Callie took that win with car 307.
So the 307 car will move on, and we'll move on to Heat 618. Lane 1, it's car 345 from Greater Lafayette, Indiana, Whitney Carlton. Carlton in lane 1. Lane 2, car 327 from Akron, Ohio, Theodore McFall. McFall in lane 2. In lane 3, car 332 from Roanoke, Virginia, Abram Akers. Akers in lane 3. Whitney, a fan of gymnastics, running, reading, playing with animals, driving anything with wheels with her brother Keith. Theodore, a fan of soccer, soapbox derby, Rocket League, and Legos. Says he likes figuring out ways to win. Abram Akers, a fan of guitar, football, and riding bikes, and wants to go into the military. As they cross the finish line, we'll see who's moving on between Whitney, Theodore, and Abram.
Racing super stock, or local stock rather, right now. We have Heat 618, and that goes to Theodore McFall. Theodore McFall, lane number 2, car 327.
Heat 619 coming up, lane 1. Car 356 from Flushing Meadows, New York, 7 Coles. Coles in lane 1. Lane 2, car 324 from Percy, Pennsylvania, Colton Albert. Albert in lane 2. In lane 3, it's car 312 from Holton, Maine, Reagan Lincoln. Lincoln in lane 3 as they are off and racing. 7 Coles in lane 1, a fan of Roblox and cooking, wants to own the family business. Colton Albert, an ice hockey goalie, starting soon with the Valley Forge Colonials, and a fan of working with his dad on their 67 Camaro and 427 Cobra. Reagan, a fan of dance, soccer, basketball, softball, hockey, arts and crafts, camping, and gaga ball. There's the finish line for 7, Colton and Reagan.
It is right again, taking heat 6-9. So and lane number Reagan Lincoln will be moving on.
Heat 620 in local stock next. Lane 1, car 313 from Rochester, New York. It's Christos Stiliadis. Stiliadis in lane 1. Lane 2, car 352 from Lockport, New York. Gunnar Millis. Millis in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 326 from Stafford, Virginia. Grayson Turkzak. Turkzak in lane 3. These champs getting set to go as we work our way towards the bottom of the heat sheet in the first round of local stock. They are racing. Stiliadis in lane 1. A fan of Lego, soccer, bike riding, and video games, wants to be a video game designer. Gunner, a fan of driving his sisters crazy, along with camping, riding bikes, and working with his grandfather. Grayson, a fan of basketball and baseball. Past the halfway marker. Here they come over the tunnel. Christos Stiliadis, Gunnar Millis, and Grayson Turkzak to the finish line. And we hear those cowbells. We appreciate them. And I know the champs do too.
$620 going to Grayson Turzak. And Grayson took that win in lane 3 in the 326 car.
So we're reaching the end of our first round of local stock, local super stock about to come over the hill in just a moment. While we have a moment, I do want to recognize the 2026 inductees to the Soapbox Derby Hall of Fame. They would have been honored in the parade, but unfortunately with the weather coming in later today, the decision was made to scrap the parade for this morning. So we want to recognize Larry Gallimore, who's been involved in the Akron area Soapbox Derby for more than 20 years, along with the All-American. His first experience when his son Nick competed in the Akron Local in 2001, became a member of the Akron Local Soapbox Derby Board of Directors in 2003, joined the A-Team in 2005, and became a member of what is now the Racing Commission in 2006. He also traveled around the country to promote 25 Hill, the Soapbox Derby themed movie written and produced by Corbin Burnson, and has been instrumental in the growth of the Derby STEM programs across the country. He conducts build clinics and is a member of the team managing the start line operations, and I can hear the start line in my ear clapping right now for Larry Gallimore from Brunswick, Georgia. We also want to recognize Jim Jett out of Barrington, Illinois, who first learned about the Soapbox Derby when he and his son Chris attended the Chicago Auto Show in 1989 and picked up a promotional brochure about the youth racing program. He built a kit car for the 1990 Greater Chicago Derby and began volunteering for the local organization around that time. Started on the A-Team in 1994 and has continued to serve the Chicago Local as the starter, overseeing the scales and serving as a board member and officer, and has been the scale master throughout the week of the World Championships for 20 years. Congratulations to Jim Jett of Barrington, Illinois. And we'd like to recognize Patrick Murphy of Painesville Township, Ohio, who's been involved in the Soapbox Derby since his daughter Christy watched Miracle in Lane 2, the Disney Channel original movie about Soapbox Derby starring Frankie Muniz. She and her sister Carrie competed in the Cleveland Local and earned trips to the World Championships multiple times. Pat's been a member of the Cleveland Board of Directors from 2002 to 2007, while he was the local race director. He's been a member of the Racing Commission since 2005 as well and has built multiple gauges and devices used for inspection and testing. He was involved in the recent development of the new racing wheels and is part of the team at the start line as well. And he's volunteered his time on track maintenance and the recent design and installation of the starting line ramps, which have brought us such close competitive racing here all week long. He's a native of Painesville, Ohio, and was a member of the U.S. bobsled team in the 1984 Winter Olympics in Sarajevo. We recognize Patrick Murphy from Painesville Township, Ohio. Okay, so round one of local stock is complete. Here are the matchups for round two. In Heat 621, it'll be Amelia Morton versus Jonah Carolus. Heat 622 will be Jace Weil, Perry Johnson, and Brooklyn Huggins. Heat 623 will be Zaylee Auerda and Addison Murphy. Heat 624 will be Lily Brand and Molly Pupek. Heat 625 will be Kylan Gordon, Dylan Auerda, and Jinta Nakamura. Heat 626 will be Katie Wolf and Truly Miller. Heat 627 will be Edison Allred and Hudson Manning. Heat 628 will be Theodore McFall and Callie Ray. And Heat 629 will feature Reagan Lincoln and Grayson Turkzak. That is round two of our local stock competition. We see local super stock coming over the hill right now. So we'll be getting back to racing here in just a moment in the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And as we wait for those cars to enter the ramps, we do want to tell you we are celebrating a milestone here at Derby Downs this year. This the 90th anniversary of the opening of Derby Downs. We opened in 1936. The race started in Dayton, then moved to a hill just over the Akron city limits in Talmadge. But a dedicated facility was needed. Derby Downs built by the Works Progress Administration, a WPA project. Sunday, August 17th, 1936, Governor Martin L. Davey welcomed a crowd of nearly 100,000 to Derby Downs. Graham McNamee was here from NBC. They made sure he wasn't going to get hit by a car that year. In 1935, he was hit and injured while broadcasting, finished the broadcast, and then went to the hospital. But we are happy to celebrate 90 years here on this hallowed ground of gravity racing that is Derby Downs. Local Superstock set to begin. Lane 1 will feature car 132 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Fiona Brittingham. Brittingham in lane 1. Lane 2 is car 102 from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Eli Fortner. Fortner in lane 2. And lane 3 is car 105 from Tullahoma, Tennessee, Soph Thomason. Thomason in lane 3. They are on track right now. Brittingham in lane 1. Fortner in lane 2 and Thomason in lane 3. Brittingham, a fan of the swim team, painting, reading, and snuggling guinea pigs. Fortner, a fan of basketball, tennis, wrestling with his cousins. Soph, a fan of painting, writing, trombone, swimming, and reading.
Heat number 511 in local super stock goes to Fiona Brittingham. Fiona, congratulations for taking this heat. And she did so in car 132 and in lane 1.
Do want to tell you, we're not going to be going in heat sheet order here in the first round of local super stock. It's going to depend on who came off the scales first. As they come off the scales, we're going to send them to the ramp. So heat 506 is next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 140 from Valley City, North Dakota, Brenna Berg. Berg in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 143 from Columbia, Missouri, Isaac Visite. Visite in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 115 from Flint, Michigan, Bowden Manning. Manning in lane 3. Here we go, local super stock, second heat of the day. This is Brenna Berg in lane 1, a fan of flag football, volleyball, running, art projects, and spending time with her tortoise. Isaac Visite in lane 2. a fan of baseball and music, and a future astronomer. Bowden, a fan of scuba diving, reading, riding his bike, and playing video games. There goes the finish line for Berg, Visite, and Manning. Five, 506.
Heat 506 goes to Isaac Visite. Isaac Visite taking that win in lane number 2 behind the wheel of the 143 car.
Heat 502 coming up, lane 1. It's car 150, representing Des Moines, Iowa, Angela Spolstra. Spolstra in lane 1. Lane 2, car 112, representing the Akron Gravity Racing Challenge, Skylar Lamarca. Lamarca in lane 2, and lane 3, it's car 131 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Leanne Sally. Sally in lane 3, and we are off and racing in this one. Spolstra in lane 1, a future author or illustrator. Skylar in lane 2, a future NICU nurse. Leanne in lane 3, considering being a hairdresser, but might settle for being a lawyer. So here come the champs from Des Moines, the Akron GRC, and Madisonville. Standing by for the photo in that one. I see in chat somebody asked, when is Dasha Driscoll running? We haven't gotten to Rally yet. Rally Superstock still coming up. You haven't missed Dasha Driscoll's run.
Heat 502 and local super stock goes to Skylar Lamarca and her cheering section. Skylar won this one in lane 2 behind the wheel of 112.
First time here for the Akron GRC, and they're moving on to round 2. On track right now, you got Heat 503, car 101 from Moss Point, Mississippi, Emma Kate Gray. Gray in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 157 from Worcester, Ohio, Grady Perdikas. Perdikas in lane 3. So here come the champs from Moss Point, Mississippi, and Worcester, Ohio to the finish line. And we're standing by for results from Lou.
Results for Heat 503 show Grady Perdikas as our winner. Congratulations, Grady. He did that in lane number 3 and car 157.
Back up towards the top of the heat sheet. This is Heat 501, lane 1, car 113 from Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island, Canada, Lazarus Gauthier. Gauthier in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 162 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Evelyn Venezia. Venezia in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 151 from Camano Island, Washington, Molly Swanson. Swanson in lane 3. So we're on track between Gauthier, Venezia, and Swanson. We might have the first and last cities to punch their tickets to the All-American in this heat. Tyne Valley having their local derby today. So we wish them the best in Tyne Valley. Conshohocken has theirs over 4th of July weekend. So here come Lazarus Gauthier, Evelyn Venezia, and Molly Swanson. Swanson out of that great Camano Island local derby.
Local super stock action. Heat number 501 goes to Molly Swanson. Congratulations, Molly, for taking that win in lane number 3, car 151.
Margin of victory in that one, a 0.007, just 7/1000ths of a second. Heat 504 is next in local super stock. Lane 1, it's car 155 from Lockport, New York, Alexander Hawkins. Hawkins in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 103, representing Sanford, Florida, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 142, representing Columbus, Ohio, Lenora Acker. Acker in lane 3. We are off and racing in this one. Alexander Hawkins in lane 1 wants to be a civil engineer. Haley Hoagie wants to be a pro basketball player in the WNBA. Shout out to Haley, by the way, second place in the local challenge on Wednesday. Lenora Acker said she wants to attend Kent State University to become a fashion designer, and that is the right school to do that. I'm not just saying it because I went there too. Not for fashion, though. Hawkins, Hoagie, and Acker across the finish line. Stand by for results from Lou.
Heat 504 goes to Haley Hoagie. Haley Hoagie crossing that finish line first in lane 2 in car 103.
So we see some more cars getting ready to come over the top of the hill. Again, if you're just joining us, we did have to move to a bit of the hurry up offense to get this race in. So the local champs were allowed in at 6 a.m. this morning. The rally champs at 6:30. Cars were prepared, each champ being given 20 minutes under the tent to work on their cars. Then it's over to wheel selection, over to the scales, and on to the track. So as we get cars through the scales, they're going to be sent down just as efficiently as we can. We do know that there is the chance of severe weather here in Northeast Ohio later on today. So we're going to do our very best to get these cars over the ramps and racing. We did start a touch early today, I believe, in an effort to get things going. So shout out to everybody at Topside in what was a bit of a different situation than what everybody had planned. But of course, yesterday, with the air quality being what it was, all outdoor activities were canceled. That included wheel selection and alignment. So the decision was made to give these champs 20 minutes this morning to work on their cars under the tent, make any adjustments that needed to be made in those 20 minutes, and then get them out here for racing. So I do want to remind everybody, I know we didn't get a chance to recognize the champs in the parade, but we will do that tonight at the Akron Civic Theater in our award ceremony tonight at 7. So we encourage you to join us for that. I'd also like to remind everybody that Derby Downs is a non-smoking facility. Smoking is prohibited on the entire grounds of Derby Downs. Again, no smoking and no vaping here at Derby Downs. Thank you. I did see in the YouTube chat earlier somebody shouting out tuna, wanting to make sure the tuna down in the runout stays hydrated. We're not smoked tuna anymore. The air quality has improved, but thank you to tuna. And really, the runout crew, they go through it. And especially on a week like this, where it was probably the hottest derby that I've been a part of out here. They were working hard out there, making sure this show runs efficiently, getting the cars back up to the top so we could continue our program. So shout out to Tuna and the runout crew. Are we looking good down there? Do we want more help? I feel like by default it's usually a yes, but I can't see thumbs up or thumbs down. But if you are interested in helping out, please head down to Runout. We could use all the help we can get with that. And if you help out, you get entered for a $300 gift card to the parts store. Would the race director from Japan please meet your champ at the checkout tent? Again, would the race director from Japan please meet your champ at the runout tent? Thank you.
Now, Jason managed it. He told us that it was very hot yesterday. Indeed, it was. We're looking for a high of around 86. However, I want you to know that the Acme Fresh Market people still have hydration stands for you. So we want to make sure that the visitors and our champs stay cool and hydrated.
Yeah, we're talking about 86 like it's cold outside because it felt like 105 for most of the week. But it is still going to be a warm one here in Akron today. We see cars on the ramps to continue our competition here.
Cars on the ramps.
This will be heat 505 in the local Superstock division. Lane 1 will be car 129 from Jamestown, New York, Adriana Hassan. Hassan in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 106 from Morganton, North Carolina, Avery Kirby. Kirby in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 117 from Rochester, New York, Henry Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 3. Getting these champs ready for a start. Adriana, fan of playing guitar, singing, acting, and spending time with friends and family. Kirby, a fan of church, softball, and racing soapbox. Delacroix, a fan of baseball and playing video games. They are off and racing. It's Adriana Hassan in lane 1, Avery Kirby in lane 2, and Henry Delacroix in lane 3. The champs from Jamestown, Morganton, and Rochester. Getting close to the finish now. And here they come underneath the bridge to the finish line.
Okay. Heat 505 in local Superstock goes to Henry Delacroix. Henry won in car 117 over in the lane 3. So Henry Delacroix will be moving on.
Margin of victory in that one, 2/1000ths of a second, a 0.002. Got it done for Henry Delacroix. And that's the kind of racing we've seen all week. If you've been with us for the challenge races or the all-star race or even the legacy race, the racing has been extremely close. I told you earlier, we had a 3-way dead phase. I've never seen that. I've been on this bridge for 8 years now. I've been around the Derby for 13, and I've never seen anything like that. That might be a Jeff Iula call later to see if that's ever happened before. But I asked around, and there weren't many people that could remember a time when we had a 3-way dead phase. And I think that's a shout out to not only our champs and our families and our car handlers for putting together good, close, competitive race cars, but also to everybody who's worked on the ramps and the wheels to give us good, even competition. Hats off to each and every one of you. Heat 508 is on the ramps right now in local Superstock. Lane 1, it's car 107 from Queens, New York, Johan Guzman. Guzman in lane 1. Lane 2, car 111 from Staten Island, New York, Oliver Zhang. Zhang in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 156 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Elijah Frisco. Frisco in lane 3. And we're racing. It's Guzman in lane 1. A fan of tennis, going to school, taekwondo, swimming, and building Legos. Zhang in lane 2, a fan of art, sports, planting, working, and writing. Frisco in lane 3, favorite activities. Whoa, we got a problem there in lane 2. Lane 2, way over the lane line is Oliver Zhang. He draws it back in, but some nervous moments there. As now we see Guzman moving off the rail, and they get across the finish line. But there were some nervous moments in that one. Stand by.
And we got the results in for Heat 508, and they go to Johan Guzman. Lane number 1, car 107. Johan will be moving on.
And another heat decided by 2/1000ths of a second. So I'm trying to think back at all the close racing that we had over the week. We had a 3-way dead phase. We had a runoff for the championship in our all-star race in the stock division on Thursday between Henry Smith and Ava Deal. Henry Smith won that one. So these champs came to play this week, and they have put on an incredible show all week long here at Derby Downs. And it's continuing here on All American Day. Want to remind everybody while we wait for cars, don't forget to check out our vendors alongside the track. We've got Game Day Sportswear with all the great Derby apparel. I'm hoping they're still open at the end of the race because I still need to get one of those hats I've been seeing everybody wearing. Those new era caps, those look sharp. Already got my t-shirt. I bought a hoodie, which seemed really counterintuitive when it was 96 degrees the other day. But we have racing here pretty early in the spring, and so some long sleeve gear is helpful. But Game Day Sportswear's got you covered there. Cinched coffee for your caffeine fix today. Mapco, make sure you check them out and sign up for my rewards. Ohio's Best Lemonade is here. Judy's Concessions is here. KO Concessions is here. Donato's, the official pizza of the Derby, is here. And Chick-fil-A is here as well. So there's a lot of options for food out there along the side of the track. We appreciate all of our vendors for taking care of us this week. So standing by for some more cars to arrive at the ramps. Again, we're sending them down from topside as fast as we can. But a very, very different procedure necessitated by the low air quality yesterday. Competition committee had to make the tough decision to shut everything down yesterday, but then also tried their best to come up with a procedure where these champs could get at least a little bit of time today to work on their cars, make the necessary adjustments. Doing our best to ensure a fair race, an equitable race, but most importantly, a safe race for all of these champs. Safety first, always in Derby racing. We see some cars starting to assemble behind the ramp. So we'll be getting back to racing here in just a moment. All right, we see cars on the ramps for our next heat. This is Heat 509 as we continue in the first round of local Superstock. Lane 1 is car 148, representing Port Jervis, New York, Landon Hunt. Hunt in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 116 from Holton, Maine, Jonathan Quint. Quint in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 119, representing Cincinnati, Ohio, Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 3. And they're racing. Landon Hunt, lane 1. Jonathan Quint, lane 2. Jason Abbott, lane 3. Landon said when he's older, he wants to be a police officer just like his pop and Uncle Matt. Jonathan said he wants to be an electrician. Jason, an attorney, a history teacher, or a professional streamer. And here they come, the champs from Port Jervis, Holton, and Cincinnati. There's Landon Hunt, Jonathan Quint, and Jason Abbott across the finish line. Checking the camera, that was a close one.
The judges are closely examining photo finish. We'll bring you the results of 509 in just a moment.
Results are in, and we have a dead heat. A dead heat between Jonathan Quint and Jason Abbott. Car 116 in lane 2 and car 119 in lane 3. So, Jonathan Quint and Jason Abbott will go to a runoff to determine who moves on to the second round. Again, that's car 116 of Jonathan Quint and car 119 of Jason Abbott in lanes 2 and 3 in a dead heat. Told you we had close racing all week. Heat 507 on the ramps, lane 1, it's car 138, representing St. Louis, Missouri, Carlos Arakaki. Arakaki in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 146 from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Colden Bartos. Bartos in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 123 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Ellie Orbaugh. Orbaugh in lane 3. You've got career interest, lane 2, Colden, engineering and building stuff. Ellie, cosmetology and a beautician. Carlos says he wants to go to college. Finish line for Carlos, Colden, and Ellie. Lose results in a moment.
Okay, results are in for Heat 507. We're talking local super stock, and it's Ellie Orabaugh in lane 3, 123, taking that win and will advance on.
Waiting for cars on the ramps once again. I see in chat from Holly saying the Vintage Derby show was a big hit. Thank you to everybody who put that on yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Always a fun event held Friday of Derby week. The 5th year in a row they've held that. Really cool to get to see our history, number one. And number two, it was just nice to have something to do yesterday. It was very different for me getting over there at about 11 in the morning instead of my usual 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But thank you to Ken Klein and all the folks who put on the Vintage Derby Car Show. So still waiting for cars. Do want to tell you that later today, we're going to draw the winner in that Masters Shell raffle that's been going on all week. 200 tickets sold at $100 each. I'm not sure if there are any left, but we're going to be raffling off 2 handcrafted Masters shells completed and primed by John Underwood. So if you're thinking about that Masters build, two somebodies are going to be real happy at the end of today when they win those Masters shells. They've been handing me a heat sheet here. We have 3 of our second round heats in super stock set. It's Molly Swanson and Skylar LaMarca. They'll be in heat 522. 523 will be Henry De La Croix, Grady Perdikas, and Haley Hoagie. And 524 will be Ellie Orbaugh and Isaac Visite. And again, we do have a runoff coming after heat 509, and I forget what the number we put on that was. There it is. 537 is the added heat for a runoff between Jonathan Quint and Jason Abbott, who dead heated just a minute ago. So that's where we're at in local super stock as we continue to wait for some cars. So, and one of the things, if you were here last year, we talked about a spirit of cooperation between all of the different Derby organizations. And so I'm really happy to see that as a Derby fan. And one of those organizations will be here Labor Day weekend. NDR Nationals will be here Labor Day weekend, Thursday, September 3rd through Sunday, September the 6th. Registration is open. For more information, go to ndr.org or the NDR Facebook page. The USDR Invitational coming up in Chattanooga, Tennessee, November 26th through the 28th. Applications being accepted now through September 14th, and you can find a link on their Facebook page for that. So I'm being told in my ear we're almost ready for the runoff after that dead heat we had a moment ago. So just the kind of exciting racing we've had all week, and we've really been treated to a good one. The people that were out here enduring the heat or watching it on the couch on YouTube all week long really have been treated to a show, as these champs have given us competitive racing, all kinds of good stuff going on here. They have had a blast. We have had a blast. I hope you've enjoyed all the racing thus far here at the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And while we wait for cars, I'll thank our title sponsor, FirstEnergy, a leading energy supplier and one of the largest suppliers of renewable energy in the region. They're headquartered right here in Akron, and we're very thankful for their long-standing partnership with the All-American Soapbox Derby. I'll also thank MAPCO for their support. Really glad to have MAPCO on board for 2026. They are the sponsors of MAPCO Victory Lane, where our world champions will be later this afternoon. They were also the title sponsor of our Soapbox Derby 5K, which was a lot of fun here on Sunday. And real quick, actually, Mayor, we'll get to you in just a second. We got cars on the ramps, Mayor. Mayor Shamus Malik up here on the bridge. We'll talk to him in just a moment. But right now, we've got a runoff for our dead heat. You showed up at just the right time, Mayor. Two champs that dead heated about 5 minutes ago. About to get back on the track right now. How are you doing? Good. How are you? Good to see you, man. Yeah. So here we go. Lane 2. This is heat 537. This was an addition to the heat sheet for a runoff. Lane 2 is going to be car 116 from Holton, Maine, Jonathan Quint. Quint in lane 2 rather, and in lane 3, you'll see car 119 of Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 3. These two champs dead heated their first time down. Let's see what they do this time. It's Jonathan Quint in lane 1, Jason Abbott in lane 3. One of these two will move on to our second round of competition in local super stock. It looks like another good one between Quint and Abbott. Here they come down to the finish, and we'll see what the photo says here in just a moment, as I see all the dignitaries starting to gather on the bridge. See, we get a dead heat, and all of a sudden the mayor and the CEO show up at the same time. Dennis has been busy. We'll get the results here in just a moment.
It, we have results from that heat, that dead heat that we had, and it looks like Jason Abbott's got it. Jason Abbott, lane 3 in this runoff. He will advance to the next round. He was piloting that 119 car. So congratulations to Jason.
And as we wait for our next heat on the ramps, I'm going to hand the mic to the mayor of Akron, Mr. Shamus Malik. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody who's out here today. I know it's been a little bit crazy with the weather, but obviously a much better day today. And just want to thank all the volunteers, our Akron police officers who are out here helping make sure everything's safe with the traffic, and just everyone who's a part of this. Folks who have come from all over the country and from outside the country for this. So hope it's an amazing day here at Derby Downs, and we're so glad you're here in Akron. Thanks, Jason. Nobody is better at announcing than Jason Sokol.
I don't know if I can say the check is in the mail to an elected official. I might get in trouble for that one, but Mayor, it's great to see you out here. And were you supposed to race in the oil can race today? I know we had to cancel that, but were we putting you in a car?
Well, that's why the weather changed. So
there you go. Very good. Mayor, great to see you. Thank you for being here. We're going to move on with our racing here. We've got 3 more cars on the ramps. Great to have the support of the city of Akron for all these years as we celebrate 90 years here at Derby Downs. Heat 510 coming up, lane 1. It's car 134 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Gage Brown. Brown in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 130 from Akron, Ohio, Alea Gear. Gear in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 152 from Culpeper, Virginia, Hank Plunkert. Plunkert in lane 3. And they are on the hill. They're about halfway down the hill. Gage Brown in lane 1, Gear in lane 2, Hank Plunkert in lane 3. The champs from Bowling Green, Akron, and Culpeper crossing the finish line.
Gear. Alaya Gear, lane number 2, car 130. Alaya will be moving on to the next round.
So I mentioned the support of the city of Akron and Mayor Malik. Always great to see him out here. I do want to see him in an oil can derby again at some point. I know we had a couple of oil can heats planned. Unfortunately, those had to go by the wayside with us being in hurry up mode here, but hope we can see him in a car again very soon. Also want to shout out Summit County and Executive Eileen Shapiro for all their support over the years here at Derby Downs. And of course, he was up here and he's already gone back to work. Dennis Van Fossen Jr., our CEO here, he has worked so hard this week and had to deal with a lot, but he has handled it so well and put on a great week for us here in Akron. So shout out to Dennis and the staff here at Derby Downs for a job well done. Heat 512 coming your way next. Lane 1, it's car 153, representing Erie, Pennsylvania, Kayla Borkowski. Borkowski in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 121 from Dover, New Hampshire, Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 124, representing Liberty, New York, Stephen Payton Jr. Payton Jr. in lane 3. So here they come, Borkowski, Bean, and Payton Jr. on track. Borkowski, a fan of listening to music, playing with her dog, hanging out with friends, and going out. Trevor said, hockey, doom scrolling YouTube, working out, hanging out with friends, and soapbox derby, you heard? Payton Jr. said gaming, drawing, and sports. So racing down in front of the grandstands are Kayla Borkowski, Trevor Bean, and Stephen Payton Jr.
It's 512. He did so in lane 2 with the car 121. Trevor Bean will be moving on in this next round of local superstock.
And we heard that cheer section from Region 10 up there under the canopies. A lot of the Derby families that have been here all week, they've had it made in the shade. A lot of canopies up there. Hey, we got debris on the track. We got a hole. So we hear you. We got somebody right along the where the little cutout is in the fence saying there's a rock on the track. So we're going to need to probably send somebody out and look at that. So they'll go and clear that off. Yeah, you hit a rock on the track when the margins are as close as they are in these. You hit a rock, it could be game over for you. So we want to make sure the track is nice and clean. We appreciate everybody. We couldn't make out what you were saying, but it sounded like something on the track. So the message received. Thank you, guys. Cars roll in. We thank SC Fastening, the official parts provider of the International Soapbox Derby. Their partnership helps ensure our champs have access to quality equipment and resources, and we thank SC Fastening for their support. So we're still finding some more rocks on the track. Scott Colasar, I think that is down there. Johnny, is that Scott Colasar down there? Johnny on the spot with the rocks. Thank you, sir. And he's even getting heckled by the fans in the box seats. Come on. All right, I think we're good. We're back on track. Adrian Bonilla in lane 1 out of South Bronx. Isaiah Tillman from Columbus, Georgia in lane 2. Tucker Hostrander from Percy, Pennsylvania in lane 3. This is heat 514 in local Superstock. Looking good for the champs from South Bronx, Columbus, and Percy. There they are. Columbus, Georgia. I've got to specify. We've got 2 Columbuses here. And I'll have results for you in just a moment. And that win goes to lane number 1, Adrian Bonilla from South Bronx in car 109. Bonilla out of lane 1. Moving. Super stock cars rolling onto the ramps. A lot of these champs make their start in the stock division. As they grow older and larger, they move on to the larger super stock cars, and many of them will move on to our laydown Masters division later on in their Derby careers. We'll see the Masters cars on track a little while later. Right now, it's super stock again. This is heat 513, lane 1. It's car 118 from Plantsville, Connecticut, representing Meriden, Connecticut. It's Olivia Rennie. Rennie in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 110 from North Bronx, Jonathan Gomez. Gomez, lane 2. Lane 3, car 139 of Cecilia McDonald out of Pueblo, Colorado. McDonald in lane 3, and they are making their way down towards halfway right now. Rennie, a future fashion designer, nail artist, and hairdresser. Gomez, looking to go into math and science. Cecilia still working on it, but hey, at 14, more than enough time. There's the finish line for Rennie, Gomez, and McDonald. We'll get those results here in just a moment. Great to see so many students saying math and science fields as their of choice. Winner of McDonald, moving on to the next round. And one of the things that the Derby has been very diligent about doing in recent years is pointing out, rightfully so, the benefits to STEM education that you can get from Derby racing. You can learn a whole lot about physics and gravity and all of that from Derby racing. So we're seeing more and more schools putting Derby racing into their curriculum. And I know how I learned those things in school, and I would have taken going for a day at the track, Derby racing, to learn physics over the way I learned it. All right, cars on the ramps. I'm being told this is going to be round 2 of local stock. Local stock on the ramps right now for round 2 of their competition. This is a 2-car heat. It's heat 621. Lane 1, it's going to be car 305 from Ocala, Florida, Amelia Morton. Morton in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 355 representing Mansfield, Ohio, Jonah Carolus. Carolus in lane 3. And for anybody new, the way this works on All-American Day, we will whittle them down to the final 9. Then from there, we'll get into our placement heats. Those final 9 will race semifinal heats to determine whether they will run for 1st, 4th, or 7th. And then we'll see those heats to complete the day. Often racing now between Amelia Morton and Jonah Carolus. Morton, a flag football player known as Cheetah because she runs so fast, also a gifted piano player. She's actually training with a professional concert pianist. Jonah, a fan of scouting, football, racing, basketball, and swimming. Amelia, also a volunteer in the church nursery every week. Very cool. So results coming up here in our first heat of round 2 of local stock. Goes to lane number 3, Jonah Carolus from Mansfield, Ohio. Carolus, your winner in car 355 in lane 3. I've got some in the cooler too if you need them. Oh, okay. Water, I got some 4 strings in there if you need a little bit of that. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff. Local stock heat 622, round 2, lane 1. It's car 317 from New Hampshire, Jace Weil. Weil in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 350 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Perry Johnson. Johnson in lane 2. And lane 3, car 349 from Culpeper, Virginia, Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane 3. Getting them situated. Looks like Weil's about ready. Now Johnson. Now Huggins. Single elimination racing today. Only the winners moving on to the next round. We're off and racing. Jace Weil in lane 1. Perry Johnson in lane 2. Brooklyn Huggins in lane 3. Jace said a fan of playing soccer with dad, shooting hoops and gaming with his big sister Michaela, sea glassing with mom, roller skating and being outdoors. Perry, a fan of soccer, derby, racing, and running. And Brooklyn, a fan of crocheting, wrestling, and playing with her duck and goats. Good race for Weil, Johnson, and Huggins.
All right. And we have results for Heat 622 in local stock. It is Brooklyn Huggins.
Heat 623 on the ramp, second round of local stock. Lane 1, it's car 336 representing Pueblo, Colorado, Zaylee Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 329 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Addison Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. And we are racing. Auerda in lane 1, Murphy in lane 3. Zaylee Auerda told us she wants to be a kindergarten teacher because they're the cutest. Her words. She also wants to be a singer. Addison wants to be a veterinarian because she has a love for helping animals and is currently in the midst of tournaments for district and state softball titles too. So best of luck in those to Addison Murphy as Auerda and Murphy are at the finish line.
They are across the finish line, and let's see. Three. Addison Murphy winning in lane 3, car 329. She'll move on.
Heat 515 up next. Lane 1, it's car 144 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Zachary Gordon. Gordon in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 136 from Omaha, Nebraska, Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. Lane 3, car 160 from Lancaster, Ohio, Andrew Hunt. Hunt in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Zachary Gordon in lane 1. Drew Brand in lane 2. Andrew Hunt in lane 3. Drew Brand, our defending rally stock champion from a year ago, but now in the local division. We'll see what he can do with Zachary Gordon and Andrew Hunt. All three of these champs have had good race weeks thus far. Let's see what happens here. Gordon, Brand, and Hunt crossing the finish line.
Waiting for results for heat. Just come in. Drew Brand in lane 2, car 136, takes heat 515 and will advance.
Heat 517 up next in local superstock. Lane 1, it's car 137 from St. John, New Brunswick, Canada, Seth Burley. Burley in lane 1. Lane 2, car 161 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kennedy Sheen. Sheen in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 158 representing Mansfield, Ohio, Briella Van Harlingen. Van Harlingen in lane 3. They're on track. Burley, Sheen, and Van Harlingen. Burley, a fan of mountain biking, dirt biking, snowmobiling, hockey, and having fun with friends. Sheen, a soccer player for Spire FC. Briella Van Harlingen, also a soccer player. And oh my, very close to hitting that timer block was Kennedy Sheen. Made a lot of people nervous up here, but I think they all got through the finish line cleanly. So we'll stand by for results from Lou. Reminder while we wait, champs, make sure you do not hit the timer block. Please do not hit the timer block. Results are in, Lou.
And we got results. It is Kennedy Sheehan, car 161, lane 2, taking heat 517.
Heat 516 in local superstock set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 120. Representing Athens, it's Raylan Hembry. Hembry in lane 1. Lane 2, car 154 from Portage County, Ohio, Matthew Moore. Moore in lane 2. Lane 3, car 133 from Indianapolis, Indiana, William Pickens. Pickens in lane number 3. So Hembry, Moore, and Pickens about halfway down the track. Hembry told us a fan of playing intense board games. Moore, a fan of soccer video games, hanging with friends. Pickens, a fan of duct tape engineering and rock, paper, scissors matches.
Matthew Moore of Portage County. He took that win in car 154 in lane number 2.
Heat 518 set to go. First round local superstock. Lane 1, it's car 104 from Southeast Georgia, So August. August in lane 1. Lane 2, car 126 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Christian James. James in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 128 from Stafford, Virginia, Aiden Black. Black in lane 3. And we are racing in Heat 518. So August in lane 1. Wants to be a surgeon or an anesthesiologist, or if that doesn't work, maybe a cat wrangler. Christian said he wants to be a fisherman. Aiden wants to do something in math. So here they come in round 1 of our local superstock competition. And a close one between those three. Stand by for results.
Some very close competition here in heat number 518 in local superstock. Taking the win there at lane number 2, car 126.
Margin of victory there, a 0.007, 7 1,000ths of a second. Heat 624 next, lane 1, it's car 340. We're back to round 2 of the stock division, by the way. Lane 1, car 340 of Lily Brand. Brand in lane 1. In lane 3, car 353 of Molly Pupek. Pupek in lane 3. And again, if you're used to us finishing the first round, then starting the second round, with the weather coming in, we're not going to be doing that today. So we're going to be ping-ponging between divisions as we go. We'll do our best to keep you apprised of who is what. Lily Brand and Molly Pupek on track right now. Lily Brand in our stock division. Molly Pupek, here they come. A couple of champs that have had some great racing this week. And there's the finish line for Lily and Molly.
It's Lily Brand. Lily will be advancing on to the next round.
Heat 625 is next, round 2 of local stock. Lane 1, it's car 318 of Kylan Gordon. Gordon in lane 1. Lane 2, car 361 of Dylan Awarda from Keystone, Nebraska. Awarda in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 321 from Kanagawa, Japan. Jinta Nakamura. Nakamura in lane 3 as they get set and they are on track. I do want to remind you, Pizza for the Champs, courtesy of Donato's, is here. It's at the right corner of the White Barn at Topside. And we thank Donato's again. Champ Pizza, White Barn up at Topside. Kylan Gordon, Dylan Awarda, and Jinta Nakamura on track. The champs out of Harrisonburg, Keystone, and Japan. Who's going to advance to round 3? There's the finish line for Gordon, Awarda, and Nakamura.
It will taking heat 625 in lane number 2. Dylan behind the wheel of the 361 car.
Heat 626 in round 2 of local stock. Lane 1, car 328 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Katie Wolf. Wolf in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 348 from Camano Island, Washington, Truly Miller. Miller in lane 3. They are set to go and they are racing. Katie Wolf in lane 1, who told us she wants to be a Monster Energy Supercross gate drop girl. Truly Miller in lane 3 wants to be the president of the United States, is a fan of ballet, volleyball, art, swimming, reading, and puzzles. So the champs from 2 very good Derby cities. Katie Wolf out of Madisonville. Truly Miller out of Camano Island. Racing down to the finish. Close result. Lou will have it for you.
This indeed was fun. We're talking about the Heat 626 here, local stock. And the judges are reviewing the photo finish. And it goes to Katie Wolf. Katie Wolf winning.
Victory 2/1000ths of a second.
Wow.
Excellent race by both Katie Wolf and Truly Miller. Heat 627 set to go. Lane 1, car 359 of Edison Allred from Anderson, Indiana in lane 1. Lane 3, car 330 of Hudson Manning from Indianapolis, Indiana. Manning in lane 3. Allred, a fan of quarter midget racing, racing junior sprints as well. Manning, a fan of skateboarding, robotics, reading, and fishing. There's the finish line for Edison and Hudson.
Heat 627 goes to Edison Allred. Edison Allred winning this heat in lane 1 behind the wheel of the 359 car.
Continuing on in round 2 of local stock. Lane 1, it's car 327. Representing Akron, Ohio, Theodore McFall on track. McFall in lane 1. Lane 3, car 307 from Morganton, North Carolina, Callie Ray. Ray in lane 3. Both these champs had a great run in the local challenge back on Wednesday. Theodore McFall hugging that rail in lane 1. Will it be Theodore or will it be Callie Ray moving on to the next round? We're about to find.
some really close race. Theodore McFall. Lane number 1, car 327.
Heat 629 on the ramps. Lane 1, it's car 312 from Holton, Maine, Reagan Lincoln. Lincoln in lane 1. Lane 3, car 326 from Stafford, Virginia, Grayson Turczak. Turczak in lane 3. And they are racing. Lincoln in lane 1 wants to go into counseling, aesthetics, or teaching. Turczak in lane 3 wants to be an animal control officer. Let's see how they do here in the second round of our local stock competition. Here they come, Lincoln and Turczak. And another close one here in round 2 of local stock.
And it is local stock competition. Lincoln won this one in lane number 1, and Lincoln's car is 312.
On track, we've got Heat 519, Alexandria Womer, car 108 in lane 1. Lane 2, car 114 of Savannah Rutherford. Lane 3, car 145 of Reese LaRue, the champs from Pottsville, the Akron GRC High School Division, and St. John's on track right now. That's St. John's, Michigan, by the way. Alexandria, future cook. Savannah wants to be a firefighter. Reese, a third grade teacher. There they go across the finish line.
Local super stock action. Car 108, lane 1.
Heat 521, lane 1, it's car 159 from New York City, Caden Arcee. Arcee in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 149 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 147 from Lafayette, Indiana, Aiden Rusk. Rusk in lane 3. Here we go. Caden Arcee in lane 1, Rihanna Juarez in lane 2, Aiden Rusk in lane number 3. Caden wants to be a soccer player, Rihanna a vet, Aiden a chiropractor. They race their way on down in front of the grandstands. Here's the finish line for Caden, Rihanna, and Aiden.
It's Heat 521. It goes to Rihanna Juarez. Rihanna taking that win in lane 2. 21. And we're still doing local super stock. Like Jason said, we are going to be bouncing back and forth between some of the cars in effort to finish this up before the nasty weather gets through.
So staying in local superstock, Heat 520, lane 1, car 135, representing Star City, Virginia, Grayson Lavender. Lavender in lane 1, lane 2, car 125 from Cleveland, Ohio, John Hunsberger. Hunsberger in lane 2, lane 3, car 122 from Kansas City, Sophia Bishop. Bishop in lane 3. So Lavender, Hunsberger, and Bishop on track right now. Lavender, a fan of wrestling, flag football, fishing, whittling, video games, Legos, and swimming. Hunsberger, a fan of tinkering with tech, gaming, and biking. Sophia, in addition to Derby, also a top-level softball player in her age level. She's a catcher for her softball teams. Also tall, it says here, so a basketball player too.
.520 goes to Sophia Bishop, Kansas City. Taking that win in lane number 3, car 122.
We are going to be starting the Masters division in just a moment. As Lou said, whoever gets to the ramps is going down. That's going to be the name of the game today as we try to get this show in ahead of the weather while also trying to allow time for these champs to get some work on their cars this morning. Really, really appreciate everybody that was here. A lot of the volunteers were here at 5 a.m. this morning getting ready to go. So while we wait for cars, quickly down the heat sheet for the local super stock. Heat 522 in round 2 will be Molly Swanson and Skylar LaMarca. Heat 523 will be Henry De La Croix, Grady Perdikas, and Haley Hoagie. Heat 524 will be Ellie Orbaugh and Isaac Visite. Heat 525 will be Johan Guzman and Jason Abbott. Heat 526 will be Trevor Bean, Alea Gear, and Fiona Brittingham. 527, Adrian Bonilla, Cecilia McDonald. 528, Drew Brand and Matthew Moore. 529, Alexandria Womer, Kennedy Sheen, Kristen James. And 530 will be Rihanna Juarez and Sophia Bishop. That's round 2 of local super stock as we see Masters cars on the ramps. And I'm being told we have debris on the track again. So I don't know if there's anybody underneath us here that can hop out on the track to clear some debris. Do want to remind everybody, please secure everything in your canopies, in your areas. The wind is going to pick up as we go through the day today. We want to make sure that we keep everything off the track. Final 9 are set in local stock. It'll be Jonah Carolus, Brooklyn Huggins, and Addison Murphy racing in Heat 630. Heat 631 will be Katie Wolf, Lily Brand, and Dylan Awarda. 632 will be Theodore McFall, Reagan Lincoln, and Edison Allred. Those champs will race 2 more times. They'll race in round 3 to determine their placement in the heats in round 4. The winner of each of those heats will race for the World Championship. The second place champs will then move on to race in the 4th place heat, and the 3rd place champs will race in the 7th place heat. So final 9 already set for local stock as we move right along here in the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. The first heat of local Masters is on the ramps. Lane 1, it's going to be car 17 from Kansas City, Missouri, Anna Roth. Roth in lane 1. Lane 2 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Benji Eds. Eds in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 29 from Port Jervis, New York, Henry Len. Len in lane 3. This is heat 401, our first heat of the day in the local Masters division. And a reminder, champs, if you don't advance, please go to the checkout tent to be released. Again, go to the checkout tent, champs, to be released. That's the blue tent about halfway up. Off and racing in the local Masters. Anna Roth in lane 1, Benji Eds in lane 2, Henry Len in lane 3. Anna Roth, a fan of all things outdoors and hanging with friends. Benji Eds, a fan of working on cars and fishing. Henry Len, a fan of camping, gaga ball fishing, sleeping, and all-you-can-eat crab legs. Good man. Shout out to Benji Eds, one of our Youth Volunteer Service Award winners for 2026. Regardless of the outcome, we'll see him on stage tonight at the Akron Civic.
.401, and taking that heat is Benji Eds in lane 2. Benji was behind the wheel of number 27. We'll look at We'll look for Benji in the next round.
So Benji going to be a little bit busy tonight at the Akron Civic Theater, it looks like. Do you want to remind everybody the award ceremony will be tonight, 7 p.m. at the Akron Civic Theater. Always a great show as we honor our world champions, our Hall of Famers, our Youth Service Award winners, and close out what has been an extraordinary week here in Akron.
I'd like to thank Acme Fresh Market for providing us with some cold water up here on the bridge. There are hydration stations throughout the Derby. So remember, we're going to have a high of around 86 today. So keep cool, keep hydrated.
Indeed. And I bet those Ohio's Best lemonades are going good. Got a feeling the cinched iced coffees and some of the other drinks that they have, the cold drinks, might be going pretty well. Also, I did see earlier this morning, Mapco had some samples of Gatorade products down there. So shout out to all of our vendors, of course. Judy's Concessions, KO Concessions. I saw the funnel cake stand and had to stop myself because we've got work to do up here. We can't be getting powdered sugar all over everything.
Oh, I know. It's such a temptation, though. They're so good.
Yeah, I see Ty Dog down there. Great to have Ty Dog with us. Donato's Pizza, the official pizza of the International Soapbox Derby. Great to have them aboard for 2026, and also Chick-fil-A here. So just standing by for more cars, and while we do that, we want to thank Spark by Hilton, the official hotel partner for Race Week volunteers. Their hospitality helped welcome the incredible volunteers who dedicate countless hours to making this week unforgettable for our champions and our families. We'll thank Donato's Pizza as well, the official pizza of the Soapbox Derby. Be sure to stop by the vendor area and visit our friends from Donato's, and please join us in thanking them for helping feed the champs during this special week at Derby Downs. And remember, champs, there is pizza for you up near the White Barn at Topside. And the International Soapbox Derby is proud to recognize Kemper Insurance for their continued partnership and commitment to inspiring the next generation of champions. In addition to supporting the Derby nationally, Kemper also serves as the presenting sponsor of Region 7, helping provide meaningful racing opportunities for young people throughout the region. Please join us in thanking Kemper Insurance for their generous support of the Soapbox Derby and our champions.
And the International Soapbox Derby would like to thank Tailor Made Jewelry, the official jeweler of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. This is for world champions. Each year, they provide beautiful championship rings awarded to each of the world champions.
And also, there's going to be some beautiful jackets being put on the shoulders of our world champions this year. Those are courtesy of No Truces, an official partner of the International Soapbox Derby. No Truces makes clothes that showcase the pride of our local communities, inspired by the energy and swagger of the 1980s and 90s. For more information, go to notruces.com. Dawson Crum already got one of those, our Legacy World Champion, back on Thursday. Those new jackets are clean. You're really going to like those. We've got cars on the ramps to continue our Masters competition here. All right, cool. So we roll on in the first round of Masters competition here in the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. This is heat 403, lane 1. It's car 26 from Columbia, Missouri, Carmelina Parisio. Parisio in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 30 of Diego Juarez from Ogallala, Nebraska. Juarez in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 16 from Dover, New Hampshire, J.J. Carboni. Carboni in lane 3. J.J. Carboni, second place in the local challenge held here on Wednesday. As we get those champs loaded in, these Masters cars do take a little bit longer to get loaded, as these are the laydown cars. So you got to get the champ just right before you send him down the hill. Parisio, a fan of Ninja Warrior, singing, volleyball, and soapbox derby. Diego, a fan of any and all sports. JJ, a fan of playing hockey in the winter, music and playing his guitar, F1 racing, friends, and video games. And as these three champs are on track, we continue in local masters. Carmelina Parisio in lane 1, Diego Juarez in lane 2, and J.J. Carboni in lane 3. As we hear the cowbells ringing for Parisio, Juarez, and Carboni, here they are at the finish.
Diego Juarez taking this heat out of lane 2, car 30. Yeah, it's car 30. So Diego's going to be moving on to the next round.
Heat 402 up next in local masters. Lane 1, it's car 22 of Dawson Crum. Crum in lane 1 out of Akron, Ohio. Lane 2, car 20 from Stafford, Virginia, Rebecca Furrow. Furrow in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 36 from Wayne, Holmes County, Ohio, Jordan Bittaker. Bittaker in lane 3. Furrow and Bittaker, the champs from Akron, Stafford, and Wayne, Holmes County, racing their way down the track right here, coming in for the finish. Crum, Furrow, and Bittaker stand by for those results.
And Heat 402 goes to Dawson Crum. Dawson Crum. Dawson was in lane 1, car 22. We'll look for him in the next round.
As we wait for our next heat to arrive at the starting gate, we'll tell you that today our champs are racing for $36,000 of scholarship money from the Bill Spieg Scholarship Fund. Bill was a dedicated race director who loved the Derby and the kids, and the scholarship fund is named after him. $36,000 of scholarships up for grabs here today. And we also want to thank some more of our valued partners, Siebert Keck Insurance Partners, GPD Group, Retzel and Andrus, the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, Visit Canton, AUI, True Green, and Huntington Bank. Glad you're with us here in Akron, Ohio for the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Hope you had a great week here in town. There's so much to do, and I know a lot of people are heading out either tonight or more likely tomorrow, but hope you enjoyed your time here in the Akron area. It is always our pleasure and our privilege to welcome everybody from across the country and around the world here during Derby Week, and it has been a fun one here in Akron. Great racing, a lot to do, a lot of new things this year with the opening night ceremony. A couple of new things. Well, one of the new things didn't happen. I was looking forward to the kickball tournament, but unfortunately with the air quality, that didn't happen. But a lot of new things this year, so very exciting time to be a part of Derby Nation. One of the new things, I sort of alluded to it while some of their champs were racing, but the Gravity Racing Challenge here in Akron, and this was a cool thing that they did. The Gravity Racing Challenge has been going on for a while. It's essentially the school competition of Soapbox Derby. So different school teams from around the area will build cars as part of their classwork and bring them out here to compete. Well, this year, they got that race certified as an official local derby. So everything was done according the same way that your local derby was run, wherever you may be from. Inspection and build process and all of that, the way the race was run. And so because of that, we have several of those Akron GRC champs racing with us here today in the All-American, and one of them already punched the ticket to the second round. So great to see the growth in the GRC, as we call it here in Akron. Hope to see more of that in the years to come. And I know a lot of the Derby cities around the country are doing a lot more with STEM education. And that has been great to see. And I think back to like my middle school science classes and my high school science classes. Here's the formula for this. Well, show me how to use it. I'm a college educator now by day, and experiential learning, so important. And we're doing it with the GRC. So looking at our local Masters heat sheet while we wait for cars, we have one of our final 9 heats already set. Benji Eds, Dawson Crum, and Diego Juarez will go at it in heat 419. Still waiting to see the middle and the bottom of the heat sheet in local Masters. Also still anxiously awaiting the beginning of our rally competition in Stock, Super Stock, and Masters. We'll be seeing them coming up in just a little while.
When you mention things to do here around the city of Akron, yesterday our wonderful Akron Zoo was closed because of the air condition or air quality rather. But it is open today, so after you're all done, check out the Akron Zoo. It's a good one.
Yeah, be open, I believe, tomorrow as well. So if you're sticking around for an extra day or two, always good to check that out. Going to be a lot going on downtown tonight as well as we celebrate these champs at the Civic Theater. One of the things that, and I don't think we talk about it enough here in Akron as locals, and I used to be an Akron local, now I'm a Cleveland local, but the fact that we have a national park between our two cities, Akron and Cleveland.
That is amazing. The Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
And not only do we have a national park, I know like you go to Yellowstone or Glacier's probably my favorite, but you go to those and you got to pay an admission charge a lot of the time. Not here. You can take part in all the different things that the Cuyahoga Valley National Park has to offer, and there's nobody at the gate to take money from you either.
Now, running right through the middle of the Cuyahoga Valley National Park is the Cuyahoga Valley line. They have a train that runs all the way from, I believe, Akron to Independence. Now, it may cost a little bit, but I've been on it several times, and it's a wonderful excursion through the valley.
And in fact, one of the cars I just saw on social media the other day, one of the train cars is now named after our former CEO here at the Derby, Joe Mazer.
Wow, that is great. That is great.
So he went on to lead the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad after he left us here at the Derby, and now he's got a train car named after him. I think we should let the champs paint it up like one of the cars. What do you think?
I think that would be really good.
I think it would be fitting. But a lot to do here in Northeast Ohio, and certainly we hope to see if you're heading out, you don't have a chance to do this stuff. Well, hopefully you're back next year and you can take part in some of this. And, you know, I know a lot of people's plans got thwarted the last couple of days by the air quality, but this is a fun community to live, work, and play in here in Northeast Ohio. Of course, a lot of the champs got treated to an Akron Rubber Ducks game. Got to see that on Saturday night. Didn't quite work out for the Rubber Ducks, but thanks to everybody who showed up at that one. Thanks to everybody who showed up to Jellystone Park on Monday for the new opening ceremony. Hope everybody enjoyed that, the new opening night party. Hope everybody had a great time out at Jellystone. And then again, another new event held earlier this week, Rock the J. And if you're watching from home, you may remember Rock the Wreck and thinking, did he just say that wrong? No. New venue, but same concept with badge trading and the pool and all of that stuff. So hope everybody had fun at Rock the J as well. And the Vintage Derby Car Show held as always on Friday. Thank you to Ken Klein and his crew for that one. Always cool to go back and see the history of this great event. So still waiting for cars. If you're just joining us, we are doing things a little differently this year at the Derby because we did not have wheel selection and alignment yesterday. Champs were given 20 minutes under the tent, and you can only put so many of them in there at a time. So as they are ready to come down for first round heats, we will do that. But it is going to American Day. That's being done in the interest of time. We want to make sure that we get out of here before the storms come in later. So everything being done with the intent to get the show in on time and get us gone in time. We thank everybody watching. YouTube and Twitch channels, so make sure you can watch in Akron. Want to thank ZTV, the students from the University of Akron here producing the stream today. I've got a soft spot for student media. That's what I do for a living. I'm a student media advisor for a living. And so great to have ZTV aboard this year, giving us the great pictures on YouTube and Twitch. So they'll move on after this and get ready for a hearty helping of Maction, as they do a lot of the broadcasts for ESPN, Mid-American Conference Sports held at the University of Akron. If you're a fan of college football like me, you know Tuesday Night Maction is an institution for better or worse. So I'm being told in my ear here that we're going to have more Masters cars on the ramps next. They are just about ready. We start to see some more people milling around there behind the ramps. And another reminder to all of our champs and families, champs will be going to the checkout tent as their day of competition ends. That's the blue Soapbox Derby office tent halfway up the track by the picnic tables. So you can check out your champs there. Just about ready to roll in another heat here. And here they come into the ramps. Okay, this is going to be heat 405. First round of local masters, lane 1, car 33 from Culpeper, Virginia, Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 1. Lane 2, car 19 from Liberty, New York, Gabriel Rodriguez. Rodriguez in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 25 from Omaha, Nebraska, Brooke Hamilton. Hamilton in lane 3. We are off and racing between Braden Johnson, Gabriel Rodriguez, and Brooke Hamilton. And we've got a car stopped on track. Lanes 1 and 3 continuing. Looks like the champ in lane 2, Rodriguez, got out of shape there. He is stopped on track. Johnson and Hamilton continuing. And on down to the finish line are Braden Johnson and Brooke Hamilton. We'll get results on that in a moment, but we check on Gabriel Rodriguez. And it appears that he is out of the car. He appears to be okay. But that car slid into lane 1 and then came to a stop not far off the starting ramp. So Gabriel is okay, and he is pushing that car back up towards the starting line. Standing by for results between Braden Johnson, a future mechanical engineer or graphic designer, Brooke Hamilton, a future city administrator or lawyer. Who said among her favorite activities, professional leaf critic and competitive fence watcher. If it says it on the bio cards, friends, it must be true.
You know, we're glad to hear that Gabriel Rodriguez is doing okay. However, it is Braden Johnson taking heat 405. Braden was in lane 1 and car 33.
We got another heat on the ramps in round one of local masters. This is heat 404. Lane 1, it's car 12 from Lyons, Georgia, Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane 1. Lane 2, car 31 from Des Moines, Iowa, Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 23 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Shields. Shields in lane 3. So we see these champs still being loaded in. Isaac Pickles, a fan of baseball, soapbox derby racing, and youth church camps. Ham, a fan of skateboarding, riding motorcycles, working on cars, art, and building things by hand, along with hanging out with friends. Micah Shields, a fan of wrestling, cooking, and gaming. And they are racing. It's Isaac Pickles in lane 1, Jacob Ham in lane 2, Micah Shields in lane 3. The champs from Lyons, Des Moines, and Indianapolis. In first round action in local masters, Isaac Pickles in lane 1, a future veterinarian or farm owner. Jacob Ham, a future mechanic or businessman. Micah Shields, a future chef, architect, or paleontologist. Jacob Ham, the 2025 Rally Masters World Champion, racing in the local side here this year.
All right, it's Jacob Ham taking heat 404 in the local masters. Jacob did a good job coming across the finish line first in lane 2, car 31.
More Masters cars being loaded in right now. Heat 407 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 18 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Darian Beimdick. Beimdick in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 32 from Camano Island, Washington, Adrian Cardone. Cardone in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 28 from Greater Lafayette, Indiana, Jasreet Carr. Carr in lane 3. Darian, a fan of hiking, reading, and gaming. Adrian's favorite activities, welding, gaming, and soccer. Jasreet's favorite activities, soccer, trying new recipes, going on runs, and hanging out with family and friends. Getting these champs set to go here as we continue on with round 1 of local masters competition here at the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby on a beautiful day here in Akron. Off and racing now. Beimdick in lane 1, Cardone in lane 2, Carr in lane 3. A future baker in lane 1, Darian Beimdick. A future engineer and mechanic in lane 2, Adrian Cardone. A future lawyer in lane 3 in Jasreet Carr. And a good heat between these three. Here come Beimdick, Cardone, and Carr to the finish line. That'll be a close one.
We're waiting for results for heat 407. 407 in local masters. And taking this heat will be Jasreet Kaur. Jasreet did this in lane number 3, piloting that mighty 28 car.
Margin of victory in that heat. A 0.002, 2 1,000ths of a second. It was 14 1,000 covering all three of them. So great racing between Darian, Adrian, and Jasreet in that one. Heat 406 set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 15 from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Colin Kadingo. Kadingo in lane 1. Lane 2, car 35 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Logan McDermott. McDermott in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 14 from Morganton, North Carolina, Jackson Bryant. Bryant in lane 3. So it's Pottsville versus Pottstown in this one. Kadingo, a fan of soccer and hanging out with friends. McDermott, a fan of soapbox derby, gym, running, and painting. Bryant, a fan of fishing, playing games, and going to car shows. Getting them ready. It looks like looking at our monitor, it looks like Hatch is down. We're off and racing. Kadingo in lane 1, McDermott lane 2, Bryant in lane 3. Colin Kadingo, a future plumber. McDermott, a future engineer. Bryant, a future welder, mechanic, or HVAC technician. These three looking good. Here come Colin Kadingo, Logan McDermott, and Jackson Bryant to the finish line.
And it's Logan McDermott of Pottstown. He took that victory here in heat number 406, lane number 2, car 35.
Three more Masters cars at the starting line. Heat 408. Lane 1 belongs to car number 11 from Sanford, Florida, Mason Webb. Webb in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 13 from Ocala, Florida, Ava David. I was wondering when I was going to hear that air horn. David in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 34 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 3. That air horn, something we've become very accustomed to hearing down here at the finish line over the years. We heard it a lot back in 2022 when Ava David won the local stock world championship. So see how she can do against Mason Webb and Caleb Tolbert here in the first round of local Masters. Webb, a freshman at Florida State, wants to go into cyber criminology and film. Ava looking at joining the Coast Guard. Caleb wants to be an allergist. Almost ready for a start now between Webb, David, and Tolbert, and they are racing. It's Mason Webb in lane 1, Ava David in lane 2, Caleb Tolbert in lane 3. Florida, and Pennsylvania represented in this heat in the first round of local Masters. And here they come. Will we hear the air horn again? We're about to find out.
Heat 408 in local Masters goes to Ava David. Thank you for the air horn. She crossed that finish line in car 13 in lane number 2.
Sirens now, too.
We love your exuberance, really.
The contingent from Florida, usually some of the few hardy souls that take up a position on the sunny side of the grandstand. They're used to it, though. They're from Florida. But I think even they bailed out on it earlier in the week when it was a heat index of about 105 out here.
Oh, boy, brutal.
Being told there are no hooks up at topside. So if we can get that addressed, I'm sure they would appreciate it. Heat 409 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 24 of Mac McNerney. McNerney in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 37 from Lancaster, but from Hurricane, West Virginia, Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 2 representing Lancaster. Lane 3, it's car 10 from Moss Point, Mississippi, Emmy Hart Steiner. Steiner in lane 3, so the champs representing Columbus, Ohio, Lancaster, and Moss Point represented in this heat. getting those champs aboard their cars. Mac McNerney, a fan of derby racing, arts and crafts, reading and helping with her little brother Squish and sister Pip, and wants to be an engineer. Noah, a sophomore at Marshall University, fan of reading and weightlifting, and wants to go into cyber forensics. They're on track now. Emmy Hart Steiner in lane 3 wants to be a real estate investor, a fan of boating, camping, shopping, and going to the beach. And here they come about halfway down the track. McNerney in lane 1, Thomas in lane 2, Steiner in lane 3. Who's moving on to round 2? Good one between McNerney, Thomas, and Steiner. Stand by for results.
We have Heat 409 and local masters competition, and the results are in. Lane number 2 finds Noah Thomas the winner, right behind the wheel of that 37 car. Look for Noah Thomas to move on to the next round.
Okay, next on track, we're going to see Gabriel Rodriguez. Had a bit of a problem in his heat, but we want to let him have the opportunity to go down this hill here at Derby Downs. So he's getting loaded in right now. And he is on track. This is Gabriel Rodriguez, the local Masters champ of Liberty, New York. He pushed that car back to the starting line and said, I want to go down this hill and I want to make it. And he looks like, had to stop again there. And boy, you hate to see that for Gabriel Rodriguez. So I'll tell you, a smart racer, though, when he had those problems, put the brakes on to prevent any additional issues. So they're going to walk that car back up to the top for Gabriel Rodriguez. Tough couple of runs for Gabriel, but Gabriel, congratulations on making it here. You earned the title of champion. Okay, so looking at our heat sheets, it does look like our final 9 is set in local masters. Heat 419 will be Benji Eds, Dawson Crum, and Diego Juarez. Heat 420 will be Logan McDermott, Jacob Ham, and Braden Johnson. And Heat 421 will be, I can read it off the other one there, Dave, if you can bring that back over. We have a misprinted sticker, but we know who the winners were. It will be Jazri Carr, Ava David, and Noah Thomas competing in Heat 421. Local super stock on the ramps right now. This is round 2 of local super stock. This will be a 2-car heat. When we get going here, it'll be Molly Swanson from Camano Island, Washington in lane 1. And Skylar Lamarca representing the Akron Gravity Racing Challenge Middle School Division in lane 3. And here we go. We are racing. It's Molly Swanson in lane 1, Skylar Lamarca in lane 3. Camano Island versus the Akron GRC in this one. Future surgical nurse versus a future NICU nurse in round 2 of local super stock competition. So far, so good for Swanson and LaMarca. Here's the finish line. That's going to be a good close result, it looks like. Again, points end at about the beginning of the FirstEnergy logo. That's where we lose them visually under the bridge. But
yeah, we've learned to trust the timers. Okay, here, heat number 522, local super stock. It goes to Molly Swanson. Molly Swanson, she was over in lane 1, and she's in her 151 car. So look for Molly Swanson to come down the hill once again.
3-car heat, heat 523, lane 1. It's car 117 from Rochester, New York, Henry Delacroix. Delacroix in lane 1. Lane 2, car 157 from Worcester, Ohio, Grady Perdikas. Perdikas in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 103 from Sanford, Florida, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3. Just about set for a start between Delacroix, Perdikas, and Hoagie. In round 2 of local Superstock, we're racing. Henry Delacroix in lane 1, Grady Perdikas in lane 2, Haley Hoagie in lane 3. The champs out of Rochester, Worcester, and Sanford. Past halfway down, over the tunnel. Coming down in front of the grandstands. Here they come for Henry, Grady, and Haley.
And it is Haley Hoagie. Haley Hoagie taking this heat in lane number 3, car 301. Heat 523 in local super stock.
Heat 524 loaded in. Lane 1, car 123 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Ellie Orbaugh. Orbaugh in lane 1. Lane 3, car 143 from Columbia, Missouri, Isaac Visite. Visite in lane 3. A 2-car heat is on track. Orbaugh in lane 1. Visite in lane 3. An 8th grader against a 7th grader in this one. Our future cosmetologist or beautician against our future astronomer or NASA worker. And we see him moving around the track, trying to find that fast way down. Who's it going to be? Will it be Ellie or Isaac?
It will be Isaac Visite, lane 3, car 143, taking heat 524 in local super stock.
Heat 525 on the ramps. Lane 1, it's car 107 from Queens, New York, Johan Guzman. Guzman in lane 1. Lane 3, car 119 from Cincinnati, Ohio, Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Guzman in lane 1, a future teacher or architect, a fan of tennis, going to school, taekwondo, swimming, and building Legos. Jason Abbott, a member of the marching band, also likes baseball, riding bikes, video games, chess, ping pong, among others. Wants to be an attorney, history teacher, or streamer. Down to the finish come Johan Guzman and Jason Abbott.
Results are in for heat 525. And it is Jason. That's Jason Abbott at car 119. And he took that win in lane 3.
Heat 526 up next. Lane 1, it's car 121 representing New Hampshire, Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 130 representing Akron, Ohio, Alea Gear. Gear in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 132 representing Federalsburg, Maryland, it's Fiona Brittingham. Brittingham in lane number 3. They are halfway down the track right now. Bean, Gear, and Brittingham coming into the finish line right now. And there they go. Looked close.
It's 5:26, and the win goes to Trevor Bien. 5:26, lane number 1, car 121, and it's Trevor Bien's going to be moving on.
Heat 527 coming your way next. 2-car heat, lane 1. It's going to be car 109 of Adrian Bonilla. Bonilla from the South Bronx in lane 1. Lane 2, lane 3, car 139 from Pueblo, Colorado, Cecilia McDonald. McDonald in lane 3. 2-car heat here in the second round of local superstock. Bonilla, a future fireman. McDonald, still working on the career interest, but a fan of reading Dungeons and Dragons. Irish step dance as well. So see if she can step through to round 3 in local superstock. Lou will have results here in a moment. Rally stock coming up after our next heat. Rally stock coming up next.
Moving on to round 3 of local superstock, it's Celia McDonald. See you cross that finish line in lane number 3, car 131, taking heat 527.
Heat 528, just about set. Car 136 of Drew Brand from Omaha, Nebraska in lane 1. Lane 3, it'll be car 154 of Matthew Moore from Portage County, Ohio. And here they come. Drew Brand in lane 1, Matthew Moore in lane 3. Round 2 of local superstock. Our future pro baseball player and our future worker in something to do with space. Great start to that career, Soapbox Derby Racing. Here come Brand and Moore to the finish line. Lou will have those results. And then it is over to rally stock.
And finishing up a local superstock, heat number 528, at least in this round. And that goes to Drew Brand of Omaha. Drew took that win in lane 1, car 136.
Time to start the rally division. The champs that got here by accruing points throughout the year. This is heat 301 in rally stock. Lane 1, car 735 from Meriden, Connecticut, Ethan Kovach. Kovach in lane 1. Lane 2, car 731 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 737 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Carson Locker. Locker in lane number 3. Future fireman or military man in Kovach. Mike Adkins wants to play in the World Cup. Locker wants to be a canine trainer. There they go across the finish line in our first heat of the day in rally stock.
We're starting off in rally stock with heat number 301, and that will goes to Micah Adkins. Micah took the win in lane 3 behind the wheel of the 731 car.
A 2-car heat next in the first round of rally stock. Lane 1, it's car 700. Your national points champion, Jensen Stahl from New Philadelphia, Ohio. Stahl in lane 1. Lane 3, car 728 from Malvern, Iowa, Hunter Rose Smith. Smith in lane 3. They are on track right now. Jensen Stahl, more points than anybody in Derby Nation this year with 1,096 on the rally circuit this year. So he'll get honored for that tonight at the Civic Theater. We'll see how Jensen can do with Hunter Rose Smith, who tells us she wants to be a barrel racer or a robotic engineer. So here they come on down to the finish. Stahl and Smith. We'll see who got that one.
Waiting for results of heat 302 and rally stock. And those results find Hunter Rose Smith In lane 3, the winner, behind the wheel of 728, Hunter Rose Smith will advance on.
Margin of victory, 3/1000ths of a second, separating Smith from Stahl. Good racing. Heat 303 is next. Lane 1, it's car 711 from Denver, North Carolina, Baylor Flow. Flow in lane 1. Lane 3, car 704 of Brantley Sykes. Sykes in lane 3 out of Sanford, Florida. And they are on track. Baylor Flow, 4th place in the rally points this year, 3rd place in wins in the stock division. Wants to play in the NBA. Brantley Sykes, a fan of riding bikes and fishing, wants to be in the military. So let's see how they do as they make their way over the tunnel. In the first round of rally stock, here's the finish line for Flow and Sykes.
And it is Baylor Flow taking this heat. That's heat 303. And Baylor Lowe was in lane number 1 taking that victory in car 711. That sounds lucky, at least for Baylor Flow it was. Baylor's going to be moving on to the next round.
Heat 304 set to go next. Lane 1, it'll be car 738 from Wadsworth, Ohio, Nora Rarica. Rarica in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 709 from Conneaut, Ohio, Abby Estock. Estock in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 743 from Plymouth, Minnesota, Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. Halfway home for Rarica, Estock and Kilby. 2 champs from Ohio and a champ from Minnesota crossing the finish line. We'll see who's moving on to round 2 in rally stock. Rarica wants to be an artist. Abby, a pharmacist like Garrett, a SWAT team member.
Heat 304 goes to Garrett Kilby. Garrett Kilby. And Garrett took that win out of lane 3 in the 743 car.
Heat 305 next. Lane 1, car 712 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 3, car 705 from Sanford, Florida, Adarsh Konaru. Konaru in lane 3. And they are off and racing. 2-car heat in round 1 of rally stock. Anna, a fan of gymnastics, swimming, and soapbox derby, wants to be a nurse. Adarsh, a fan of building and designing cars with Legos as well as go-kart racing, wants to be a doctor or a race car driver. So here they come down, Anna Blakeman and Adarsh Konaru down across the finish line.
And it's Anna Blakeman logging in that win in lane number 1 in the 712 car, taking heat 305.
Next on the ramps, looks like another 2-car heat. This is going to be heat 306. Lane 1, it's car 744 from Anderson, Indiana, Nico Anthony. Anthony in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 701 from Monroe, Georgia, Henry Warren. Warren in lane 3. They're on track now. Anthony in lane 1, fan of Legos, video games, soccer, and robotics, wants to be an engineer. Warren in lane 3 wants to go pro in baseball. We say congratulations to Henry Warren, winner of the Rally Challenge, held here on Tuesday. Anthony and Warren on the line. Stand by for results from Lou.
And it is Henry Warren taking heat number 306. Henry Warren took that victory in lane number 3 with his 701 car. Look for Henry in the next round.
Heat 307 next. Rally Stock Division first round. Lane 1. car 726 of Emerson Kemp. Kemp in lane 1. Lane 2, car 714 of Ronan McAllister. McAllister in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 746 of Amos Miller. Miller in lane 3. Champs from Ogallala, Nebraska, Roanoke, Virginia, and Stanwood, Washington are on track now. Kemp in lane 1 wants to be a pilot or a rancher. McAllister in lane 2, they want to be a marine biologist. Miller in lane 3 wants to be a game developer. Who's it going to be in this one? Kemp, McAllister, and Miller. Region 4, Region 8, and Region 1 represented here.
Results are in for Heat 307 in rally stock. It's Amos Miller in lane 3 taking the win in car number 746.
Been asked to pass along a message. If you've lost your watch, maybe you lost it in the restroom, it's up at topside by the heat sheets. So if you're missing your watch, they may have it for you up at the topside heat sheets. Racing in Heat 308, car 722 of Giannina Altamare in lane 1 from Stowe, Ohio. Lane 2, car 725 from Bellevue, Nebraska, Vixie Woolridge. Woolridge in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 707 from Jamestown, New York, Austin Kowaski. Kowaski in lane 3. Champs from Region 6, 4, and 9. A fan of gymnastics, a fan of creating dragon puppets, and a fan of Fortnite. Finish line.
And heat number 308 goes to Vixie Woolridge. She won this heat in lane 2 with a 725 car. Vixie will move on to the next round.
Heat 309 next. Lane 1, car 718 from Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's Leo Jans. Jans in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 713 from Hanson, Kentucky, Braden Chappell. Chappell in lane 3. Leo Jans told us he's a fan of bike rides, Legos, football, kickball, F1, IndyCar, and telling dad jokes. Dad jokes at the age of 12. Braden, a fan of hunting, fishing, riding his four-wheeler, and playing with his dog. On track, Leo Jans and Braden Chappell. Leo wants to follow in his dad, grandfather, and great-grandfather's footsteps by joining the military, then pursue a career in the K-9 unit. Chappell wants to be a pilot or a welder. Racing down towards the finish line for Leo and Braden.
Heat 309 goes to Leo Jans. Leo took that victory in lane number 1, car 718.
Heat 310 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 710 from Livingston Manor, New York, Ava Deal. Deal in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 741 from Monroe Falls, Ohio, Addison Freiberger. Freiberger in lane 2. And lane 3, it's car 721 from Hudson, Ohio, Reagan Nelman. Nelman in lane 3. Racing now between Deal, Freiberger, and Nelman. Ava Deal, more rally wins than any champ in the country this year. 37 rally wins. Wow. We'll see what Ava can do with Addison Freiberger and Reagan Nelman, two great champs from Ohio. A future marine biologist, a future rocket scientist, and a future New York fashion designer or pro volleyball player getting ready to cross the finish line. Ava Deal also third in the rally, second in the All-Star race.
Heat 310 and rally stock goes to Ava Deal. Ava Deal taking that victory in lane 1. Ava behind the wheel of car 710.
Okay, loading onto the ramps right now. We're going to get Gabriel Rodriguez another try here. So here he comes. This is Gabriel Rodriguez. Gabriel earned a spot here. Being told in my ear there was a problem with the back axle on this car that was causing him all those problems earlier, but he wanted to get all the way down this track, and we want to let him do it. Cheer on Gabriel as he comes down to the finish line. And there goes Gabriel Rodriguez. Well done, champ. Well done. So great to see Gabriel make his way down. Again, just a tough break there with that rear axle problem. But Gabriel earned his trip down this Derby Downs hill, and he got it here today. Back to local super stock. This is round 2 of local super stock. Heat 529, lane 1, car 108 of Alexandria Womer. Womer in lane 1. Lane 2, car 161 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kennedy Sheen. Sheen in lane 2 on track. Lane 3, car 126 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Christian James. James in lane 3. So it's Womer, Sheen, and James. Our future cook, orthopedic surgeon, and fisherman crossing the finish line right there. Lou will have results once they're official.
And those results are in. It's Heat 529. This is local super stock, and it's Christian James coming across that finish line first. Now, Christian did take that win in lane 3 behind the wheel of 126.
Heat 530. Next on the ramps and on track, Brianna Juarez from Ogallala, Nebraska in lane 1. Car 149. Lane 3, it's Sophia Bishop out of Kansas City in car 122. Round 2 of local super stock. Coming down to the finish here. It's Rihanna Juarez and Sophia Bishop across the finish line.
It's Rihanna Juarez taking Heat 530. This is in local super stock. She took that victory over in lane 1 behind the wheel of the 149 car. Rihanna will move on to the next round.
All right, so the top 9 are set in local super stock. In Heat 531, it's going to be Molly Swanson, Haley Hoagie, and Isaac Visite. Heat 532, it'll be Cecilia McDonald, Jason Abbott, and Trevor Bean. And in Heat 533, it'll be Christian James, Rihanna Juarez, and Drew Brand. So we have final 9s in all of our local divisions now. So here we go. Making their way back up the track right now. Your final 9 champs in the local divisions. Cheer them on as they come past you, as they make their way up the track to compete for a world championship. Your final 9 in the local divisions. One more time for our final 9 in the local divisions, everybody. So we'll see them compete for world championships a bit later. We'll have our placement heats first and then get into the championship heats a bit later on. But we've got a lot of work still to do in the rally divisions. So we're going to continue some of that work right now. We've got cars on the ramps. And that looks like rally stock to me. Heat 311 will be next in our rally stock division. Lane 1, it's car 716 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Jack Jans. Jans in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 729 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 733 from Sanbornville, New Hampshire, Sawyer Fuller. Fuller in lane 3, they are on track now. You got a future race car driver or construction worker in lane 1, a future vet in lane 2, and Sawyer Fuller, we asked for Sawyer's career interests. She said, I haven't decided yet. I'm 12 years old. Down across the finish line are Jack, Marissa, and moving on to the next round, it will be Marissa Juarez, lane 2. In car 729, Juarez, lane 2, car 729, wins heat 311. Heat 312 is next. Lane 1, car 720 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 739 of Cameron Altamare. Altamare in lane 3. Zachary Sally and Cameron Altamare just about set to go here. Zachary Sally on track, a fan of basketball, video games, and scouting, wants to play for the Golden State Warriors. Cameron Altamare, meanwhile, fan of gaming, sports, collecting Pokemon cards, and swimming. Cameron wants to be a singer. Cameron in his All-American debut here in lane 3 against Zachary Sally. As they cross the finish line, Lou will have those results in just a moment.
Results. The results are in for Heat 3. Rally.
We'll get that mic fixed. Let's try it. Here you go. How about this one?
Okay. Hey, those results are in for 312 here in Rally Stock. And it's Zachary Sally taking the win here, lane 1. And he did that in car 720.
And on track, it is right now Heat 313, lane 1, car 715, St. Charles, Illinois, Briley Butler. Lane 2, car 717 of Maddie Gramsch out of Englewood, Ohio. Lane 3, car 727 of Cullen McBride from Brule, Nebraska. Future veterinarian, future first girl to win the Indy 500, and future engineer, priest, basketball player, baseball player in lane 3 going across the track there. Stand by for those results. Results in Heat 313. Give the win to Maddie Gramsch in lane 2. Gramsch, your winner in car 717. Heat 315 up next. Lane 1, it's car 734 of Aiden Sear from Holton, Maine. Sear in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 724 of Audrey Myers. Myers in lane 3. Sear in lane 1, Myers in lane 3. Future mechanic or carpenter, a future veterinarian racing their way down here. And there they go across the finish line, those champs from regions 10 and 4.
Another close one, but it is Aiden Sear pervading and taking lane 1 with 734. That's Heat 313, and we're in Rally Stock action.
Heat 314 up next. Lane 1, it's car 723 from Brule, Nebraska. Adela McBride. McBride in lane 1. Lane 2, car 740 from Wadsworth, Ohio. Peyton Alkire. Alkire in lane 2. And lane 3, car 736 from Crofton, Kentucky. Eleanor Knight. Knight in lane 3. Adela McBride, last year's local stock world champion, back here in the rally division this year, taking on Peyton Alkire and Eleanor Knight. Adela, a future mom, saint, designer, and artist. Peyton, a future astronaut or professional trampoline tester. Eleanor wants to be a professional tap dancer. And here is the finish for McBride, Alkire, and Knight.
Heat 314 in rally stock action. Well, that heat goes to Adalia McBride. Yes, Adalia took that win in lane number 1, and she's piloting the mighty 723 car. That was Heat 314, and she will advance to the next round.
Heat 318 next in rally stock. Lane 1, it's car 702 of Ira Miller. Miller in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 708 of Chance Gibbs. Gibbs in lane 3. Miller out of Stanwood, Washington. Gibbs out of Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. So it's Region 1 versus Region 8 in a 2-car heat in round 1 of rally stock. Ira Miller told us his favorite activities are caring for chickens, building things, racing and reading. Chance said fishing, bike riding, bowling, and racing. And here they come to the finish line. Ira and Chance are across cleanly.
Ira Miller will take the win in heat number 318. Ira won on lane number 1 and car 702. So again, Ira Miller will be advancing on to the next round.
So waiting for cars at this point. Also got a car being pushed out of the runout area. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit here at Derby Downs. We're starting to get a little bit gustier as we go through here. It looks like the flag's blowing from lane 3 to lane 1. Get me a compass, I'll tell you if it's north, south, east, or west, but in Derby directions, I guess it would be blowing from lane 3 to lane 1. Heat 318 in the books. We have next Heat 316. Lane 1, it's car 703 from Clearwater, Florida, Addison Mello. Mello in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 730 of Grace Telustis. Telustis in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 742 of Natalie Marthy. Marthy in lane 3. Champs from Clearwater, Omaha, and Massillon, Ohio, represented here. Addison wants to be a contortionist. Grace wants to go into acting. Natalie wants to be a first grade teacher. Almost set to go for Mello, Telustis, and Marthy. Still making a few adjustments on these champs. And there they go. Addison Mello, Grace Telustis, and Natalie Marthy. Addison Mello, a fan of volleyball, gymnastics, and softball. Grace, a fan of anything involving animals, as well as acting in school programs at the local community playhouse. Natalie, a fan of swimming, soccer, hanging out with friends, riding her bike, and jumping on the trampoline. So 2 returning champs in Addison Mello and Natalie Marthy in the outside lanes. Grace Telustis making her All-American debut in the center lane. There they go across the finish line.
It is heat going to Natalie Marthy. Natalie Marthy taking that win in the 3rd lane and behind the wheel of 742.
Heat 317 coming your way next. Lane 1, car 732 from Madbury, New Hampshire, Max Demers. Demers in lane 1. Lane 2, car 745 from Camano Island, Washington, Rhea Saylor. Saylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 719 from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, Ireland Cook. Cook in lane 3. They're off and racing. Region X, Region 1, and Region 3 here. Max wants to be a landscaper, plumber, professional sleeper, and full-time dad. Rhea hasn't figured out the career interests. Ireland wants to either own a veterinary clinic or work at Animal Kingdom down at Disney World.
All right. Heat 317 numbers coming in, and it goes to Rhea Saylor. Rhea Saylor taking that victory out of lane number 2. Rhea Saylor piloting that 745 car. So look for Rhea Saylor in the next round.
Somebody told us, by the way, the wind is coming from the southwest. So, and that somebody was the person who was behind this mic for a lot of years, Mark Richards, watching along from home today. Mark, always great to hear from you. We hope you can be here next year. I know you were hoping to be this year, but glad you're watching along from home, at least here today. And we will see you next year here at Derby Downs. So the wait is for cars. We're coming up on the lunch hour. Don't forget about all of our vendors alongside the track here. We've got Cinched Coffee with us. Really great to have Cinched Coffee with us. They did a great job all week for us. Mapco is here, handing out the samples of the Gatorade products, getting people signed up for My Rewards. Discounts on fuel as you get ready to fill up the rig to head home. Ohio's Best Lemonade is here. Judy's Concessions, KO Concessions. High Dog is here. The Natto's, the official pizza of the Derby, is here, as is Chick-fil-A. So make sure you go check them out as we wait for some more cars to come down over the hill. If you're just joining us, Jason Sokol and Lou Snodgrass up here on the bridge. Allison Pankoff will join us, we hope, a little bit later on today. A little bit different procedure this morning. That's why you're seeing us kind of going back and forth between first round, second round, local final 9 already determined in all 3 divisions. A little bit different procedure with everything getting canceled yesterday, and also wanting to give people a chance to work on their cars, but also get us out of here ahead of some severe weather that's supposed to move in this afternoon. So champs were given 20 minutes this morning to work on their cars. Then it was over to the wheel selection, over to the scales, and over the hill into the starting line. So still some divisions left to go, but really want to send a big call to everybody for being flexible. I know this is a little different this year than we're used to, but we appreciate everybody's flexibility and making sure we get a fair race, a competitive race, but most importantly, a safe race for all of our champs today. Round 2 of Rally Stock is formed. Here's what we have. It'll be Micah Atkins and Hunter Rose Smith in Heat 319. It'll be Garrett Kilby and Baylor Flo in Heat 320. It'll be Anna Blakeman and Henry Warren in Heat 321. Heat 322 will feature Vixie Woolridge and Amos Miller. Heat 323 will feature Leo Jans and Ava Deal. Heat 324 will have Zachary Sally and Marissa Juarez. Heat 325 will be Maddie Gramsch and Adela McBride. Heat 326 will be Natalie Marthy and Aiden Sear. And Heat 327 will be Rhea Saylor and Ira Miller. So that's round 2 of Rally Stock. Still waiting to see Rally Superstock and Rally Masters begin their competition here this morning at Derby Downs. So still standing by for cars. Want to thank Donato's Pizza, the official pizza of the Derby. Somebody just handed us a Donato's Pizza as we were walking back up onto the bridge. Really, really great to have Donato's aboard this year as the new official pizza of the Derby. Phil's nodding his head over there as he's eating his slice. So Donato's, proud recipient of the Bridge Seal of Approval, the official pizza of the Soapbox Derby. While we have a moment, do want to say thank you to all of our commission members, our A-team members, the competition committee, all those folks wearing polo shirts today. They have had themselves a week with the weather, the smoke, the changes. They have worked so hard this week to make sure this event happens. And I know they probably don't think it at the time, but I'm glad it was them making the decisions. We've got a good team put together this year that made this race happen today under some adverse circumstances with this smoke that we've had these last few days. So my hat is off to the competition committee, the racing commission, the rally commission, everybody on the A-team. You guys crushed it this week. And it is an honor to get to work with you guys each and every year. One other group while we wait that I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out is the new Young Professional Leadership Council. Look, I know the discussion. I'm in a lot of the Derby Facebook groups, so I can keep tabs on what's going on in Derby Nation throughout the year. And I know there's always that question of who's going to be the next generation of leadership across Derby Nation. Well, I think we've got one of our answers for sure in our CEO, Dennis Van Fossen Jr. But this is, I think, the first time that both our CEO and the head of the racing commission are both younger than me. And I'm only 37, so what does that tell you? But Dennis Van Fossen Jr., Allison Pankoff stepping up. Also, our Young Professional Leadership Council. And that was put together this year to provide more of a voice to that younger generation. Some of the people that maybe are still racing and maybe some of them who've just aged out. And they've actually come up with some really cool ideas. So I want to tip my cap to Cody Black and Keegan Altamare and Carly Murphy, the vice chair of the YPLC, Sarah Colasar, and the chair, Hannah Olson. Love what they're doing and love that we're seeing that next group start to step up into those leadership roles here in Derby Nation. I was so looking forward to the kickball tournament on Thursday, and it got knocked out because of Topside Show getting canceled. But have a feeling that'll be back next year. They had a full field of, I believe, 60 champs ready to go at it in the kickball tournament. They're also doing a Derby drop box. So if you've been taking pictures throughout the week, they want to see the Derby through your eyes. So there's a link over on their Instagram page. That is at YPLC_Soapbox Derby. Upload your photos to that Dropbox. They're putting together some compilations to post as they go through the week. There's some pictures from up here on the bridge. I think Allison Pankoff got some candid shots of the bridge while she was up here. Stuff from Jellystone Park, stuff from Mapco Victory Lane, 717 Credit Union Park the other night with the Rubber Ducks. All kinds of cool stuff. And some behind-the-scenes looks at different aspects of the All-American that you might not see otherwise. So if you've got some cool photos you'd like to share, at YPLC_Soapbox Derby is the place to do that. But share some of those photos so we can all see Derby Week through your eyes. And thank you to the YPLC for everything they're doing And I can't wait to see what they do in the year ahead. So I thank Donato's for bringing the pizza for today. Got to send a shout out to our man Danny up at Topside, keeping all the volunteers and staff fed all week long, and he outdid himself this week. We had some good eating as volunteers here at Derby Downs this week, and really appreciate Danny. And brings the food to us here on the bridge. We get a special shipment of food because the kitchen's all the way at Topside. We don't have time to go all the way to Topside during the race, so they bring it to us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we do appreciate it. And hey, the fried bologna was great the other day. It made me remember my childhood years.
I could have had that stuff every day. Just don't tell my doctor. Wouldn't appreciate it very much. All right, we see cars coming over the hill now. So just minutes away from resuming competition. Remember, a little bit different look this year to the competition because of all the changes to the procedure this morning. In a normal year, we may have held before the start of the race to get full fields together, but in an effort to get things going ahead of the severe weather expected to come through later, we said as soon as we got cars, we're going to go ahead and start. And that's what we did. So that's why you're seeing some more holds in the program than maybe you're used to on a Saturday here at Derby Downs. So if you're just joining us here at Derby Downs or on YouTube and Twitch, glad you're with us here on World Championship Day in the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. My name's Jason Sokol, Lou Snodgrass with me, Allison Pankoff joining us a bit later. We are down to our top 9 in the local divisions. Round 1 is complete, I believe, in Rally Stock. And then we've got to get Rally Super Stock and Rally Masters started here as well. So that's some of the action you're going to see coming up here in just a little bit as we whittle down to our final 9 in the Rally divisions. The final 9 champs will race for spots in those final heats. Once you get to the final 9, you know you're going back down the hill twice. We will race off for 1st, 4th, and 7th in each division. So all those champs you saw going up in golf carts a few minutes ago, we'll see them again twice a little bit later on this afternoon. So standing by for cars, we've got cars almost to the starting line now. All right, we have cars on the ramps. Time to get back to racing here in the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And these would appear to be Rally Super Stock cars. This will be heat 201 in the first round of Rally Super Stock. Lane 1 belongs to car 640 from Worcester, Ohio, Olivia Hartzler. Hartzler in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 610 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 3. Just about set to get back racing here in the Rally Super Stock division. A 2-car heat to get things started. We are racing. Olivia Hartzler in lane 1, Matthew Blakeman in lane 3. A champ from Region 6 and a champ from Region 12. Olivia Hartzler in lane 1. A future teacher or nail artist. Matthew Blakeman in lane 3 wants to be a music producer in Nashville. There they go across the finish line. Results from Loose Snodgrass coming up in a moment.
And Heat 201 in Rally Superstock goes to Matthew Blakeman. Matthew Blakeman winning out of lane number 3 in the car 610. So Matt's going to be moving on to the next round.
Heat 202 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 602 from Oviedo, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 638 from Stanwood, Washington, Sophia Hesseltine. Hesseltine in lane 3. And we see you in the chat there. The Hoagie Nation has been loud and proud in the YouTube chat all week. Thanks for following along, guys. On track, Samantha Hoagie, Sophia Hesseltine. This is our second heat of the day in the first round of Rally Superstock. Region 7 and Region 1 racing here. Future nurse versus maybe a future hairstylist, vet, bakery owner, maybe a chef.
And Heat 202 goes to Samantha Hoagie. Samantha Hoagie took that win out of lane number 1, and she was behind the wheel of 602. Samantha Hoagie taking Heat 202 and moving on to the next portion.
Heat 203 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 639 from Massillon, Ohio, Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 628 from Belmont, Massachusetts, Billy Loftus. Loftus in lane 3. Lydia, a fan of soccer, track, getting ice cream, and shopping. Loftus, a fan of discus, javelin, and shot put, watching F1 races and playing with his dog. And they are on track right now. Early in the going in our Rally Superstock competition, Lydia Marthy in lane 1, Billy Loftus in lane 3. Good competitive racing, as you expect in these rally divisions. Our future cosmetologist or NICU nurse versus our future tow truck driver or car engineer crossing the finish line.
Another close one, but it's Lydia Marthy taking the win in lane 1 in the 639 car. She's going to advance from Heat 203 to the next round.
Heat 204, lane 1. It'll be car 634 from Worthington, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 629 from Sanbornville, New Hampshire, Carver Cotting. Cotting in lane 3. Another 2-car heat in Rally Superstock. And here we go. Alexa Fisher representing Region 6 in lane 1. Carver Cotting out of Region 10, or as they call themselves, Region X in lane 3. Fisher and Cotting, a future engineer and a future video game creator right here. Who's going to move on to round number 2? Let's find out as they cross the finish line.
War Racing and Rally Super Stock, heat number 204, and that goes to Alexa Fisher out of lane number 1. Alexa Fisher driving that 634 car. She will advance to the next round.
Heat 205, lane 1, it's car 633 from Camano Island, Washington, Ben Grabsky. Grabsky in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 619 from Keystone, Nebraska, Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 3, Region 1 versus Region 4. Ben Grabsky's career interests, engineering, coding, or being a chess grandmaster. Audrey might have one of my favorite bio cards of the week for her career interests. She said, "Why do people need to know my career interests? I'm only 15. I don't know what to do. That's too much pressure. Gosh." Did say she's a fan of hanging out with friends, racing soapbox, and going to the lake, though.
And heat 205 goes to Audrey Auerda. Audrey took that victory on lane number 3 in the car 16. Audrey will be moving on.
Heat 206, lane 1. It's car 643 from Culpeper, Virginia, Jackson Norrod. Norrod in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 618 from Castle Rock, Colorado, Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane number 3. Back in 2023, Tristan Toludo was the local stock world champion. And they are racing. Norrod in lane 1, Toludo in lane 3. Norrod, a fan of hiking, recreational, osteological collecting, and wants to go into ornithological conservation. Thanks for the big words, Jackson. Toludo, looking at a career in aviation, exploring opportunities as a private pilot, likes baseball, learning about drone tech, aviation, video games, the outdoors, kayaking, and traveling to new places. Can't call Akron a new place for Tristan Toludo anymore. He is an experienced champ and a past world champion as they come across the line.
Heat 206 results are in Rally Superstock. Over in lane 3, it was Tristan Toludo taking the victory behind the wheel of 618. So look for Tristan Toludo in the next round.
The start line crew is telling me that if you lost your key fob, they have it at the start line. Somebody lost it between the start line and the pavilion. If that was you, they have your key fob at the start line. Heat 207, lane 1, car 609 from Madbury, New Hampshire, Parker Demers. Demers in lane 1. Lane 2, car 623 from Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, Leo McFall. McFall in lane 2. In lane 3, it's car 627 from Hurlock, Maryland, Ella Abbott. Abbott in lane 3. Region 10, Region 4, and Region 8 in this one. Demers is a fan of playing video games, biking, swimming, running, and eating, wants to be a water slide tester. Leo McFall wants to be an electrical engineer. Ella Abbott wants to go into forensic science or be the Wienermobile driver. So look for her in a few years in that race they do at Indianapolis before the big one.
Heat 207 goes to Leo McFall of Cuyahoga Falls. He was in lane number 2 in 623, so Leo's going to advance on.
I'm also being told they have, Vicky, say that into my ear again, a hotel room key, some money, and a cell phone? If you're staying in an IHG hotel, they might have your hotel key. Something of the Holiday Inn persuasion there. Somebody's got a hole in their pocket. But go claim that money before Vicky Beck goes shopping. Heat 208 on track. Lane 1, car 614 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Lorelei Neal. Neal in lane 1. Lane 3, car 636 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 3. Two champs that have had great runs so far. Neal, a fan of running, reading, field hockey, and swimming. Swinderman said her career interest being a professional chicken chaser or a professional shower singer. Didn't know there was an industry for that. Swinderman looking to sweep the wheel, won the Rally Challenge and the All-Star race.
All right. It's Alicia Swinderman moving on, taking heat number two. Alicia Swinderman winning in lane 3 behind the wheel of the 636 car.
Heat 209 is next. Lane 1, it's car 625 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Mariah Butler. Butler in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 644 from Greenville, Virginia, Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 3. Butler wants to be a race car driver for her career. Tanner wants to be an engineer. They are just about set to go up there. A couple of good-looking cars there. One of the bummers about losing topside shows, we didn't get up there and see see all these beautiful cars, but they look good this year. Job well done. Butler in lane 1, Tanner in lane 3. Region 5 versus Region 8 in this one. And here they come. On down to the finish line are Mariah Butler and Jamison Tanner.
Butler takes the win in heat number 09 in Rally Superstock. She was the winner on lane number 1 and behind the wheel of 625.
All right. So waiting for some more cars here. I saw somebody in the YouTube chat say we need to have a Soapbox Derby video game. I agree. That'd be pretty cool to have a Soapbox Derby video game. I'll give you a pretty close alternative, though, because I've done it. If you have iRacing, there is a track, and I think it might be the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. Don't quote me on that, where you can run it backwards. And there's now a car in there that kind of sort of looks like an older Derby car. It's not exact, but I think it's supposed to be like an older Indy car or something like that, where all you basically have to do is tap the gas and then lay off the gas, and it becomes a Soapbox Derby race, albeit with some turns on the way down.
Yeah.
And just, it is possible to fall off the edge of one of the cliffs in the game. But
thank God we don't have that here.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that here. But if you need something that is similar, that is probably the closest I've seen to a Soapbox Derby video game. But I know we've got some champs that said they want to be video game designers and things of that nature. So maybe someday we'll get a Soapbox Derby video game. Heat 210 is next. Lane 1, it's car 637 of Maximus Saylor. Saylor in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 617 of Caleb Morris. Morris in lane 2. And unfortunately, our champ in lane 3 is scratched. So it's Saylor and Morris. Fortunately, our champ in lane 3 sadly couldn't make it today. So this will be Saylor and Morris in round 1 of Rally Superstock. Maximus Saylor, a fan of motorsports, Boy Scouts, camping, archery, and shooting sports. Caleb, a fan of racing, football, fishing, Xbox, and sharpshooting, and wants to be a welder. And we are off and racing. Saylor in lane 1, Morris in lane 2. Region 1 versus Region 6 represented in this one. And here Here they come. A good one thus far between Maximus Saylor and Caleb Morris. Camano Island, Washington, and Monroe Falls, Ohio, represented in this one. While we wait for those results, I think somebody just put a Soapbox Derby video game that might exist in the chat. Skylar Manning, is that? Huh. Think I know what I'm playing back at the hotel tonight. Standing by for those results. Working on getting those results in as we have to resolve that scratch in lane 3. But here they are, Lou.
And it's Caleb Morris taking home the win here on Heat 211 in Rally Super. And Caleb Morris went across that finish line in lane number 2, and his car was 617. So way to go, Caleb. Moving on to the next round.
Somebody just asked me, when are we getting Soapbox Derby trading cards? And I know sports cards are having a moment right now. Eric Welchenbaugh, if you're listening right now, I think somebody just gave you homework for the offseason. Sure they go. Heat 211 on track. Lane 1, car 621 of Alex Pronovost from Frontenac, Missouri. Lane 3, car 604 from Summerfield, Florida, Magnolia Susi. Region 4 and Region 7. An alpine skier and a go-karter in lane 1. Fan of racing, playing with puppies, riding a horse named Prince in lane 3 is Magnolia Susi.
Heat number 211 goes to Magnolia Susi. Magnolia scored that win in lane number 3 in a 604 car.
Okay, so we're asking for a Soapbox Derby video game, but we might have got one. Soapbox Derby trading cards. So, and I do a little bit of trading card collecting myself. So, I'm trying to think. Get some autograph cards in there.
Oh yeah.
What would the relic cards be in Soapbox Derby? Because at least the local champs, we keep the cars, so we can't do like race use shells from the world champions, or at least not all of them. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll put it on the agenda for the marketing committee. Next heat is on the ramps right now.
I want a Jeff Iola card.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be
There
like
you
the
go.
Mickey Mantle of trading cards, man.
All right, Heat 212 on the ramps right now. Lane 1, it's car 601 from Clearwater, Florida, Alexa Mello. Mello in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 632 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3. Here in round 1 in Rally Superstock. Braden Locker, the 2022 Rally Stock World Champion. Off and racing. Alexa Mello in lane 1. Ever the pragmatist said, career interest, something that makes a lot of money. Good thought. Fan of volleyball, basketball, and softball. Braden, fan of playing video games, playing outside with his dog Molly, slot car racing, and RC car racing, and wants to be a firefighter. I said earlier in the week, I got a soft spot for the slot car racers because that's the only thing I could do. My mom wouldn't sign a permission slip for anything else. Coming across the line, and there's a lot of oohs and ohs and wows going on, which means we've got a close result here. Stand by for results.
Got some great Rally Superstock racing going on here. We're at heat 212, and it's Braden Locker taking that heat, crossing the finish line first in lane number 3 in the 632 car.
And Lou, since we're waiting for cars on the ramps, tell them the differential in that heat.
1/1000th of a second. Wow.
Incredible. Job well done, Braden and Alexa. So we've had a dead heat. We've had a 1/1000th. We've had a handful of 2/1000th results so far. So really, again, I said it earlier, but a shout out to everybody who works on wheels and ramps and all the things that go into making these races so close. The calibration team, they worked so hard. And it's not just this week, but I know they were out here working in the heat with calibration runs. I know they were crunching the numbers till late into the night, trying to make sure that these lanes were absolutely as competitive as possible, and they did a fantastic job. Seeing everybody in the chat here saying stay hydrated while we're waiting for cars. Yeah, hit those Acme Fresh Market hydration stations. Hit the Cinched Coffee, the Ohio's Best Lemonade. If they still got samples of Gatorade products at the Mapco tent, make sure you get those. Alexis Head checking in. Good to hear from you, Alexis. Said, where's the professional belly dancer? I think you're referring to Alexa Karen or maybe her dad, but still waiting to see Alexa in action in just a little bit. Okay, we see more cars coming over the hill now. I see somebody in the chat checking in from Denmark. We've got people around the world watching the All-American Soapbox Derby World Championships at Sunlit Equinox. Thanks for being with us here today from Denmark. About to see our next heats in the Rally Superstock division. Rally Masters still to get underway. And there they are on the ramps for our next heat. Heat 213 is next. Lane 1 will be car 606 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Gerald Young. Young in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 616 from Alvaton, Kentucky, Sophia Rosa. Rosa in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 620 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 3. I know somebody in the chat was asking earlier, when does Dasha Driscoll race? Well, Dasha Driscoll races right now here in Heat 213 against Gerald Young and Sophia Rosa. Sophia Rosa, 5th on the board in points this year with 877.5. 4th on the board in wins with 13. And we are racing. Gerald Young in lane 1, Sophia Rosa in lane 2, Dasha Driscoll in lane 3. Dasha, one of our Youth Volunteer Service Award winners this year. This should be a very competitive heat between Young, Rosa, and Driscoll. Driscoll also the runner-up in the Rally Challenge, held on Tuesday. Who's it going to be moving on out of a good Heat 213?
Okay, let's check this out. Taking heat number 213, it's Gerald Young. Gerald Young crossing that finish line in lane number 1, piloting the 606 car.
Next, it's Heat 214. Lane 1 will be car 622 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 613 of Chase Scott. Scott in lane 3. Often racing, Carlson lane 1 wants to be a teacher or surgeon. Scott, a Navy SEAL or a historian. Racing their way down to the finish. A fan of golf, soapbox derby, basketball, softball. Against a fan of fishing, playing with his dog, and eating lunch. By the way, to respond to the chat, no, I haven't tried the deep fried Oreos at the stand yet, but I want to. I'm just not going to have time to get off the bridge for the rest of the day. Thank you, though.
Results just in for Heat 214, and it's Kaylee Carlson. Kaylee Carlson winning in lane number 1 in her 622 car.
Heat 215, almost ready to go. Lane 1, car 624 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Malachi Adkins. Adkins in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 605 from Clearwater, Florida, Olivia Mello. Mello in lane 3. Region 5 versus Region 7. Adkins wants to go get a business degree in human resources, doing that at Olivet Nazarene University. Wants to go on into HR management or be a personal trainer. Olivia Mello said she wants to go on to be an oncology breast surgeon. So here is the finish line between Adkins and Mello by 4 results.
Another close race, and we're talking about heat number 215. If you're just joining us, we're doing Rally Superstock, and this heat 215 goes to Malachi Adkins. Malachi Adkins took that win in lane number 1 behind a wheel of 624.
Heat 216, lane 1, it's car 600 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Hudson Stahl. Stahl in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 626 from Naperville, Illinois, Vincent LaCitra. LaCitra in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 612 of Bridget McQuiggan. McQuiggan in lane 3. Hudson Stahl, your points champion in Superstock with 985. We'll see how he can do. The future real estate realtor or teacher against the future aerospace engineer, against the future elementary school teacher and butterfly catcher. And a first-timer to the All-American is Bridget McQuiggan. Glad to have you here in Akron.
And it is Hudson Stahl. Hudson Stahl from New Philly, taking heat 216. He won in lane number 1, and he's driving it. He's driving that 600 car.
So your points champion rolling on in Superstock. As the wind kicks up here at Derby Downs, make sure you have everything secured in your canopies, folks. And hold on to your hats. You don't want to be in the My Hat Blew Off the Bridge. Well, that could only be a very small club. Membership comprised of me and Lou, basically.
We want to off
Yeah.
the track.
Absolutely. Napkins, hot dog wrappers, all that kind of stuff. Got somebody checking in on Twitch from Madagascar saying, what is this that I'm watching? You're watching the World Championships of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby, and we're glad you're with us. This is Gravity Racing at its absolute finest here in Akron, Ohio, USA. So our hold right now is for cars. Do want to encourage everybody, and I see a big group as I'm watching along on the YouTube stream here, watching along as we've got Game Day Sportswear down there. I see a balloon artist down there as well. Is that what I'm seeing? Very cool. But make sure you check out Game Day Sportswear. Get your official All-American Soapbox Derby apparel. So waiting for cars here. How do you win this activity, it says on Twitch? Well, you're going to need to get at least 3 round wins in order to win. This is bracket racing, essentially, to put it into simpler terms. So we're working through what you just saw a moment ago was our first round of our Rally Superstock competition. We'll have some other rounds coming down in just a bit. I would imagine we'll see some Rally Masters cars, some of our laydown cars coming up here in just a few minutes. They're the only ones that haven't finished a first round yet. Oh my goodness. We've got Ohio's Best Lemonade. Oh man. Thank you. What's your name?
Carson.
Carson, thank you so much for bringing these up. Really appreciate it. Oh man.
That is delicious.
That hits the spot. All right. Carson took good care of us. Everybody make some noise for Carson bringing up the lemonade. Thank you. Appreciate Ohio's Best Lemonade being here with us once again this week. I see somebody asking about their champ, if they raced already. I'm walking over to the heat sheets to take a look. Somebody asked if Sophia Hesseltine raced already. Yes, Sophia did race earlier. Did not win the first heat. So still waiting for our first round of Rally Masters. We've got 1, 2, 3, I believe, more heats of Rally Super Stock in the first round. Oh, nope, make that one. Let me look here. We've got 216 done. So we've got 2 more heats. I stand corrected. 2 more heats of Rally Super Stock to run. And then round 2 of Rally Super Stock will be set. We're already down to our final of the local divisions. All 3 local divisions down to the final 9 already. If you've been around the Derby for a while, you know usually we do all the rounds in order on Saturdays. So no second round heats typically go until the entire first round has been completed. Unfortunately, that's not really the case today. With all the changes, with having to put together an alternative way for these champs and their car handlers to work on the cars this morning, we're basically running them as we get them, which is unusual for us. But again, it was also an unusual situation with the air quality. And they said that at one point yesterday, I think it was, or the day before, the air quality in Northeast Ohio was the worst air quality in the world. So had to call an audible there, and really a big shout out to the competition committee for having to make some really difficult calls and figure things out as they went over the last couple days. So we're seeing some cars now rolling in. This is going to be Heat 217. First round of Rally Superstock. Lane 1, car 607 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 611 from Warrensburg, Missouri, Johnny Bueller. Bueller in lane 2, or excuse me, in lane 3. Any day but today, we would call it lane 2, but not today. That's lane 3. We run all 3 of them here at the All-American. So Smith and Bueller set to go here. Johnny Bueller, the 2022 local stock world champion. And here we go. Logan Smith in lane 1. Johnny Bueller in lane 3. Region 5 versus Region 4 racing in this one. Logan, a freshman at McHenry County College, wants to go into construction or working for a city. Johnny, still working on those career plans, but a fan of hanging out with friends, baseball, and watching sports. Here they come to the finish line. Logan Smith and Johnny Bueller.
It is Logan Smith. Logan Smith taking heat number 217. And he crossed that finishing line in lane number 1 in car 607. So way to go, Logan. You'll move on to the next round.
So one heat to go in the first round of Rally Superstock. We'll await that. For just joining us, it was an alternate procedure this morning, as we mentioned. The champs given 20 minutes under the tent to make any adjustments to the cars that they were able to do. Shells remained on. But giving these champs an opportunity to make at least some adjustments after what would have been a much longer period of time on Friday was knocked out by the low air quality. But it does look like we've got some people on the hill coming down from topside now. That looks like, and I appreciate Vicky Beck helping us out because she can see him better than us because she is 989 feet closer. This should be the last heat of round 1 in Rally Superstock.
No, I'm pretty good. But
that's my saving grace, keeping the headset on so the hat doesn't blow away.
Delicata.
Yes, sir. Your attention, please. All champs and car handlers in the local top 9 to your cars. Local top 9 champs and car handlers to your cars. And I'm hearing it being echoed from the top of the hill, so I'll say it one more time. Local top 9 champs, champs and car handlers, we need you topside right now to your cars. Okay, we've got 2 more cars on the ramps. This is heat 217. Or excuse me, 218. I stand corrected. We already did 217. How about 218? We'll do that one. Lane 1, it's car 635 from Jamestown, New York, Allison Blankenship. Blankenship in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 615 from Owasso, Oklahoma, Reese Lawrence. Lawrence in lane 3. Coming to you live today from Akron, Ohio for the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. We're in round 1 of Rally Superstock. Getting ready for Allison Blankenship and Reese Lawrence. A champ out of Region 9 and a champ out of Region 3. Almost ready for a start. And we are racing. Allison Blankenship in lane 1. Reese Lawrence in lane 3. This is heat 218. Should be last heat of the first round of Rally Superstock. Yes, it is. As we work our way towards world champions here today, Blankenship, a fan of hanging out with friends and sleeping, wants to be a nurse. Lawrence, a fan of reading, friends, creative drawing, being with her cats, and wants to be a veterinarian to help as many animals as possible.
And the win in Heat 218 goes to Reese Lorenz. Reese Lorenz taking that victory in lane number 3, car 615. Now that's the last of this one, and she will, or he will move on to the next round.
We were talking earlier about wanting some Derby trading cards. I just got a text here from Sarah Colasar. How about a special card featuring Ducky Downs, the official mascot of the Soapbox Derby? I'd be down for that. I'd buy one. So here's what round 2 in Rally Superstock looks like. Heat 219 will be Matthew Blakeman and Samantha Hoagie. Heat 220 will be Alexa Fisher and Lydia Marthy. Heat 221 will be Audrey Awarda and Tristan Toludo. Heat 222 will be Alicia Swinderman and Leo McFall. Heat 223 will be Mariah Butler and Caleb Morris. Heat 224 will be Braden Locker and Magnolia Susi. Heat 225 will be Gerald Young and Kaylee Carlson. Heat 226, Hudson Stahl and Malachi Adkins. And Heat 227 will be Logan Smith and Reese Lawrence. So those are your heats in round 2 of Rally Superstock. Winners of those heats will be in the final 9. Again, we need all top 9s to the car's top side. All top 9 locals, please go up to top side. We need you now. We've got to keep the program rolling. So please, top 9 locals, champs and car handlers, we need you top side right now. Thanks for the help in chat, Alex Hoagie. It says, Haley, get to your car. I mean, Haley might be at her car. We can't really see what's going on at topside, so Haley might be there. I don't know, Alex. So, and to keep up with what's going on in Derby Nation all year long, make sure you follow us on social media. Follow us on Facebook if you haven't already. Also, make sure you follow us on Instagram at Soapbox Derby Official. I know Eric, Sarah, and the crew are making some tremendous content. They've been doing it all week long. We appreciate them. Make sure you give us a follow at Soapbox Derby Official. So standing by, the only division that hasn't started yet is Rally Masters, so we should be seeing them before too long. As we mentioned, local already down to the final 9. Rally Stock and Super Stock have completed round 1. Has Haley made it to their car yet? I don't know. Maybe. I am well over 1,000 feet away from topside. And we don't have a topside cam up here on the bridge to look at. So not really sure. But rolling on here as we try to keep the program going as efficiently as possible. So waiting for our next group of cars. We're going to get Allison Pankoff over here in just a minute. I was not expecting to see Allison Pankoff. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to see Allison Pankoff at all today until the awards ceremony. I know you said that you'd be here no later than 2 o'clock up on the bridge. But Allison, not only the 2018 Rally Masters World Champion, but also now chair of the Racing Commission. So that means in non-derby speak, Allison had a long day. But Allison, welcome to the bridge. Thanks for coming up and being with us.
Thank you, Jason. Happy to be here. My voice is a little out. I've been yelling up top today, but everybody had a great morning. I think everything's been flowing really well.
And it looks like you came up at the right time because what's your name, champ?
Hudson Manning.
Hudson Manning just brought us deep fried Oreos.
Comments about the Soapbox Derby video game.
That was you?
Yeah.
So is that a real video game?
So Beam is like a car like simulator thing, and people can like make their own mods and stuff. So apparently there was a gravity racing one.
All right. So we're going to have to play some video games here at some point.
Yeah.
Well, Hudson, thank you so much for bringing this up, man. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hudson, I have one more question. What was your favorite part about this week?
I don't know. It was all.
Heck yeah. That's what we like to hear.
Like to hear that. Hudson, thank you. Hudson Manning right there. So, Allison, I guess I should probably have you put on the Racing Commission hat real quick and run us through. I mean, it was a little bit of a scramble having to put together a whole new plan in the span of about 24 hours. So walk us through it a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm blessed to have great leadership with Dennis Van Fulton, our CEO, and my other commission chairs, Jamie Allen, the chair of the Rally Commission, and Elizabeth Kimball, the chair of the regional. Very lucky to be able to have them to work through things, and my other commission member, Alan Happ, who's up on the bridge with us. But you know, we have to have a race, and we have to get kids aligned. So we're gonna do what we got to do for the Derby, whether it be us here at the crack of dawn or otherwise. I'm just really glad we were able to get it done, and the race is going so far so well. So I'm very happy with it.
And getting it done pretty quickly. I know we've had holds, but it's not because of anything that anybody's doing wrong, I don't think. In fact, the man who called your world championship in 2018, Mark Richards, texted me and said, "You guys are moving fast today. What are you doing out there?"
I know we started at a very decent time today, which was great. I personally, for what we had to do with today, everybody was great, good spirits up top. Everybody is, I mean, we're all in a hurry, but it's flowing nicely and started the race at a very good time today. So it's been I'm not gonna jinx it, but it's been a great day.
Yeah, careful now, careful. Don't jinx it. But yeah, I'm glad you clarified too that the race started at a great time. We were here. Well, I was here at 5 a.m. You were probably here earlier, but I think we do have to shout out everybody that got here early this morning, came back in late yesterday. There was a lot of schedule wrangling and people cutting into what would have been free time to make this happen.
Absolutely. A big shout out. Everybody, please thank all the volunteers, our commission members, regional directors, our staff, our CEO. Everybody, thank everybody who is able to help put this on. Also, props to the champs for making it here. I'm really glad we were able to put on a great week for you guys and able to get a good race going today.
So we're going to get back to racing in just a few minutes as we see cars coming over the ramps. So Allison, put yourself now. Now let's take off the racing commission hat and put that racer hat back on from a few years ago. What is this day like for these champs as they are racing through? And we know the unique challenges that are unique to this year, but what is this day like for the champs as they go through it?
This is probably one of the most nerve-wracking days for sure, but it's also one of the best days. I mean, oh, race day is a lot, I won't lie, but once you get through that first round or that first step, you get feeling good. Whether you win or you lose your first round, I mean, Akron is fun to be at and it's an honor to be invited. And as a racer, I mean, I had very many first round loses, all but 1 year that I came. So I understand all the kids that are bummed to be out today, but we're extremely grateful that they raced hard all season and in their locals to make it here. But personally, for me, I mean, race day was always a lot of fun just to be with my friends and my family and get some good racing, and especially in the 3 lane track.
All right, well, Allison, we'll let you catch your breath a little bit. Maybe eat some deep fried Oreos. We'll get back, and I have to think. Let me grab the binoculars here. I'm assuming this is going to be round one of Rally Masters coming down. And if I'm wrong, somebody will tell me from the starting line. But Allison, great to have you back up here. At long last, it's been a busy week, but great to have you here. Okay. Rally Masters set to go. Yeah. Okay, getting set to go in Masters. Rally Masters Heat 101 set to go. Lane 1, it's car 511 from Livingston Manor, New York, Emma Gable. Gable in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 512 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, Charlie Jans. Jans in lane 3, and we're starting to see the flags blowing a little bit more downhill now. So will we see a track record fall in the Masters division? Allison was just checking the air quality. Are we into acceptable levels now?
According to my application of weather, yes, we are.
All right. You may now breathe freely. Gable in lane 1 wants to be an elementary school teacher or a pediatric orthopedist or a marine biologist. Charlie Jans in lane 3 wants to be a neurologist or an actor on Broadway. And we are racing. Gable in lane 1, Jans in lane number 3. First heat of the day in Rally Masters. Time to go fast here at Derby Downs. Gable in lane 1, Jans in lane 3. Region 9 versus Region 8 to get things started here. And here they go to the finish line. And we'll stand by for results from Loose Knot.
The results are in. Crossing the finish line in lane number 1 was Emma Gable. Emma Gable behind the wheel of 511. This is heat number 101 of Rally Masters.
Heat 102 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 516 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 501 from Highland, Utah, Cohen Hardman. Hardman in lane 3. So here we go with Pierce Van Wart and Cohen Hardman. Region 4 and Region 2, Pierce Van Wart got the win in the All-Star race on Thursday. Second place in the Rally Challenge on Tuesday of this week. A football player, a basketball player, a shot put thrower. Racing against Cohen Hartman, who wants to be the Chief Executive Snack Officer, Emoji Translator, or Nap Quality Inspector. I have a feeling there are going to be some A-plus naps going on tomorrow once it's all said and done here at Derby Downs.
Heat 102 goes to Pierce Van Wart. Pierce crossed the finish line in lane number 1 behind the wheel of car 516. Look for Pierce to move on to the next round.
Heat 103 next, lane 1. It's car 529 from North Lawrence, Ohio, Megan DeLauder. DeLauder in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 509 from Avon, Indiana, Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. Getting these two champs loaded in. DeLauder, a junior at Seton Hill University, wants to be a physician's assistant. Shelton Taylor says he wants to be an underwater welding. Wait, there's some commas missing. Underwater welding or a professional soccer player or a professional gamer. Okay. I thought it said underwater welding professional soccer player, which, hey, if you can do it all at once, why not? Megan DeLauder and Shelton Taylor on the hill right now. Region 6 versus Region 5. In our third Masters heat in Rally Masters. Here they come down to the finish. First round action here at the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby.
All right, Heat 103. Heat 103 going to Megan DeLauder. Megan took that victory in lane number 1 behind the wheel of the 529 car.
Heat 104 next. Lane 1, it's car 539 from Camano Island, Washington, Lily Swanson. Swanson in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 502 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kason Hayes. Hayes in lane 3. Kason Hayes, a 3-time world champion. Harley Timers Club. Lily 1, fan of reading, thrifting, history, and trivia. Kason, a fan of football, golf, basketball, pickleball, video games, and arguing about sports with his family. He wants to work for a pro sports team. Going to be a freshman at the University of Akron this year. So here we go. Lily Swanson in lane 1. Kason Hayes in lane 3, a 2-car heat here in the first round of Rally Masters. Who's it going to be moving on? Region 1 or Region 6? Here comes the finish line for Lily Swanson and Kason Hayes.
If you're just joining us, we're in Rally Masters, and this is heat number 104, and it goes to Kason Hayes. Kason Hayes of Conneaut, Ohio, took that victory in lane number 3 behind the wheel of 502.
Next will be heat 105, lane 1. It's car 524 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Nate Crosby. Crosby in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 517 from Des Moines, Iowa, Warren Mead. Mead in lane 3. Warren Mead also with a win already this week, but a little different kind. Warren Mead was the winner of the 989 Dash, which took place here on Sunday, just after the Soapbox Derby 5K presented by MAPCO. It was a dash from our start line to our finish line, 989 feet. Warren covered that in 37.66 seconds. 37.66. Crosby in lane 1, Mead in lane 3. We might have to actually check his time in the car in this heat and see what it adds up to be. But here comes Crosby, a future broadcaster, aviation meteorologist. Warren Mead says he's going to be a professional cotton candy waterer. I didn't know you had to water cotton candy. I think that's counterintuitive, isn't it?
Well, it is Nate Crosby taking heat number 105, crossing that finish line in lane number 1 in car 524.
Heat 107 next, lane 1, car 513 from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 504 from Lyons, Georgia, Charles Connor. Connor in lane 3. Jamison Cook, a Boy Scout, enjoys going camping, traveling with the family, and rally racing across the country. Charles Connor, a fan of sleeping, eating, spending time with family and friends, and road trips. And here they come. Jamison Cook out of 3. Charles Connor out of Region 7. Jamison Cook kind of nailed it. One of the coolest things about being out on the rally circuit, getting to see this great country of ours, going to all kinds of different places to race. There's the finish line for Jamison Cook and Charles Connor. I'm told we're going to go to rally stock after this.
And it is Jamison Cook taking the victory here in heat number 107, crossing the finish line in lane 1, right behind the wheel of 513. So look for Jamison Cook to move on to the next round.
Time to start rally stock round 2. This is heat 319, lane 1. It'll be car 731 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 728, From Malvern, Iowa, Hunter Rose Smith. Hunter Rose Smith in lane 3. Yes, we did try the deep fried Oreos. They were fantastic.
Yummy.
Often Racing, Micah Adkins, lane 1. Hunter Rose Smith, lane 3. Micah wants to play in the FIFA World Cup. Hunter, our future barrel racer or robotic engineer. Down across the line are Micah Adkins and Hunter Rose Smith. Allison and I have a habit of talking existence on the bridge during the week. Can we talk like maybe a rally during the NFR into existence for Hunter Rose Smith, our future barrel racer?
And it is Micah Adams taking heat 319. Micah Adams across the finish line in lane number 1, behind the wheel of 731.
Heat 320 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 743 from Plymouth, Minnesota, Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 711 from Denver, North Carolina, Baylor Flo. Flo in lane 3. Here we go. Kilby in lane 1, Flo in lane 3. Round number 2 of Rally Stock. As we make our way down to the final 9 in Rally Stock. Here they come, Kilby and Flo. Baylor Flo, 8th place here a year ago in Rally Stock. Trying to improve on that. Garrett Kilby over there in lane 1. We'll see who takes this one.
And 320 does go to Garrett Kilby. Garrett Kilby winning this one in lane 1, car 743.
Heat 321, lane 1, it's car 712 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Anna Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 701 of Henry Warren. Warren in lane 3. Now people in the YouTube chat are trying to get people to buy them deep fried Oreos. Blakeman, a gymnast, a swimmer. Warren, fan of playing baseball and racing soapbox. Your Rally Challenge winner in lane 3. Anna Blakeman in lane 1. Henry Warren in lane 3. It's Region 12 versus Region 7 here for a spot in round 3. But who will it be? Here come Anna Blakeman and Henry Warren. Down to the finish. There they are.
And crossing that finish line first, it was the 701 car, piloted by Henry Warren over in lane 3, thus taking heat number 321.
Heat 322 is next. Lane 1, car 725 from Bellevue, Nebraska, Vixie Woolridge. Woolridge in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 746 from Stanwood, Washington, Amos Miller. Miller in lane 3. We never did figure out if it's hotelier or hotelier for Vixie Woolridge as her career interest. Amos Miller wants to be a game developer. Often Racing, Vixie Woolridge and Amos Miller. Woolridge, a fan of creating dragon puppets, playing with her cat, and talking on the phone with friends. Amos Miller, a fan of soapbox, sports, Boy Scouts, reading, shooting sports, and swimming. Wants to be a game developer, does Amos Miller. Vixie wants to be, really, is it hotelier or hotelier? I don't know. Depends on how nice the hotel is, I think. The finish line for Woolridge and Miller.
And Amos Miller taking heat 322. Amos Miller across the finish line in lane 3, and he's driving that 746 car. We should see some good times here because the wind has shifted And it looks like some of our champs will get a decent tailwind.
Should be fun to watch some of these heats. We know we've got weather coming. 323 on track. Leo Chans in car 718 in lane 1. Ava Deal, car 710 in lane 3. Two-car heat in round 2 of rally stock. Leo Jans, future military man and a member of the K-9 unit. Ava Deal, future marine biologist. Couple of really strong champs in this one. Going across the finish line. Ava Deal, your top rally winner in all the nation this year with 37.
And it is Ava Deal. Ava Deal winning in lane 3 on car 710, car 710, and thus taking the heat. What's 323?
Just
moving along.
Just got word from topside. Assistance is needed in the blue barn. They could use some more volunteers in the blue barn. So if you're able to help, head on up that way. They sure could use more help in the blue barn. Heat 324 next. Lane 1, it's car 720 from Madisonville, Kentucky. Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 729 from Ogallala, Nebraska. Marissa Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. And we are off and racing. It's Zachary Sally in lane 1. Marissa Juarez in lane 3. Zachary Sally, our future Golden State Warrior. Juarez, a future veterinarian, racing their way down to the finish line here. And on under the bridge they go. Sally and Juarez.
Zachary Sally taking the win in heat 324 over in lane 1. Zachary Sally in that 720 car. We'll look for him a little bit later on this afternoon.
Next up, it's heat 325, lane 1. It's car 717 from Englewood, Ohio, Maddie Gramsch. Gramsch in lane 1. Lane 3, car 723 from Brule, Nebraska, Adela McBride. McBride in lane 3. Maddie said she wants to be a future potato walker and will be the first girl to win the Indy 500, win the All-American, and be a soapbox derby mom. Maddie, I'm rooting for you on that. Adela, last year's local stock world champion, wants to be a mom, a saint, a designer, or an artist. So here come Gramsch and McBride. Region 6 versus Region 4, down to the finish.
And that's Adelia McBride taking this one and winning 325. She did that over in the third lane there. 723 was her car. So she will be moving on.
Heat 326, round 2 of rally stock, lane 1. Car 742 from Massillon, Ohio, Natalie Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 734 from Holton, Maine, Aiden Sear. Sear in lane number 3. They look just about set to go. And they are racing. Marthy in lane 1 out of Region 6. Sear in lane 3 out of Region 10. You got a swimmer, a soccer player in lane 1, a fan of derby racing, golf, fishing, tennis, riding four-wheelers, and playing Phase 10 with mom. Although Aiden says mom always wins. We'll see what happens here. Let's see if Aiden can win this against Natalie Marthy. To get the results, I'm being told we need more hooks at topside. More hooks, please.
We're in rally stock action right now. Heat 326, and that goes to Aiden Sear. Aiden Sear winning 326 over in lane 3 and behind the wheel of the 734 car. So look for Aiden to move on to the next round.
Heat 327, phase one. What am I talking about? It's Saturday. We don't do any phases on Saturday. Lane one, car 745 of Rhea Sailor out of Camano Island, Washington. Sailor in lane one. Lane three, it's car 702 from Stanwood, Washington, Ira Miller. Miller in lane three. So we've got a battle out of that great Stanwood, Camano Island Derby organization right here. Sailor in lane one, Miller in lane three. And a good one between those two as they come across the finish line. I think the Stanwood Camano Island Derby ones, it's on my bucket list to go check out at some point. Looks really cool.
We're talking Heat 327 and the rally stock, and it goes to Rhea Sailor. Rhea Sailor taking that victory in lane number one, piloting that 745 car.
So now the wait is for cars. We thank Donato's Pizza for bringing more pizza up. We have been well fed up here this week. We got Donato's Pizza. We've got deep fried Oreos, Ohio's best lemonade. Oh, man. All right. So final nine is set in rally stock. Here it is. In Heat 328, it will be Micah Adkins, Garrett Kilby, and Henry Warren. In Heat 329, it'll be Zachary Sally, Amos Miller, and Ava Deal. And in Heat 330, it'll be Aiden Sear, Rhea Sailor, and Adela McBride. That's your final nine in rally stock. We'll see them come back on the golf carts here in just a little bit. Allison, you and your crew getting some love in the YouTube chat here. Great job getting everything done, faced with unprecedented circumstances. Yeah. I wasn't in any of the meetings, but where I was doing most of my work this week was right next door to where those meetings were taking place. And I know that door was closed for a long time this week as you guys were trying to make sure everything was right. So job well done. Okay, we've got Masters cars on the ramps. Okay, here we go. This is in round one of Rally Masters, Heat 108. Lane one will be car 505 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane one. In lane three, it's car 533 from Port Republic, Virginia, Grayson Lilly. Lilly in lane three. Alexa Guerin, a freshman in college, said her career interests are marketing, but if that doesn't work, she'll get her MRS degree. Grayson said plans to attend medical school and become a doctor. Guerin, a fan of Soapbox Derby, of course, and hiking in the mountains. Grayson Lilly, fan of video games, fishing, shooting, hunting, and derby racing. Opening round of Rally Masters. On track towards the bottom of the heat sheet. This is Heat 108. Guerin in lane one, Lilly in lane three. Grayson Lilly with 14 rally wins on the season. Let's see what happens here between two of the greats, Alexa Guerin and Grayson Lilly down to the finish line.
Great racing here today at the All-American Soapbox Derby. We are in Rally Masters. This is Heat 108, and that heat goes to Alexa Guerin. Alexa Guerin, car 505, out of lane number 1.
More Masters cars on the ramps. Heat 109 on the ramps right now. Lane 1, it'll be car 527 from Stowe, Ohio, Keegan Altamare. Altamare in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 525 from Alvaton, Kentucky, Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 3.
I got it working pretty good right now.
Every time it starts, it should do that. All right. I think we're draining that one just a little more than we should. This one, okay. Almost ready for a start between Altamare and Rosa. This will be Region 6 versus Region 12. On track are Keegan Altamare and Isabella Rosa. Altamare, a fan of running, biking, and hanging out with friends, wants to be an audio engineer. Isabella Rosa also wants to be the president of the United States, maybe a pro soccer player or a veterinarian. Here they come down to the finish. And we'll have results from Lou here in a moment.
Results are in for Heat 109, and it finds Isabella Rosa as our victor. And she took that victory out of lane number 3 in the 525 car.
Heat 106 up next, lane 1. Lane 1, car 526 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Addison Locker. Locker in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 521 from Rochester, New Hampshire, Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 3. Locker and Lawton getting set to go here. Locker, a fan of sleeping and hanging with friends. Lawton, a fan of laying in bed, hanging out with friends and family, volleyball, and soapbox derby. Addison wants to be an animal physical therapist and also wants to win on Saturday so her dad will take her to Disney. All right, a lot on the line for Addison Locker. Chloe says she wants to be a snake milker like her Uncle Ken. Is that kind of like animal physical therapy? I don't know. Across the finish line, we'll see if Addison is one step closer to Disney or if Chloe is moving on to the next round.
Heat 106 goes to Chloe Lawton, crossing that finish line in lane 3 in the 521 car.
Up next, it's Heat 110. Lane 1 will be car 503 from Sanford, Florida, Bryce Sykes. Sykes in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 536 from Mount Gilead, Ohio, Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 3. Sykes, a fan of fishing and boating, wants to be a power lineman. Gayton, a fan of dance, golf, and cheer, wants to go into pediatric oncology. Racing in Heat 110. Sykes in lane 1, Gayton in lane 3. Our future power lineman and our future pediatric oncologist on track in round 1 of Rally Masters. There they go across the finish line. Lou will have results.
Waiting for results on Heat 110. We're still in Rally Masters at this point. And the victory will go out to Ava Gayton. Ava Gayton took that win, lane number 3. Driving that 536 car, Ava will move on.
Okay, so while we're waiting for cars, I'm being told that key fob we told you was missing earlier. If you drive a Toyota, you might want to go check with the start line because we might have your key fob. And I think if we still have it at the end of the day, Vicky Beck gets to keep your car. I think that's how that works. No, that's not how it works. That's totally not Grand Theft Auto. And I'm told we still have a watch up at topside that somebody lost. And didn't somebody lose that? Did somebody say that one was lost in a bathroom somewhere? Yeah, they're saying in my ear it was lost in a bathroom. So there's a missing key fob sitting at the start line. There's a missing watch sitting up at topside. So waiting for cars so we can continue on in our early rounds in the rally competition here at the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Jason Sokol, Lou Snodgrass, and I can actually say Allison Pankoff without saying the words will join us shortly for the first time all week. So it's been a busy week for the chair of the Racing Commission. So Allison, we were sort of talking about not just you, but you earlier. When we were talking about it, it seems like the leadership group in Derby Racing is starting to look a lot younger. With people like you, obviously Dennis, the YPLC. What's going on? It seems like the younger generation is starting to step into some of these roles.
Oh, we're just changing things up. I think it's a great thing. We have a lot of younger folks getting on the different commissions, rally commission, regionals, everything like that. Racing commission is getting some younger folks as well. Um, it's just good to have the interest in old racers and parents of racers and those kind of folks that still want to stay in the Derby but still want to make an impact.
So we're going to be coming up on applications for all those commissions, I think, in the months to come here. Just closed. Okay, so just closed. So if that's something that interests you for next year, hang on to it. When do those usually open, Allison? They open in May. So if you're interested in that, keep it in your back pocket for next spring. But I know we're always looking for some great people to step up and step into some of these leadership roles here in Derby Racing. Allison just pointed out she is the youngest person on her commission by how many years? Am I not saying it? Is it impolite to say? I don't know. I don't want to get myself in trouble here. We've got Masters over the hill, and is that State Representative Bill Romer down there that I see? It kind of looks like him down there. A lot of people getting the tour of the bridge here as we wait for cars. Masters cars coming next. Still got some more heats to run here. But great to have everybody out here at Derby Downs after what's been a challenging weather week. It started with the pregame parade at the Rubber Ducks getting washed out as the warning track at 717 Credit Union Park kind of looked like the canal that runs behind the ballpark when we got into the ballpark on Saturday night. And then smoke issues for a couple of days, but here today, Chamber of Commerce weather in Akron for the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American. Doing our best to work through the program as efficiently as we can. It seems backwards when we have all these holds to think, oh, this is running slow. Not really. And I'm looking at my watch. It is 1:23 here in Akron, so we're not too far off of where we normally are. But trying to get this done, and really the challenge is how do you get it done quickly, but also get it done where the champs had some time to address anything that needed to be addressed on their cars this morning. You know, several of them, I forget what the number was, but there was a pretty high number that needed brake pad changes, any kind of calibration issues, lots of things that maybe people thought they were going to have some time to work on yesterday and got smoked out. So making sure that we get a good, honest, fair competition. Holly says, where's Tuna? Do we need to do a tuna check down there? Uh-oh. He's still there. All right, we're good. We got the thumbs up from Runout. He's still there. He's still good. All right, and we are ready to get back to racing. Heat 110 was the last heat down. We got more Masters cars arriving at the ramps as we speak. Okay. Heat 111 coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 515 from Akron, Ohio, Ella Probst. Probst in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 532 from Culpeper, Virginia, Penelope Bryant. Bryant in lane 3. Tuna, your daughter's keeping an eye on you from the chat here. Probst out of Region 6, her 14th year of racing for Ella Probst out of Akron. Penny, a fan of Legos, crocheting, Minecraft, beating her sisters and friends at Mario Kart. Wants to be a Navy fighter pilot or going to the WRC or Formula One. Getting the hatch closed now on Ella Probst. Looks like Penny Bryant is just about ready as well to get back racing here in the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. On what's become a nice day, but a breezy day here in Northeast Ohio. We're off and racing. Ella Probst in lane 1, Penelope Bryant in lane 3. Region 6 and Region 8 represented here in the first round of Rally Masters competition. Just a few heats left and we'll be all done with round 1. There they go across the finish line. Lou will have those results.
And those times are in right now. It's Heat 111, and it went to Penelope Bryant. Penelope Bryant crossing the finish line over there in lane number 3 in the 532 car. So Penelope will move on to the next round.
Margin on that one, 9 1/1000ths of a second. All right. Heat 112, lane 1, it's car 534 from Massillon, Ohio, Paige Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. Lane 3, car 523 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 3, your Rally Challenge winner on Tuesday. Marthy, a freshman at Otterbein University, a fan of soccer, track, lifeguarding, swimming, and getting froyo with friends. It says her career interests being a dancer like her dad. My question is, can dad dance? I don't know if I want the answer to that question. But a dancer like her dad. Chase Stewart, meanwhile, fan of baseball, hanging out with friends at the pool or at the beach, mountain bike riding and racing, going to a good tailgate at an SEC football game, and listening to dad teaching me life lessons, says Chase Stewart, who's had a great run so far this week. They're on track. Paige Marthy in lane 1. Chase Stewart in lane 3. Region 6 versus Region 12. Here they come. Paige Marthy, the Otterbein Cardinal, against Chase Stewart, a junior at Signal Mountain High School in Tennessee. There they go. Lou will have the results in a minute.
Taking the win for heat number 112, it is Chase Stewart. Chase Stewart going across that finish line in lane 3. He was behind the wheel of 523. Look for Chase in the next round.
Heat 114 is next. Lane 1, it's car 507 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 537 from Camano Island, Washington, Leonidas Saylor. Saylor in lane 3. Here we go. Jillian Smith in lane 1. Leonidas Saylor in lane 3. Jillian, a senior at Florida Gulf Coast, wants to go into a career in the FBI, crime analysis, victim advocacy, or maybe go to law school. Saylor, a sophomore in high school, very pragmatic, said he wants to go into anything that pays well and can't be replaced by AI. Smart man, Leonidas. There's the finish line for Jillian and Leonidas. State Representative Bill Romer joining us up here. We'll try to get him on mic in just a minute if we get another hold.
It's Jillian Smith moving on to the next round as she takes heat number 114. She took that victory in lane number 1 in the 507 car.
So Representative Romer is here. And real quick, Representative, you were the one that passed some legislation to enshrine the Soapbox Derby as an official Ohio. What was the exact wording?
Hi, folks. This is State Representative Bill Romer. I'm so proud to have everybody here in Northeast Ohio. You are now participating in Ohio's official gravity racing games. In other words, this is going to be recognized in history as the official gravity racing games of Ohio. The state has also supported this race because of the economic development, because of what's done for the kids with some millions of dollars to improve the track, improve the guardrails, improve the experience up top. I am so happy to be here. Congratulations to everyone that's here.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you. State Representative Bill Romer from the Ohio House of Representatives right there. We'll try very hard not to hit those nice rails you helped us out with. Heat 115 on the ramps, lane 1. It's car 520 from Lafayette, Indiana, Evan Ashley. Ashley in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 522 from Dover, New Hampshire, Finn Haran. Haran in lane 3. Evan Ashley and Finn Haran on track. Ashley, a fan of camping, swimming, gaming, roller coasters, family game nights, and soapbox derby. Finn Haran, a fan of sleeping and hockey and wants to be a professional line stander or fortune cookie writer. How about a fortune cookie? The finish line is in your future. There it is. Job well done, Evan and Finn. Results from Lou in a moment.
And it is Finn Haran taking heat 1-5, 115 in Rally Masters. He did that in lane 3, and Finn was piloting his 522 car. So look for Finn in the next round.
Oh, I see how it is. Yes. Wow. Heat 116 up next. We're having some fun off the mic up here. Lane 1, it's car 528 from Rittman, Ohio, Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 531 from Unionville, Virginia, Savannah Huggins. Huggins in lane 3. Meredith Brown, I said earlier in the week, a member of the BioCard Hall of Fame. Favorite activity, sleeping and goat whispering. Career interest, second shift fry cook at the Krusty Krab. They're on track. Savannah Huggins, meanwhile, a fan of baking and racing. Career interest, a personal financial advisor and running a home bakery. Here they come down to the finish, Brown and Huggins. There's the finish line for them.
All right, it is Meredith Brown taking heat 116. And Meredith, I do love a Krabby Patty. And she won that in lane 1 in her 528 car. Heat number 116.
So Meredith wins. I think that means she gets the spatula with port and starboard attachments, right? And don't forget about the turbo drive. 113 up next. Lane 1, it's car 518 of AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 535 of Jonathan Johnson. Johnson in lane number 3. Whatever happens in this heat, we will see Jonathan Johnson on stage tonight. He is one of our Youth Volunteer Service Award winners for 2026. AJ Garcia and Jonathan Johnson on track. AJ wants to be a world traveler or star in butter commercials. Jonathan Johnson said working on a bachelor's degree in aeronautical science at Everett University, wants to go into aeronautical science and aviation to become a commercial pilot. Very cool.
And it's AJ Garcia taking the win in lane number 1 in a 518 car and taking heat number 113. So look for AJ to continue in the next round.
Heat 117 is next. Lane 1, it's car 514 from Monroe Falls, Ohio, Mallory Figueroa. Figueroa in lane 1. With a cheering section here from Monroe Falls. Lane 3, it's car 519 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 3. Emma Roseland, the 2022 Local Masters World Champion. Looking to move on to the next round against Mallory Figueroa. Here we go. Figueroa in lane 1 from just down the street in Monroe Falls. A fan of volleyball, racing, working out, sharpshooting, and doing nails. Future pediatric oncologist Emma Roseland wants to work at Central Perk. Favorite activities, watching clouds.
as we work our way through Rally Masters. This is Heat 117, and it goes to Emma Roseland. Emma Roseland took that victory in lane number 3 in car 519.
Somebody waiting for cars once again here, and somebody just put in the chat, who is this? This is Beaver_Lake. Looks like the wind is picking up. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it in our microphones or not. We are outside here on the bridge at Derby Downs, but yeah, the wind has picked up quite considerably here in the last few minutes. I haven't looked at the weather radar because, quite frankly, I don't want to. We're trying to chase weather here, as we know that there's a chance of severe weather later today. Working very hard to get this show in before the weather gets here. Olivia Hartzler checking in and said, hey, give a shout out to Region 6 for me. Region 6, where you at? So we're looking, we actually do have a weather station on the starting line. I'll look at that. I really don't want to look at the radar, but I'm going to have to look at it eventually. I know, but 89 degrees at the start line, winds at 6 miles an hour, gusting to 18. It feels like a lot more than that at the finish line, though, honestly. But we are kind of in a bit of a wind tunnel here at the finish line, where everything kind of comes together. The grandstands, and of course the racing hill, what's left of the Akron Rubber Bowl behind us. There is some people don't know this. There is half of a rubber bowl still underneath all that grass and dirt over there, because if they took out the entire stadium that used to be alongside the track, George Washington Boulevard was going to fall in. The structure that is basically built into the side of the hill is holding up George Washington Boulevard. So the only thing they could do when they took out the rubber bowl and moved University of Akron athletics onto campus is bury it in dirt. So, and I know there have been various proposals of what to do with that property, but so far, they did the best they could. I think this is also where I'm supposed to say, stay out of the rubber bowl. Set to go for Heat 118. Loading in right now in lane 1. It's Kansas City, Missouri's Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 530 from New Sharon, Iowa, Melvin Spolstra. Spolstra in lane 3. Number 1 on the board in points and wins is Brenna Kilby. 908 points and 16 rally wins this season. Also came in 3rd place in the All-Star race held here on Thursday. Was 2nd place at NDR back at Labor Day weekend. And 2nd place in Rally Masters a year ago. So let's see how this goes. Brenna Kilby in lane 1. Melvin Spolstra in lane 3. Brenna, a fan of playing volleyball, hunting, playing guitar, and fishing with her grandpa. Melvin Spolstra, a fan of fishing, camping, soapbox derby racing, and video games. Wants to be a YouTuber. Here's the finish line for Kilby and Spolstra.
And 118 has concluded to the point where Melvin Spolstra has won, and he did that in lane 3 in his 530 car. So look for Melvin to move on to the next round.
Margin of victory for Melvin Spolstra, 1/1000th of a second. The closest of margins before we declare a dead heat. The timer goes to the thousands and no further. Round 2 of Rally Superstock is next. In lane 1, it's car 610 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 602 from Oviedo, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3. They're off and racing. This is round 2 in Rally Superstock. Our future Nashville music producer and our future nurse going at it here. Champs from regions 12 and 7. And here they come. And it's a good one between Blakeman and Hoagie. We'll stand by for results from Lou.
And it was Matthew Blakeman taking heat number 219. Matthew Blakeman crossing that finish line first in his 610 car in lane number 1.
Heat 220 next, lane 1. It's car 634 from Worthington, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 639 from Massillon, Ohio, Lydia Marthy. Marthy in lane 3. 2-car heat here in the second round for Rally Superstock. Before too long, we'll have our final 9 all constructed in the Superstock division on the Rally side. Just about set here for Fisher and Marthy. They are racing. Alexa Fisher in lane 1, Lydia Marthy in lane 3. A future engineer against a future cosmetologist or NICU nurse. Alexa Fisher and Lydia Marthy racing their way down. Region 6. Going to have at least one champ go through because, well, they're both from Region 6. Results from Lou coming up.
And those results show Alexa Fisher is our winner in heat number 220. Alexa Fisher driving the 634 car, and she took that win out of lane number 1. So looks for Alexa to move on to the next round.
Somebody said their money is on Region 6 in that heat. Yeah, good call, but don't bet on Derby racing, man. Come on now. If you're going to, don't be like Chris Harris, who was betting on pace cars earlier in the week. Heat 221 coming up. Lane 1, it's car 619 from Keystone, Nebraska, Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 618 from Castle Rock, Colorado, Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 3. Again, no betting on soapbox derby racing, but if you are, might want to bet on Region 4 in this one. Auerda and Toludo. Nebraska and Colorado. Audrey Auerda, a fan of hanging out with friends, racing soapbox, and going to the lake. Kristen, a fan of drone technology, baseball, aviation, spending time with his dog, reading, rock climbing, playing video games, being outdoors, kayaking, and traveling to new places. I think results from Lou in a moment. Auerda and Toludo past the finish line.
Okay, the results are in for heat 221, and it goes to Audrey Auerda. Audrey clocked in that win in the lane number 1, and her car was 619.
This should be a good one, too. Heat 222, lane 1, car 636 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 1. Lane 3, car 623 from Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, Leo McFall. McFall in lane 3. Rallied as a Region 4 champ all year, just moved to Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio not too long ago. So technically this is Region 6 versus Region 4. Here comes Swinderman and McFall. Who's going on to the next round? Will it be our professional chicken chaser or our future electrical engineer?
Rally Super Stock, heat number 222, goes to Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman taking that win in lane number 1 and car 636.
Heat 223 Rally Superstock. Lane 1, car 625 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Mariah Butler. Butler in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 617 from Monroe Falls, Ohio. It's Caleb Morris. Morris in lane 3. They are on track now. Butler in lane 1, Morris lane 3. Butler getting over towards that rail. Champs from regions 5 and 6. There they go under the bridge.
The results of Heat 223 and Rally Superstock goes to Caleb Morris. Caleb Morris. He's logging that win in off of lane number 3. And of course, Caleb always drives that 617 car.
Starting to see the regions all checking in chat. I see region 12, I see region 4, region 6 a little bit more. All the regions wanting their shout outs. I think that means at some point I have to hand the mic to Allison and let her talk about region 4. So I am a member of no regions. I am a neutral entity up here. Heat 224. Braden Locker, car 632 in lane 1. Magnolia Susi, car 604 in lane 3. I live in Cleveland, so technically I'm a region 6 guy, but absolute journalistic neutrality. Locker, Susi, our future firefighter, our future exotic veterinarian. Racing into the finish. Here they are.
Heat 224 goes to Braden Locker. Braden Locker winning in lane number 1 with car 632.
Heat 225, lane 1, it's car 606 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Gerald Young. Young in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 622 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson in lane 3. Region 1 getting shout outs from Denmark in the chat on YouTube right now. Young, a junior at Ben Davis High School, wants to be an engineer. Carlson said golf, her favorite sport, then soapbox derby, but also a fan of volleyball, basketball, and softball. Also likes playing trash and Uno and wants to be a teacher or a surgeon. Trying to do some work on lane 3 right now is Kaylee Carlson against Gerald Young over there in lane number 1. And they are down across the finish.
Kaylee Carlson, winner of Heat 225. Kaylee took that victory in lane number 3 and car 622. Look for Kaylee to move on to the next round.
Being told 3 heats left in this round, maybe. Heat 226 is next anyways. Lane 1, it's car 600 of Hudson Stull from New Philadelphia, Ohio. Stull in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 624 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Malachi Adkins. Adkins in lane 3. They are on track now. Hudson Stull, 985 points. Good for first in the Superstock division this year. 18 rally wins. That's good for second. Behind Alicia Swinderman. But here come Hudson Stull, our future realtor, and our Malachi Adkins, our future HR manager, or personal trainer down to the finish line.
And the win goes to Hudson Stall. Hudson Stall behind the wheel of car number 600. And he was over in lane number 1, taking heat 226.
Heat 227 coming up, lane 1. Going to be car 607 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane 3, car 615 from Owasso, Oklahoma, Reese Lawrence. Lawrence in lane 3. Another one of our very practical champs with his favorite activities: fishing, working on cars, playing guitar, video games, and making money. Amen to that, Logan Smith. Reese Lawrence, she's a fan of reading, friends, creative drawing, and being with her cats. Wants to be a veterinarian. And on down the track they come. They're past halfway. They're across the tunnel right now. And on down to the finish line come Logan Smith and Reese Lawrence.
And the win goes to Logan Smith. Logan Smith behind the wheel of 607 over in lane 1 takes the victory for heat number 227.
All right, so the hold is for cars. I assume we will see the second round of Rally Masters next. Not 100% sure, though. Looking at our chat on YouTube, somebody said, I'm surprised Soapbox Derby isn't a thing in Denmark. Well, that means you have to start it in Denmark. No pressure or anything. All right, so our final 9 is set in the Rally Superstock. Here's what it's going to look like. Heat 228 will be Matthew Blakeman, Alexa Fisher, and Audrey Auerda. Heat 229 will be Braden Locker, Alicia Swinderman, and Caleb Morris. And Heat 230 will be Hudson Stall, Logan Smith, and Kaylee Carlson. So that should be a good final 9 in Rally Superstock coming up in just a little bit. Only final 9 left to put together here is our Rally Masters division, and we see cars coming down right now. So not too far away from getting the final 9 in Rally Masters constructed. And then it gets fun. Placement heats, championship heats, and we'll be crowning world champions. And when we do, they'll go to Mapco Victory Lane. We thank Mapco for their support of the International Soapbox Derby and remind you to go check them out. Go check out Mapco in the vendor area and get signed up for My Rewards, get fuel discounts. If this year's Derby was a road trip for you, that introductory discount when you join My Rewards can go a long way when you fill up the rig to go home. Want to remind everybody, all of our champs will be recognized tonight at the Akron Civic Theater from 7 to 9. Our award ceremony, I'll be up there. I was told that Allison has a role too, but a lot of us will be up there celebrating these champs, and it's always a fun evening to recognize the hard work of these champs, their families, and tie a bow on a great week here in Akron. And I neglected to mention, Kaylee Carlson made the final 9 on her birthday.
Wow.
Happy birthday to Kaylee Carlson. Heat 119 coming up in Rally Masters. Second round action here, lane 1. It's going to be car 511 of Emma Gable. Gable in lane 1. Lane 3, car 516 of Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 3. Will the award ceremony be streamed? I don't believe so. I don't think we have a live stream of the award ceremony. If somebody tells me otherwise, I'll let you know. But we are off and racing now in round 2 of Rally Masters. Emma Gable in lane 1. Pierce Van Wart in lane 3. Emma, a volleyball player, a goalie on her soccer team. Van Wart, a football player, a basketball player, and a shot putter. Here they come down to the finish for Gable and Van Wart.
We are still doing Rally Masters, and we've just concluded heat number 119, and the win goes to Pierce Van Wart. Now, Pierce will advance to the next round. He took this victory in lane number 3, piloting the car 516. So way to go, Pierce.
Heat 120, lane 1, it's car 502 of Kason Hayes out of Conneaut, Ohio. Hayes in lane 1. Lane 3 is car 529 of Megan DeLauder from North Lawrence, Ohio. Megan DeLauder in lane number 3. Getting those cars situated on the ramps. Two champs from Region 6 in this heat. In round 2 of Rally Masters. Off and racing. Kason Hayes in lane 1. Megan DeLauder in lane 3. Hayes, a freshman at the University of Akron. DeLauder, a junior at Seton Hill. And these two champs looking good. There's the finish line.
And it is Kason Hayes first across that finish line, taking heat number 120. Racing in car 502, he did his victory on lane number 1.
Heat 121 coming up next. It's going to be Nate Crosby in car 524 in lane 1. Out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Lane 3, it'll be car 521 of Chloe Lawton from Rochester, New Hampshire. Good week for Chloe so far. 3rd place in the Rally Challenge held on Tuesday. The Rally Challenge, for anybody new to Derby, that's our 3-lane challenge part of the week. You get to run all 3 lanes, more like a traditional rally race. So here come Crosby and Lawton. Nate Crosby, our fan of Pokemon, dirt bikes, archery, and playing the trumpet. Lawton, a fan of laying in bed, hanging out with friends and family, volleyball, and soapbox derby. Future broadcaster, aviation meteorologist, and future snake milker. I'm still not sure. Well, anyways. Down across the finish line are Nate Crosby and Chloe Lawton.
Heat 121 goes to Nate Crosby. Nate Crosby crossing that finish line over in lane number 1 in car 524.
Heat 122 coming up, lane 1. It's car 505 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 513 from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, Jamison Cook. Cook in lane 3. Guerin and Cook getting set to go here. This will be Region 7 versus Region 3. And here they come. Alexa Guerin in lane 1, Jamison Cook in lane 3. Second round in Rally Masters. For a couple of experienced champs on this hill, Alexa Guerin and Jamison Cook across the finish line.
And it is Alexa Guerin winning Heat 122. Alexa wins 122 in lane number 1, driving car 505.
Heat 123, lane 1, car 525 from Alvaton, Kentucky, Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 536 from Mount Gilead, Ohio, Ava Gayton. Gayton in lane 3. Region 12 versus Region 6 as we get them all loaded up. Rosa told us she wants to be the future president of the United States and has a paint job on that car to match that nice red, white, and blue paint job. Ava Gayton. Looks like from the overhead cam, the cow livery on that one here today. Rosa and Gayton on track. Isabella Rosa, our future president of the United States, pro soccer player or veterinarian. Gayton, our future pediatric oncologist. Coming down towards the finish now. They're in front of the grandstands. And here they go underneath the bridge to the finish line.
Isabella Rosa takes the win in heat number 123. She crossed that finish line in lane number 1, driving that 525 car again. Next up. Get 'em out.
Heat 124, lane 1, car 523 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee. It's Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 532 from Culpeper, Virginia, Penelope Bryant. Bryant in lane 3. Chase Stewart, we asked about career interest with all these champs. Chase said, not sure, but my parents tell me I need to do something where I make lots of money because I have expensive taste in clothes. Yeah, if you're going to be shopping at the fancy mall in town, you better have some money. I live right down the street from Cleveland's version of that, and I don't shop there. So Chase Stewart and Penny Bryant on track right now. It's Region 12 versus Region 8. Region 12 made up of Kentucky, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Region 8, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. Who's going on to the next round? In Rally Masters, will it be Chase Stewart, the Rally Challenge winner, or will it be Penelope Bryant? Let's find out.
Okay, the results are in. Heat 124 goes to Chase Stewart. Chase Stewart winning over in lane number 1 behind the wheel of 523 car. Look for Chase to move on to the next round.
Heat 125, lane 1. It's going to be car 518 from Ogallala, Nebraska, AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. Lane 3, it's going to be car 507 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 3. AJ Garcia told us his career interests: world traveler or starring in butter commercials. Jillian Smith wants to pursue a career in the FBI or crime analysis, victim advocacy, or go to law school. They're on track now. This is AJ Garcia in lane 1, Jillian Smith in lane 3. Here they come. Region 4 and Region 7 on track and across the finish line.
Heat 125 results are in right now, and it finds Jillian Smith as our winner. Jillian took that victory over in lane number 3 behind the wheel of 507. Look for her next in Heat 130 as she advances.
Heat 126 coming up, lane 1. It's car 528 from Rittman, Ohio, Meredith Brown. Brown in lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 522 from Dover, New Hampshire, Finn Horan. Horan in lane 3. Two-car heat here in round 2 of Rally Masters. Somebody just said in chat they saw the famous Mojo gold pants. Yeah, Mojo's hard to miss, isn't he? Meredith Brown, our future second shift fry cook at the Krusty Krab. Finn Horan, our future professional line stander or fortune cookie writer. On the ramps, ready to go. And they are racing. Meredith Brown and Finn Horan. And we'll see who comes out of this one. Will it be Brown out of Region 6, Horan out of Region 10? The sophomore at the University of Akron against the sophomore at Dover High School. Coming down to the finish. Good one between Meredith Brown and Finn Horan.
Okay, we have a winner of Heat 126, and it's Finn Horan. Finn Horan, driving car 522, took that victory in lane number 3.
So one heat left in the second round of Rally Masters. And then it'll be final 9 time. See if while we wait for our last heat here, Olivia Hartzler checking in, asking the chat, what is your favorite part of Soapbox Derby racing? You got to pick one? No, I've got one. It's the people, honestly. And, the competition's been great. The ability to be here and be a part of this is something that's really special, but it's special because of the people. I can go and I do a lot of announcing of other sports where you can get great competition and a lot of local pride and all that, but I'm telling you, there's just something different in a great way about the people in Derby Nation, and just wonderful people. They welcomed me in. I didn't race when I was a kid. My mom would never sign a permission slip. So I didn't race, but I got sent over to the opening ceremonies. This would have been back in 2014. Joe Mazer, who I know is here today, was the CEO, and they brought me in and to announce all the champ names. And it was really easy to see then, even in a limited exposure, that there was something really cool and really unique and really special about Derby Nation. And then a few years later, when Mark Richards decided to retire from this role, I got asked to do this and came up here on the bridge and learned from Mark. And the next year, I was on the mic. And since then, I've gotten to know some of the most amazing people, both the people that I work with up here on the bridge, many of the families, a lot of the folks that are up at topside or the starting line or at run out right now. The people in Derby Nation are really what make this. And I think when you get around people that are A, good people, but B, so passionate about what they're doing, it really is a lot of fun. So Derby Nation, if I could take my hat off and not worry about it blowing off the bridge, I would take my hat off right to you. But we'll say figuratively speaking today. Thanks for welcoming me in 13 years ago. This is my 13th year being around the Derby, and I think it's my 7th All-American, 8th year on this mic, and it just gets better and better every year. So thank you to everybody for that. Appreciate you welcoming me in to Derby Nation. So almost ready, I think, for that last heat of round 2 in Rally Masters. And once we're there, we'll be lined up with how we would normally do this, where all of the rounds go in sequential order. We do all the round 1s, then all the round 2s. Of course, today, a lot of changes because of the smoke issues the last few days, and also trying to chase that weather. So after this next heat, we'll be done with everything but the final 9 in all 6 divisions. And while we're waiting, I should probably say that normally we would have a 7th division here today with us, and that's the Super Kids. Really bummed that they had to cancel their race yesterday. It was 100% the right decision, but it doesn't make it any less of a bummer that those Super Kids didn't get out here to experience the thrill of the hill yesterday. So, but they're all going to be invited back next year free of charge, as I understand. So they'll all be back next year if they so desire, and we will really look forward to welcoming them back to the Saturday program tomorrow, or next year, I should say, when they are back in action. But yesterday, just way too smoky out here to have the Super Kids race. So if you're a Super Kid and you're watching along, we're thinking about you. We wish you could have been out here yesterday. So waiting patiently for our last heat in round 2 of Rally Masters. While we wait for those cars, we do want to thank all the sponsors who make this event possible, including FirstEnergy, our title sponsor and a leading energy supplier, one of the largest suppliers of renewable energy in the region. FirstEnergy, headquartered right here in Akron. We are very thankful for their long-standing partnership with the All-American Soapbox Derby. We also want to thank MAPCO. MAPCO Victory Lane going to be open for business not too long from now. We thank MAPCO for their generous support of the International Soapbox Derby and for helping us celebrate the accomplishments of every champion this week. Their partnership helps support the mission of the Soapbox Derby and ensures that we continue inspiring the next generation of champions through education, competition, and community. Make sure you go see MAPCO in the vendor area. Get signed up for My Rewards, get those fuel savings. We thank SC Fastening Systems, the official parts provider of the International Soapbox Derby. Their partnership helps our champions have access to quality equipment and resources as they pursue their dreams on Derby Downs. We also thank Spark by Hilton, our official hotel partner for Race Week volunteers. Their hospitality helps welcome the incredible volunteers who dedicate countless hours to making this week unforgettable for champions and families. And don't forget about those Acme Fresh Market hydration stations. Get water. I know it's a warm one out there. Not as warm as it was earlier in the week, but you still want to stay hydrated, and Acme Fresh Market will help you out with that. We're grateful for Acme's continued partnership and commitment to helping keep our champions, volunteers, and guests refreshed throughout Derby Week. We also thank Donato's Pizza, the official pizza of the Soapbox Derby, and invite you to check them out in the vendor area. Join us in thanking Donato's for helping feed our champions and families and the bridge crew. We just got a delivery during this special week at Derby Downs. We're also proud to recognize Kemper Insurance for their continued partnership and commitment to inspiring the next generation of champions. In addition to supporting the Derby nationally, Kemper also serves as the presenting sponsor of Region 7, helping provide meaningful racing opportunities for young people throughout the region. Please join us in thanking Kemper Insurance for their generous support of the Soapbox Derby and our champs. Later on tonight, our champions will get championship rings, our world champions from Tailor Made Jewelry. And those rings are beautiful that they provide each and every year. Our world champions will also get brand new, newly redesigned champions jackets from No Truces, an official partner of the International Soapbox Derby. No Truces makes clothes that showcase the pride of our local communities, inspired by the energy and swagger of the 1980s and 90s. For more information, go to notruces.com. Today, we're racing for $36,000 of scholarship money from the Bill Speak Scholarship Fund. Bill was a dedicated race director who loved the Derby and the kids. And we'd like to thank some more of our valued partners, Siebert Keck Insurance Partners, GPD Group, Retzel and Andrus, the Akron Summit Convention and Visitors Bureau, Visit Canton, AUI, True Green, and Huntington Bank. Just about ready to roll them onto the ramps. Here they come. Quickly, Olivia Hartzler said, shout out to, I got to move my mouse, my Nani and Papa for helping me get to be the racer I am today. Thank you. Yeah, that's another thing that's really special about Derby. This is one of those things where it still truly is a family youth sport. All right, Heat 127. I believe this is it for round 2 of the Rally Masters division. Yes, it is. Lane 1, car 519 from Council Bluffs, Iowa, Emma Roseland. Roseland in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 530 from New Sharon, Iowa, Melvin Spolstra. Spolstra in lane 3. Almost set for our final heat of round 2 in Rally Masters. Here they come. Emma Roseland in lane 1. Melvin Spolstra in lane 3. One of these two champs will be in the final 9, but who will it be? Will it be Emma, the freshman at Iowa Western Community College, or Melvin, the 8th grader? Two champs from Region 4 for the final spot on the golf cart. Who's it going to be?
Okay, results are in for Heat 127. It will be Melvin Spolstra moving on to the next round, to the final 9. And he took his victory in lane 3. He's got his 530 car looking pretty darn good.
All right, so that completes our final 9. Real quick, third time the charm for you to shout out our downhill dorkfish. Her sister Carson brought the lemonade up. Tell her Aunt Katie loves her. All right, there you go. As we were moving quicker earlier, we were having trouble keeping up with the chat, so I apologize for that. All right, final 9 is set in the Rally Masters division. Heat 128, it'll be Pierce Van Wart, Kason Hayes, and Nate Crosby. Heat 129, Chase Stewart, Alexa Guerin, Isabella Rosa, and Heat 130, Finn Horan, Melvin Spolstra, and Jillian Smith. That is your final 9 in the Rally Masters division. Please direct your attention to the runout area. It is time to recognize our top 9 in the rally divisions as they parade back up the track to compete for the World Championship. Be sure to cheer them on as they pass you in the grandstands or under the canopies. These are our final 9 in the rally divisions. Here they come. Derby Nation, let's hear it one more time for our top 9 in the rally divisions. We will send them back to topside. We are just a few minutes away from beginning our final 9. The way this will work from here out, every champ still remaining will get 2 more chances to go down the hill. Our next round will determine who goes to which heat, whether you race for first place, fourth place, or seventh place in your respective division. And we'll send them back up, and they will race for their final positions in our final heats. So very, very excited to see it. We'll be getting it started here in just a few minutes. Also want to remind you before I forget, once we get to this point, we'll change the way we announce the results. We'll announce the results in reverse order from here on out. So you'll hear the champ that came in third place, followed by the champ that came in second place, followed by the champ that comes in first place. So really looking forward to that. It's about to get really exciting. If you are on the property here at Derby Downs, now is the time to get your backside trackside. Final 9 racing coming up in just a few minutes in the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Somebody just asked in the chat, did top 9 for local go already? We have not raced any top 9 heats yet. They did already go back up in their parade. That happened actually quite a while ago as we ran a little bit out of order today trying to get the show in on time with needing some extra time in the morning for adjustments. So the final 9 in the local divisions actually went up. Gosh, that was almost 3 hours ago, I think. But they have not raced yet. So you haven't missed any of the racing in the top 9. And also want to remind everybody, if this is your first time out to Derby Downs, welcome to Derby Nation, first of all. But there are all kinds of ways that you can get involved and experience the thrill of the hill. For more information on how you can get yourself or your child involved in Derby racing, or how you can come to some of the events for grown-ups here at Derby Downs, make sure you go to soapboxderby.org. It's one thing they've really done well in the last few years here at Derby Downs is trying to open this hill up so that more members of the local community can use it. And I get the sense that once you see it, you want to see it again. Had a chance to talk to a lot of folks during the Soapbox Derby 5K presented by MAPCO on Sunday. And they were asking all these questions about Derby racing and saying things like, I've never seen this. I didn't even know this was here. Well, you know now. Tell your friends. And I guess I should probably put that challenge. I think Dennis would appreciate if I put that challenge out to everybody. Tell a friend about Derby racing. Invite them out to the track. Let them see what it's all about. Because once you see it, it's pretty easy to get hooked. I think we all know that. Just got a request for a reminder from Allison Pankoff, who had to go back to doing racing commission things. Make sure before you leave the property today, if you left tools up at topside, don't forget to go grab your tools. I know that's not a normal part of what we do on Saturdays, but it was today. So don't leave your tools here. I'm told there's still a Toyota key fob at the starting line. Somebody's going to figure that out about 20 minutes after we finish racing. I have a feeling they're going to go back to their car and go, wait, why can't I get into my car? I don't know if the watch we found in a bathroom is still up at topside, but I do know Annie Taylor checking in and asking, is the shirt vendor still open? Yes, Annie Taylor, Game Day Sportswear is still open. Also want to send a special shout out to Annie Taylor, to Allison Pankoff, to Chris Harris, Jill Colasar for being my eyes and ears around the property this week, helping me out with what's going on around here because we're kind of stuck up on the bridge here as announcers, but they're the ones making sure that I am fed with information, among others, but much appreciated to all of you, and thank you for everything you did this week. All those people had enough on their plates that didn't involve dealing with the race announcer, but really appreciate them helping me out this week. Also want to send a big thank you to the staff here at Derby Downs. They really did a nice job this week under what were at times some trying circumstances. Dennis and Eric and Linda, Dwayne, Susan, Jacqueline, Ryan, Brad, Doreen, Sarah, you guys crushed it this week. Job well done. To Jill and the board of directors, thank you for everything that you do for us. To our commissions, our competition committee, the great Alan Howe, who's standing not too far to my right, the chair of the competition committee, Jamie Allen in the rally commission, Allison Pankoff in the racing commission, the 18 members who work so hard to make this event a success. We appreciate everything you do. Also want to thank all of our volunteers while we have a minute. A lot of them had a very early morning this morning. A lot of the key volunteers were here at 5 a.m. to make sure this thing went well. So we thank everybody up at topside, at the starting line, here on the bridge, down and run out, the hardest working crew in show business, our run out crew. One of them is going to win a $300 gift card to the parts store for their efforts this week. And I should probably do a tuna check. Is tuna all right down there? We still have tuna? All right, we're good. There's people watching on YouTube that are worried about you. What time do the food vendors close? Unfortunately, I don't have that information, but it looks like several, if not all of them, are still open. Get the binoculars out here and see. Take a roll call here. Game Day Sportswear is still doing good. I really hope they're still open after the race. I didn't get a chance to buy what I wanted to buy at Topside Show. Mapco's still here. Go sign up for my rewards. Ohio's Best Lemonade. You know they aren't going anywhere. Judy's Concessions, KO. High Dog's still there. Donato's. I see Kona Ice here now. Kona Ice, sorry for neglecting the shout outs earlier. I didn't see you there earlier. So getting ready for our top 9. All right. So resetting where we're at, our final 9 in all of these divisions. We're just going to do them in the order that the giant heat sheets are sitting in the pile up here on the bridge. So in rally stock, your final 9 are Micah Adkins, Garrett Kilby, Henry Warren, Zachary Sally, Amos Miller, and Ava Deal, and Aiden Sear, Rhea Saylor, and Adela McBride. In rally super stock, your 3 heats will look like this: Matthew Blakeman, Alexa Fisher, and Audrey Auerda. Then it'll be Braden Locker, Alicia Swinderman, and Caleb Morris. Then Hudson Stahl, Logan Smith, and celebrating a birthday, Kaylee Carlson. That is one heck of a birthday present. In Rally Masters, it'll be Pierce Van Wart, Kason Hayes, and Nate Crosby. Chase Stewart, Alexa Guerin, and Isabella Rosa. And Finn Horan, Melvin Spolstra, and Jillian Smith. In local stock, it'll be Jonah Corollas, Brooklyn Huggins, and Addison Murphy. Katie Wolf, Lily Brand, and Dylan Auerda. And Theodore McFall, Reagan Lincoln, and Edison Allred. In local super stock, it will be Molly Swanson, Haley Hoagie, and Isaac Visite. Cecilia McDonald, Jason Abbott, and Trevor Bean. And Christian James, Rihanna Juarez, and Drew Brand. And in local masters, it'll be Benji Eds, Dawson Crum, and Diego Juarez. Logan McDermott, Jacob Ham, and Braden Johnson. And Ava David, Noah Thomas, and Jazz Reed Carr. So that is the remaining field. All of these champs will be on stage tonight at the Akron Civic Theater. All of our champs, every single champ will be recognized tonight. But our final 9 get those spots on stage. At what is always a great way to end Derby Week here in Akron. Reminder, we'll get started with that award ceremony at just about 7 o'clock tonight over at the Akron Civic Theater. Does anybody know if 600 point earners and national point earners walk across the stage? Don't quote me on this, Lori Bittaker, because I haven't seen the script for tonight. But I know in the past, they've had the top point earners be recognized. I don't know about the entire 600 point club, though. So I'm hoping maybe that Michelle Tomer hears this and can get me an answer. But if we can get an answer for you on that one, Lori, we will. Don't know if we're streaming. I don't think we're streaming the award ceremony on YouTube tonight. I could be wrong, but I don't think we are, and nobody's told me otherwise. So I know that might be a bummer for some of the folks that aren't here in town. But if you are here in town, make your way downtown for the award ceremony starting at 7 o'clock tonight. Wind really starting to pick up now here in Akron. Probably a good reminder to keep an eye on your canopy. High Seas Racing Team. It's Mallory's birthday. Can you say happy birthday to Mallory? Sure, I can. Happy birthday, Mallory. All right. We have cars coming down from topside. I'm told this is the rally stock division that we're going to see first. Getting close to the starting ramps. Again, all the remaining champs will have 2 more chances at this hill. These next heats will determine who races in the championship heat, who races in the 4th place heat, and who races in the 7th place heat. And then it'll be time for championship heats. Got a question in the chat. Did the track record get broken today? I think we might have had. Yeah, I'm looking at Dave Hubble over here, who's been keeping his eye on the timer. He said many times. So I don't know if I should say what it is because it might get broken again before the day is over, especially with this wind kicking up. So is this where I say come see us at the Civic Theater and we'll tell you who really ended up with the track record tonight? Or they have to look at the sticker board. Or the sticker boards. They are on the sticker boards. So, but yes, the track record has been broken. Here we go. Rally stock, heat 328. Lane 1, it's going to be car 731 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Atkins. Lane 2, car 743 from Plymouth, Minnesota, Garrett Kilby. And lane 3, car 701 from Monroe, Georgia, Henry Warren. These heats for a spot in the championship heat. But each of these champs will race again no matter what. And we are racing. Micah Atkins in lane 1, Garrett Kilby in lane 2, Henry Warren in lane 3. One of these 3 champs will race for a world championship, but who will it be? Will it be our our future FIFA World Cup soccer player in Atkins, our future SWAT team member in Kilby, or our future pro baseball player in Warren? Standing by for results, and I see him looking very intently at the photo finish camera here. Still waiting for those results, and that's how you know that this was a close finish. And they are still looking at that photo. Some high drama here in our first heat of the final 9. Still waiting for those results between Adkins, Kilby, and Warren. An incredibly close finish. Okay, here are the results. Third place in that heat, goes to lane number 3, Henry Warren. In car 701, he'll race for 7th place. Second place in that heat goes to lane number 1, Micah Adkins. In car 731, Adkins will race for 4th, which means your heat winner and racing for the championship is lane number 2, car 743 of Garrett Kilby. Kilby is your heat winner. Kilby will race for a championship. The discussion was the 2nd and 3rd place champs. It was a very, very close finish between Adkins and Warren. Adkins got it for 2nd place with Henry Warren in 3rd. Up next is heat 329, lane 1. It's car 720 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 746 from Stanwood, Washington, Amos Miller. Miller in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 710 of Ava Deal. Deal in lane 3. And they are racing. Here comes Zachary Sally in lane 1, Amos Miller in lane 2, and Ava Deal in lane 3. Ava Deal, most rally wins in the division this year. 2nd here a year ago, looking to improve by 1. Zachary Sally and Amos Miller with great weeks as well, trying to move on to the championship heat. Who will it be? We're about to find out in what looked like it might have been another close finish. For those results, again, we lose them before the finish line up here on the bridge, so we rely on the photo finish and the official times. Third place in that heat. Third place was lane number 1, Zachary Sally. Sally in car 720, third place, will race for 7th. Second place with a 001 was lane number 3, Ava Deal. Deal in second place, which means your heat winner is car 746 from Stanwood, Washington, Amos Miller. Miller, by 1/1000th of a second, will race for the championship in rally stock. Great start to the final 9 in rally stock. 2 close finishes. Let's see if we can get a third. Heat 330, lane 1. It's car 734 of Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 1. Lane 2, car 745 from Camano Island, Washington, Rhea Saylor. Saylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 723 from Brule, Nebraska, Adela McBride. McBride in lane 3. All set to go. Sear, Saylor, and McBride. And they are racing. Aiden Sear in lane 1, Rhea Saylor in lane 2, Adela McBride in lane 3. Adela, no stranger to a championship heat. She won the world championship in local stock last year. Aiden Sear and Rhea Saylor looking to get there. Who's it going to be? Let's find out in a moment. And a third close finish. Great racing out of these stock champs today. And here are the results. Third place in the heat goes to lane number 1, Aiden Sear. Sear, third place in car 734. Second place goes to lane number 3, Adela McBride. McBride, car 723 in second place, which means your heat leader, your heat winner, and racing in the championship heat is car 745 from Camano Island, Washington, Rhea Saylor. Saylor, the winner with a 010. So Rhea Saylor moving on to the championship heat. That makes your championship heat in rally stock Adela McBride, Micah Adkins. Now, check that. Stand by. We got it right up here, though. The results were right when we announced them. We were just looking at the wrong heat when we were reading back on the heat sheet. Heat 228 is next. This will be Rally Superstock. Lane 1, car 610 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman from Bowling Green, Kentucky in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 634 from Worthington, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 619 from Keystone, Nebraska, Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. Region 12, 6, and 4. Racing for a spot in our championship heat. Here we go. Blakeman in lane 1, Fisher in lane 2, Auerda in lane 3. Blakeman, Fisher, and Auerda. One of these three is going to race for a world championship. Here they come in front of the grandstands and on down to the finish. Here are the results. Third place in this heat goes to lane number 1, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman, third place, will race for 7th. Car 610. Second place goes to lane number 3, Audrey Auerda of Keystone, Nebraska. Auerda will race for 4th, which means your heat winner and racing for a championship in car 634 will be Alexa Fisher. Fisher wins the heat and moves on to the championship heat with a 0-1-9 over Audrey. Heat 229 coming up, lane 1. It's car 632 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 636 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 617 from Monroe Falls, Ohio, Caleb Morris. Morris in lane 3. You got a champ from Region 12 in lane 1, champs from Region 6 in lanes 2 and 3. And here they come. Locker in lane 1, Swinderman in lane 2, Morris in lane 3. Braden Locker, the 2022 Rally Stock World Champion. Swinderman looking to complete a sweep of the week here at Derby Downs. Caleb Morris, who's had an incredible week out of Monroe Falls, Ohio. Here they come down to the finish. Who will race for the title? And here are your results. Third place in that heat goes to lane number 3, Caleb Morris in car 617. Morris, third place. Second place goes to lane number 1, Braden Locker. Locker in car 632, second place, which means your heat winner is car 636 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman going to the championship heat in Rally Superstock. One more spot. It's heat 230, lane 1, car 600 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 1. Lane 2, car 607 from Woodstock, Illinois, Logan Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 622 from Ogallala, Nebraska, celebrating her birthday today, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson in lane 3. And what a birthday present that would be, a spot in the championship heat. She'll have to beat Hudson Stull and Logan Smith to do it. And here we go. They're racing. It's Hudson Stull in lane 1, Logan Smith in lane 2, Kaylee Carlson in lane number 3. Cheer these champs on as they come past. Stull, Smith, and Carlson for a spot in the championship heat. Passing in front of the grandstands now. Here comes Stull, Smith, and Carlson. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson, car 622 in third place. Second place goes to lane number 1, Hudson Stull in car 600. Stull, second place, which means your heat winner and advancing to the championship heat is car 607 of Logan Smith. Smith out of Woodstock, Illinois in car 607 will race in the championship heat. We'll see Stull in the 4th place heat and Carlson in the 7th place heat. Next up, it's going to be Rally Masters. This is going to be good. Heat 128, lane 1. It's car 516 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 502 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kason Hayes. Hayes in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 524 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Nate Crosby. Crosby in lane 3. Almost set to go. With our final 9 in Rally Masters. Pierce Van Wart, Kason Hayes, and Nate Crosby. And they are racing. It's Pierce Van Wart in lane 1, Kason Hayes in lane 2, Nate Crosby in lane 3. Pierce Van Wart, your Rally Challenge runner-up, your All-Star Race winner. Kason Hayes, a 3-time world champion. Nate Crosby having an incredible week here at Derby Downs. One of these 3 gets to race for a world championship, but who is it? Stand by for results. And here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Nate Crosby in car 524. Crosby will race in the 7th place heat. Second place in this heat goes to lane number 1, Pierce Van Wart. In car 516, Van Wart, second place in the heat, will move on to the fourth place heat, which means your heat winner and racing in the championship heat is car 502 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kason Hayes. Hayes is your winner in heat 128. Heat 129 in Rally Masters next. Lane 1, car 523 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 505 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 525 from Alvaton, Kentucky, Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 3. Region 12 on the outside lanes, Region 7 in the middle lane. Chase Stewart, your Rally Challenge winner. The 3-lane challenge earlier in the week. They are on track. Stewart lane 1, Guerin lane 2, Rosa in lane 3. Who's moving on to race for a championship? Will it be Stewart? Will it be Guerin? Or will it be Rosa? As they come down to the finish line, we'll find out very soon. Here are your results. Third place in the heat goes to lane number 3, Isabella Rosa. Rosa, car 525, will race for 7th place. Second place in the heat goes to lane number 1, Chase Stewart. In car 523, Stewart will race for 4th place, which means your heat winner and moving on to the championship heat is car 505 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in car 505 going to the championship heat. Quickly, I'm being told that there's a car in the gravel lot that needs jump started. So if anybody has jumper cables and is willing to help, head to the gravel lot off Derby Downs Drive. Still waiting for one more Rally Masters heat here. We do know Kason Hayes and Alexa Guerin will be two of the competitors in our championship heat. And we've got cars on the ramps for that final spot. This is Heat 130. Lane 1 belongs to car 522 from Dover, New Hampshire, Finn Horan. Horan in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 530 from New Sharon, Iowa, Melvin Spolstra. Spolstra in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 507 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 3. We see more cars coming behind them. We do have the local divisions to decide here in just a little bit. So we see the hatch closing now on Finn Horan, just about ready to go between Finn Horan, Melvin Spolstra, and Jillian Smith. And we're racing for a spot in the championship heat. It's Finn Horan in lane 1, Melvin Spolstra in lane 2, Jillian Smith in lane 3. Region 10 versus Region 4 versus Region 7. Only one of these 3 champs will move on to the championship heat. Who will it be? Finn, Melvin, or Jillian? Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 1, Finn Haran. Haran in car 522 will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 3, Jillian Smith in car 507. Smith, car 507, will race for 4th place, which means your heat winner and moving on to the championship heat in his FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby debut is car 530 out of lane 2, Melvin Spolstra. Spolstra will race for the championship in Rally Masters. Kaysen Hayes, Alexa Guerin, and Melvin Spolstra for the championship. That one has the makings of an instant classic. We'll see that one coming up in just a little bit. So waiting for cars on the ramps quickly. Your championship heats will look like this. We mentioned Masters already. Alexa Guerin, Melvin Spolstra, and Kaysen Hayes. Championship heat in Superstock will be Alicia Swinderman, Logan Smith, and Alexa Fisher. And the championship heat in the Rally Stock Division, Amos Miller, Rhea Saylor, and Garrett Kilby. Those are your Rally Championship heats. Of course, all the champs will get to race again for their final positions. But we are ready to move on to the local divisions. This is heat 630. Local stock top 9. Lane 1, it's car 355 from Mansfield, Ohio, Jonah Carolus. Carolus in lane 1. Lane 2, car 349 representing Culpeper, Virginia, Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 329 representing Federalsburg, Maryland, Addison Murphy. Murphy in lane 3. These champs have had a long time to wait as the local divisions wrapped up well before the rally divisions here today. But they are ready to race now, and they are racing. Jonah Carolus in lane 1. Brooklyn Huggins in lane 2. Addison Murphy in lane 3. One of these 3 champs will race in the championship heat. The champ of Mansfield, Ohio, the champ of Culpeper, Virginia, and the champ of Federalsburg, Maryland, racing their way down. Finish line awaits for Carolus, Huggins, and Murphy. Stand by for results. We'll say that was a good, close race. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Addison Murphy. In car 329, Murphy will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 2, Brooklyn Huggins. In car 349, Huggins will race for 4th place. That means your heat winner is in lane 1, car 355 from Mansfield, Ohio, Jonah Carolus. Jonah in car 355 won it by 3 1/1000ths of a second and will race for the championship. Heat 631 on the ramps right now. Lane 1, it's car 328 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Katie Wolf. Wolf in lane 1. Lane 2, car 340 from Omaha, Nebraska, Lily Brand. Brand in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 361 from Keystone, Nebraska, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. And they are racing for the second spot in the local stock championship heat. Katie Wolf, lane 1. Lily Brand, lane 2. Dylan Auerta in lane 3. Racing their way down, the champs out of Madisonville, Omaha, and Keystone. Good racing between these three. You knew it would be. They've had great weeks. Here they come. Wolf, Brand, and Auerta passing under the bridge. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 1, Katie Wolf. Wolf in car 328 will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 3, Dylan Auerta. Auerta will race for 4th place, which means your heat winner is car 340 from Omaha, Nebraska, Lily Brand. Lily Brand will race for the championship. Final margin in that heat, a 0.009. Great racing, as you expect in these championship heats. Heat 632 coming up for the final spot in local stock. Lane 1, car 327 from Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, Theodore McFall. McFall in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 312 from Holton, Maine, Reagan Lincoln. Lincoln in lane 2. Lane 3, car 359 of Edison Allred. Allred in lane 3. Here they come down to the finish. McFall, Lincoln, and Allred. There they go across the line. We'll find out who will complete that championship heat field. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Edison Allred in car 359. Allred will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 2, Reagan Lincoln in car 312 out of Holton, Maine. Lincoln will race for 4th. That means your heat winner and racing in the championship heat is car 327 from Akron, Ohio, Theodore McFall. McFall will race for a championship. Final margin in that one, a 0.11. Local super stock up next. Lane 1. This is heat 531, by the way. Lane 1. Car 151 of Molly Swanson out of Camano, Washington. Swanson in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 103 from Sanford, Florida, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 143 of Isaac Visite from Columbia, Missouri. Visite in lane 3. Standing by for a start. And we told the champs, it looks like the champs are sitting up now. So we'll get them reset. Almost set now for Swanson, Hoagie, and Visite. Racing, Molly Swanson in lane 1. Haley Hoagie in lane 2. Isaac Visite in lane 3. The champs of Camano Island, Sanford and Columbia. Looking close thus far. They get ready to pass over the tunnel. Down in front of the grandstands for a spot in the championship heat. Standing by for now between Molly, Haley, and Isaac. And here are your results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Isaac Visite. Visite in car 143 will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 1, Molly Swanson. From Camano Island, Washington, Swanson in car 151 will race for 4th place. That means your heat leader is in lane 2, car 103 from Sanford, Florida, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie advancing to the championship heat. Margin of victory is 0-2-2. Next up in local super stock, it's heat 532. Lane 1 will be car 139 from Pueblo, Colorado, Cecilia McDonald. McDonald in lane 1. Lane 2, car 119 from Cincinnati, Ohio, Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 2. In lane 3, it's car 121 from New Hampshire State, Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 3. They are on track about halfway down. McDonald, Abbott, and Bean. And good racing among these 3 champs in the top 9. About to find out who's going to the championship heat. And they are going to need to go to the photo on that one. They're looking very closely at this photo finish camera now to determine a winner between Cecilia McDonald, Jason Abbott, and Trevor Bean. Still looking at the photo. They want to make absolutely certain they've got the right call at this pivotal moment. Second time in these final 9 heats that we've had to take a really, really long look at the photo. That's how close the racing has been today. That's how close the racing has been all week long. We can only put one through to the championship heat. They want to make sure it's absolutely right. Still looking for results here between McDonald, Abbott, and Bean. Okay, here are the results. I will tell you first to third in this heat, separated by 5/1000ths of a second. That's why it took so long. Third place in this heat goes to lane number 1, Cecilia McDonald. Car 139 finishes in third place in this heat and will race for 7th. Second place in this heat in a photo finish goes to lane number 2, Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 2, second place, and will race for 4th place. That means your heat winner is car 121 in lane 3, representing the state of New Hampshire, Trevor Bean. Bean is your winner and will race in the championship heat. Incredible heat there between those 3 champs. Job well done. We move on to heat 533, lane 1, car 126 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Christian James. James in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 149 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 136 from Omaha, Nebraska, Drew Brand. Brand in lane 3. And they look set to go. Off and racing. Christian James in lane 1 out of New Philly. First time here to the All-American and racing with a shot at the championship heat. Rihanna Juarez out of the Always Strong Region 4 in Ogallala, Nebraska. Drew Brand has had an incredible year. He's the defending rally stock champion, but racing in local super stock now, a 2-time world champion. Who's going on to the championship heat? We are about to find out. Another close one. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 1, Christian James in car 126. James will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 2, Rihanna Juarez in car 149. Juarez will race for 4th place, which means your heat winner and racing for a championship. It's going to be car 136 from lane 3, Omaha, Nebraska's Drew Brand. Brand, your heat winner by 4/1000ths of a second. One more division. It's going to be our local Masters division. Local Masters Heat 419, lane 1. It's car 27 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Benji Eds. Eds in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 22 from Akron, Ohio, Dawson Crum. Crum in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 30 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 3. So our local champs of Owensboro, Akron, and Ogallala ready to go now for the first spot in the local Masters Championship heat. Here they come. Benji Eds in lane 1. Dawson Crum in lane 2. Diego Juarez in lane 3. Who is going to race for a championship? Is it going to be Benji, Dawson, or Diego? Down in front of the grandstands to the finish line. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 1, Benji Eds in car 27. Eds will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 3, Diego Juarez. Juarez will race for 4th place. That means your heat winner is in lane 2, car 22 from Akron, Ohio, Dawson Crum. Crum is going to race for the World Championship in local masters. Heat 420 coming up, lane 1, car 35 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Logan McDermott. McDermott in lane 1. Lane 2, car 31 from Des Moines, Iowa, Jacob Ham. Ham in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 33 from Culpeper, Virginia, Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. McDermott, Ham, and Johnson almost ready for a start. And we are racing. Logan McDermott in lane 1, Jacob Ham in lane 2, Braden Johnson in lane 3. Jacob Ham won the Rally Masters division a year ago. He's here as a local Masters champ now. Trying to fend off Logan McDermott and Braden Johnson coming down to the finish line. We're about to find out who's racing for a title. And here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 1, Logan McDermott, car 35 out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. McDermott will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 3, Braden Johnson out of Culpeper, Virginia, in car 33. Johnson will race for 4th place. That means your heat winner and racing in the championship heat is car 31 from Des Moines, Iowa, Jacob Ham. Ham, your heat winner with a 0-1-0 over Braden. Heat 421 coming up right now. Lane 1, it's car 13 from Ocala, Florida, Ava David. David in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 37 from Lancaster, Ohio, but out of Hurricane, West Virginia, Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 28 from Greater Lafayette, Indiana, Jasreet Carr. Carr in lane 3. And they are racing. It's Ava David in lane 1, Noah Thomas in lane 2, and Jasreet Carr in lane 3. Ava David, a past world champion, won the local stock division in 2022. Can she get past Noah Thomas and Jasreet Carr? Here comes the finish line. Standing by for results between Thomas and Carr. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Jasreet Carr. Jasreet Carr in car 28 will race for 7th place. Second place goes to lane number 2, Noah Thomas in car 37 with a 006. That means your heat winner racing for the championship in her next rundown will be car number 13 from Ocala, Florida, Ava David. David in car 13 will race in the championship heat. Margin of victory, 6/1000ths of a second. So as they apply the stickers to the heat sheets here up on the bridge, okay, let's take a look. Again, our championship heats. I think we've got some time here, so I'm going to try to run down as much of this as I can. Let's start with local masters, which you just saw. Your championship heat will be Jacob Ham, Ava David, and Dawson Crum. Your fourth place heat will be Noah Thomas, Diego Juarez, and Braden Johnson. And your seventh place heat will be Benji Eds, Logan McDermott, and Jazreet Carr. Wait, no, you're right. You're good. You got it. So local super stock, it will be for the championship, Trevor Bean, Drew Brand, and Haley Hoagie. For fourth place, Rihanna Juarez, Molly Swanson, and Jason Abbott. For seventh place, Isaac Visite, Cecilia McDonald, and Christian James. And in the local stock division, for the championship, it will be Lily Brand, Theodore McFall, and Jonah Carolus. For fourth place, it will be Reagan Lincoln, Brooklyn Huggins, and Dylan Auerda. And for seventh place, it will be Addison Murphy, Katie Wolf, and Edison Allred. And what a round of racing we just saw. A couple of very lengthy photo finish decisions tell you just how close some of that racing was. And now we get ready to race our championship heats. We'll see the seventh place heats first. Followed by the fourth place heats, followed by the championship heats. And I was just talking to Dave Hubble up here, and he said that not only has the track record fallen, but it has been absolutely demolished with this tailwind. Most of those Masters champs that you just saw go down the hill broke the track record from last year. I'm not even going to announce who has it at the moment because there's a very good chance they might only have it for about 20 minutes. So getting ourselves reset now. Starting to see some of the Derby dignitaries milling about at the finish line. Mapco Victory Lane about to be open for business in just a few minutes. And there are about to be some new recipients of those No Truces championship jackets. I think one of the best features of the new championship jackets, especially on a day like today, they've got zippers on them. You can unzip the jacket. You couldn't really do that with the old ones. They were kind of the pullover style. Yeah. You might need to leave it unzipped for a while you're waiting for your photo if you win one.
And they're very stylish as well.
They really are. And I really tip the cap to No Truces for the great design on those. We saw Dawson Crum win one on Thursday in the Legacy division. He might win a second one here in a little bit. But a very nice job on those. And I also saw the nice jacket that they made for Dennis Van Fossen Jr. Think like Soapbox Derby if we had Soapbox Derby starter jackets back in the day. Like, I kind of want one of those, to be honest with you.
Very cool. And they have rings too that are going to be very nice.
Oh, yeah. TaylorMade jewelry rings coming up tonight.
Yep.
Remember, all these champs will be recognized at the Akron Civic Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. Looking forward to being your MC for that one for the second year as we salute all of our champs. Coming up later on tonight, the top 9 will all be on stage. And our world champions will get the hero's welcome as they always do. And Lou, while we wait, let's get some thank yous in to all the folks who have been working hard. Everybody up at Topside, it's been a scorcher all week long. Topside, not a particularly pleasant place to be when it's hot outside.
And they've had to hustle too because we had to kind of go a little faster because of yesterday's weather. And so everybody's put in 100%. Also in back in run out.
The run out, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the hardest working crew in show business, the run out crew. Tuna and the gang back there, thank you so much for being out there in the heat. Our start line crew, I've had Vicky Beck talking in my ear for the last week. Vicky, great working with you and your crew as always. Everybody underneath the bridge on heat sheets. And everybody up here on the bridge, they worked so hard all week long. Some of these bridge crew guys, if you were here at 5 in the morning, you noticed that the lights were on the bridge. I think they were up here working even before volunteer call time at 5 a.m. this morning. I'll be honest with you, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this. I was today years old when I figured out we had lights on the bridge. I'm usually not here that early.
Oh, I know.
But thank you to the bridge crew. You guys are awesome. Thank you to the staff here at Derby Downs. What they have done over the last year is spectacular to get this event put on, but also to grow the Derby and get the word out about the great racing that we have. And not just the racing, but also all the other good things about Soapbox Derby, the benefits of STEM education, the benefits of time with family, the friendships that are made. You know, we've got a past world champion running the show now in Dennis Van Fossen Jr. And if there's anybody who can tell you the benefits of being involved in Soapbox Derby racing, it is the boss man himself. And he has done a spectacular job over the last year running the show here at Derby Downs.
Yeah, the Derby's been very good this year, and we call in racers and champs from all over our great nation, plus a couple international champs as well.
And some cities making comebacks this year. Some cities that I haven't said in a while. Some cities that I think some cities that I haven't said ever in my time as the race announcer here at Derby Downs. Let's keep the momentum going, Derby Nation. Let's keep this thing growing. Go home and tell everybody about the fun you had this week. Go home and tell them about what you did. Brag about your achievements. Wear those jackets. If you win a world championship, well, maybe not wear it around in July. That might be a little uncomfortable depending on where you're going. But make sure people know about what you did and why it matters to you. Because I can guarantee that every one of us here has a story about how this Derby and Derby racing in general has impacted us. Go out and share the word. And let's grow this thing. Let's have more champs here next year than this year. Let's keep growing this thing in the years to come. Want to thank everybody who's been following along on Twitch and YouTube. It's been great interacting with you guys over the last week. So looking forward to seeing you guys again next year. Hopefully those of you who are watching on YouTube can make it here in person next year. But if not, we'll have it back for you on YouTube, I'm sure, next year or some other platform. I'm almost certain. But it's been a lot of fun getting to chat with all of you and enjoy another side of Derby Nation. Not the finish of big time racing here at Derby Downs this summer either. NDR Nationals will be here Labor Day weekend. Looking forward to that. I know they just opened their registration, so looking forward to being back here for that. USDR Invitational going on in Chattanooga this Thanksgiving weekend. Alex says, thank you for the week. So happy I can watch in Fort Myers. Yeah, Alex, it's been great getting to interact with you on the chat box all week long. Come on out and see us next year. So just waiting for cars so we can close the show here in the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. And it really is an exciting time to be a part of Derby Nation because there's so many new things, so many different things going on. A lot more marketing of the Derby. The social media presence this week has been spectacular. Shout out to Eric Welchenbaugh and Sarah Colasar, their crew, and not just them creating content. There have been so many people creating really neat content all week. I've been trying to keep up, but we've got long days on the bridge. But there were scavenger hunts going on. There were all kinds of cool TikToks being made. I should tip the cap to Brianna Waldron for the scavenger hunts and all the other things that she was doing this week on social media. Tom August says the best kept secret in youth sports. Yeah, I would agree. We just need to fix the secret part. Let's make it not a secret next year. And even I'll be honest, even in Northeast Ohio, there are still so many people that haven't been to this track. I really hope that more people can experience this hill. And I know Dennis is doing a great job of trying to find more ways to get people out here, whether it's the 5K that we had last weekend, whether it's I know the Akron Press Club had their meeting here, the Journalists Association in Greater Akron. They had a big meeting here to check it out. There's all kinds of civic organizations that have been coming through here. But yeah, let's fix that whole best kept secret thing. Let's go from the best kept secret in youth sports to just the best in youth sports. Not that we aren't already, but let's make sure that everybody knows it. Still waiting for cars so we can get started with our final heats here. So everybody's starting to mill about. Allison Pankoff's back. Just in time for the final heats. I'll let Allison catch her breath before I bug her. So we're going to take a brief break here. We'll come back. Once we have cars, it'll be time for placement heats. Quickly, I'll check the chat, and then we're going to set the mic down for just a moment. The Stagnaro family saying another great year of announcing from the USDR account. Thanks, guys. Sorry I can't make the invitational. I'm also the also the public address announcer for the Cleveland Monsters in the American Hockey League, and we've got games that weekend, so I won't be able to make it, unfortunately. Olivia checking in for Region 6. Still waiting for cars to begin our final heats here. Holly says, thanks for being my tuna checker while I'm at home. Holly, happy to help. Shiloh is shouting out the Salty Crew, hashtag Florida, hashtag Ava David. Princess Pickle, shout out Ava David, Region 7, Salty Crew Racing. Paige Marthy says, thanks for reading my future career. Paige, I got you. I got you, Paige. Before I see your comment, thanks for trying to stick it out anyways. I know it's been a hot one today. 90 degrees here in Akron. Less smoke, though. Let's see, what else do we have in the chat here as we wait for cars? Tom August says, any LeBron sightings? No, unfortunately. All right, hear me out. If LeBron comes back to the Cavaliers, LeBron James in the oil can race next year? LeBron James in the oil can race next year? Can we make that happen if he comes back? The people in the grandstand say, yes, please. LeBron James in lane 1, Donovan Mitchell in lane 2? That'd be pretty cool. Really bummed that announcement didn't come out while all of you were here so you could see this city just light up. Natalie's cheering on Addison from Maryland. Shannon says, hey, Jason, Region 1 would love to have you see our track. Come visit us. That might have to happen at some point. So I've heard all kinds of good things. So that might just have to happen before too long. We'll see. Root said, go Jonah Carolus, racing in local stock. All right. I'm looking up towards topside. I see cars coming down. It is almost time. Yeah, and I'm bummed. Region 1, I was out your way about a year ago, but I was there for a work conference with a bunch of my students, and I couldn't get away. So, sorry. We have somebody that says, tuning in from Lyons, Oregon. Haven't seen Derby racing since I was a kid, and I'm not young anymore. This is going to be cool. Well, welcome back. It's great to have you, and you tuned in at the right time. Because we are about to start racing for placements here. Region 5, Chicago Lurker checking in. All right, let's get down to business, shall we? We're going to race for 7th place first. First in the rally stock division, lane 1, car 701 from Monroe, Georgia, Henry Warren. Warren in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 720 of Zachary Sally. Sally in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 734 from Holton, Maine, Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 3. And they are racing for 7th place in rally stock. Henry Warren in lane 1, Zachary Sally in lane 2, Aiden Sear in lane 3. An incredible week for these three champs, about to come to a conclusion as they race for 7th place right here. Henry Warren, Zachary Sally, and Aiden Sear getting ready to cross the finish line. There they go. And we'll get results once they are official. And some good close racing in that one. Stand by for results. Still looking at the photo here. Here are your results. Finishing in 9th place, it's lane number 2, Zachary Sally. Sally from Madisonville, Kentucky, car 720 in 9th place. Finishing in 8th place, it's lane number 1, Henry Warren in car 701 from Monroe, Georgia. That means your 7th place champ in rally stock is car 734 from Holton, Maine, Aiden Sear. Sear, 7th place by 1/1000th of a second, and all three of them covered by 5/1000ths of a second. Rally Superstock for 7th place next. Lane 1, car 610 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 617 from Monroe Falls, Ohio, Caleb Morris. Morris in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 622 from Ogallala, Nebraska. Happy birthday, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson in lane 3. Almost set for a start. 7th place heat in Rally Superstock. And we're racing. It's Blakeman in lane 1, Morris in lane 2, Carlson in lane 3. Which one of these champs will take home 7th place in Rally Superstock? Region 12 versus Region 6 versus Region 4. And here they come in front of the grandstands and to the finish line. Here are the results. 9th place goes to lane number 3, Kaylee Carlson. Carlson in car 622, 9th place. 8th place goes to lane number 1, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in car 610, 8th place, which means your 7th place champ is car 617 from Monroe Falls, Ohio, Caleb Morris. Morris in lane 2, your 7th place champ in Rally Superstock. Rally Masters next for 7th place. Lane 1, car 524 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Nate Crosby. Crosby in lane 1. Lane 2, car 525 from Alvaton, Kentucky, Isabella Rosa. Rosa in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 522 from Dover, New Hampshire, Finn Haran. Haran in lane 3. Crosby, Rosa, and Haran for 7th place in Rally Masters. Still see the hatches up. Now the hatch being closed on Finn. Almost ready for a start. 2 champs from Region 12 and a champ from Region X. Region 10. And they're racing. Crosby lane 1, Rosa lane 2, Finn Haran in lane 3. We're very lucky today. We didn't need those skills that Nate Crosby wants to acquire, those meteorologist skills. I think we're going to make it. So Crosby, Rosa, and Haran down to the finish line. Here are the results. 9th place goes to lane number 1, Nate Crosby of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, in car 524. Crosby, 9th place. 8th place goes to lane number 3, Finn Haran in car 522. Haran, 8th place, out of Dover, New Hampshire. That means your 7th place champ is car 525 from Alvaton, Kentucky, in lane number 2, Isabella Rosa. Rosa, 7th place in Rally Masters. We'll move on to the local divisions next. Local stock for 7th place. Lane 1, it's car 329, representing Federalsburg, Maryland, Addison Murphy. Murphy in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 328 from Madisonville, Kentucky, Katie Wolf. Wolf in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 359 from Anderson, Indiana, Edison Allred. Allred in lane 1, or excuse me, in lane 3. Getting set to go here for 7th place in local stock. And we are off and racing for 7th place. Addison Murphy in lane 1, Katie Wolf, lane 2, Edison Allred in lane 3. 3 champs that have had amazing weeks here at Derby Downs. They culminate here in the 7th place heat. Addison Murphy, Katie Wolf, and Edison Allred in front of the grandstands. And under the bridge they go. Results are in. 9th place goes to lane number 3, Edison Allred. Allred in car 359, 9th place. 8th place goes to Addison Murphy in lane 1. Murphy, car 329 in 8th place, which means your 7th place champ is lane number 2, car 328, Katie Wolf. Wolf, 7th place in local stock. Seventh place heat in local super stock. Lane 1, car 143 from Columbia, Missouri, Isaac Visite. Visite in lane 1. Lane 2, car 139 from Pueblo, Colorado, Cecilia McDonald. McDonald in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 126 of Christian James. James in lane 3. So the local champs of Columbia, Missouri, Pueblo, Colorado, and New Philadelphia, Ohio on track for 7th place in local super stock. Isaac Visite in lane 1, Cecilia McDonald in lane 2, Christian James in lane 3. All three of these champs in their All-American debuts. And they have been outstanding debuts here at Derby Downs. There's the finish line for Visite, McDonald, and James. And have a brief hold while we stand by for results here. Really quick while we're waiting. Somebody just commented, Aaron said, I'm deployed overseas and watching, can cheer on Dawson Crum. We'll see Dawson in a bit, but thank you for your service and thank you for tuning in today. Standing by for results between Visite, McDonald, and James, our 7th place heat in local super stock. Still waiting for the Visite, McDonald, and James results. Our 7th place heat in local masters sitting on the ramps. Here we go. Results are in. 9th place in local superstock goes to lane number 1, Isaac Visite of Columbia, Missouri in car 143. Visite, 9th place. 8th place goes to lane number 3, Christian James of New Philadelphia, Ohio in car 126. James in 8th place. That means your 7th place champ is car 139 out of lane 2 from Pueblo, Colorado, Cecilia McDonald. McDonald, 7th place in local superstock. Now we determine 7th place in local masters. Lane 1 will be car 27 of Benji Eds. Eds in lane 1. Lane 2, car 35 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Logan McDermott. McDermott in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 28 from Greater Lafayette, Indiana, Jazreet Carr. Carr in lane 3. Off and racing. Ed's in lane 1, McDermott in lane 2, Carr in lane 3. This is for 7th place in the local Masters division. The local champs of Owensboro, Pottstown, and Greater Lafayette racing their way to the finish line. And stand by for those results. We'll have 4th place heat in just a moment. And here are the results. 9th place goes to lane number 1, Benji Eds from Owensboro, Kentucky in car 27. Eds, 9th place. 8th place goes to lane number 3, Jazz Reed Carr. Carr in car 28 from Greater Lafayette, 8th place. And that means your 7th place champ is car 35, lane 2 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Logan McDermott. McDermott, 7th place in local Masters. Now it's time for our 4th place heats. First in rally stock, lane 1, it's car 723 from Brule, Nebraska, Adela McBride. McBride in lane 1. Lane 2, car 731 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Adkins. Adkins in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 710 from Livingston Manor, New York, Ava Deal. Deal in lane 3. Almost set now for McBride, Adkins, and Deal. And they are racing for 4th place in rally stock. Adela McBride in lane 1, Micah Adkins in lane 2, Ava Deal in lane 3. Last year's local stock champion in lane 1. This year's top rally winner in lane 3. Micah Adkins looking right in there. He might hit. Be careful. Look out. My goodness. Little outside the lane lines there was Micah Adkins as he came near the finish line. Gave everybody a little bit of a jolt here on the bridge. So standing by for the results between McBride, Adkins, and Deal. So we're standing by as we take a look at the end of that heat. All right, here are the results in our rally stock 4th place heat. 6th place goes to lane number 1, Adela McBride in car 723 from Brule, Nebraska. McBride, 6th place. 5th place goes to lane number 3, Ava Deal from Livingston Manor, New York in car 710. Deal in 5th place, which means your 4th place champ is lane number 2, car 731 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micah Adkins. Adkins, 4th place in Rally Stock. Rally Super Stock is next. For 4th place, lane 1, it's car 600 from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Hudson Stull. Stull in lane 1. Lane 2, car 619 from Keystone, Nebraska, Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 632 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker in lane 3. So the show about to keep going here, although I don't see champs in cars at the start line. Now they're climbing aboard. Stull, Auerda, and Locker getting set to go here. Almost set for Stull, Auerda, and Locker. On track, Stull, Auerda, and Locker for 4th place in Rally Superstock. 3 of the very best right here. Hudson Stull, Audrey Auerda, Braden Locker. Down to the finish in the 4th place heat in the Rally Superstock division. Standing by for results. And we have results. 6th place goes to lane number 1, Hudson Stull in car 600. Stull in 6th place. 5th place goes to lane number 2, Audrey Auerda in car 619. Auerda from Keystone, Nebraska, 5th place, which means 4th place in Rally Superstock goes to lane 3, car 632 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Braden Locker. Locker, your 4th place champ in Rally Superstock. Rally Masters for 4th place. Lane 1, car 507 from Newport Richey, Florida, Jillian Smith. Smith in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 516 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 523 from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 3. Almost ready for a start for these 3 champs. And they're racing. Jillian Smith in lane 1, Pierce Van Wart in lane 2, Chase Stewart in lane 3 for 4th place in our Rally Masters division. Jillian Smith in lane 1, Pierce Van Wart, the All-Star Race winner in lane 2, Chase Stewart, the Rally Challenge winner in lane 3. Down to the finish line for 4th place in Rally Masters. There they go, and we will stand by for results. And here are the results. Sixth place goes to lane number 3, Chase Stewart in car 523. Stewart, sixth place. Fifth place goes to lane number 1, Jillian Smith. Smith in car 507 out of Newport Richey, Florida. Fifth place. That means your fourth place champ is car 516 from Gretna, Nebraska, Pierce Van Wart. Van Wart, fourth place in Rally Masters. To the local divisions now for fourth place in local stock. Lane 1, it's car 312 from Holton, Maine, Reagan Lincoln. Lincoln in lane 1. Lane 2, car 349 from Culpeper, Virginia, Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 361 from Keystone, Nebraska, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. They are racing. This is for fourth in local stock. Reagan Lincoln. Lane 1, Brooklyn Huggins. Lane 2, Dylan Auerda in lane 3. The champs from Holton, Culpeper, and Keystone coming down across the tunnel for the final time today for these three champs. Here are Reagan Lincoln, Brooklyn Huggins, and Dylan Auerda. Results are in. Sixth place goes to lane number 1, Reagan Lincoln. Lincoln from Holton, Maine in car 312, sixth place. Fifth place goes to lane number 3, Dylan Auerda. Auerda in car 361. Finishes in fifth place out of Keystone, Nebraska, which means your fourth place champ is car 349 out of lane 2 from Culpeper, Virginia, Brooklyn Huggins. Huggins, your fourth place champ in local stock. Fourth place heat in local super stock. Lane 1, it's car 149 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Rihanna Juarez. Juarez in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 151 from Camano Island, Washington, Molly Swanson. Swanson in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 119 from Cincinnati, Ohio, Jason Abbott. Abbott in lane 3. They are off and racing for fourth place in local super stock. So here come Rihanna Juarez, Molly Swanson, and Jason Abbott. And headed down to the finish line. Who's going to be our fourth place champ in local super stock? Stand by for the results. We'll find out. And results are in. Sixth place goes to lane number 3, Jason Abbott in car 119. Abbott in sixth place. Fifth place goes to lane number 1, Rihanna Juarez from Ogallala, Nebraska. Juarez in car 149, fifth place. That means your fourth place champ is car 151 in lane 2 from Camano Island, Washington, Molly Swanson. Swanson, fourth place in local super stock. Last of the fourth place heats on the ramps right now. This is local masters. Lane 1, it's car 37 of Noah Thomas. Thomas in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 30 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 33 from Boston, Virginia, Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Including the heat on the ramps. 7 more heats today. To answer a question from the chat, this is the final fourth place heat. After this, we race for world championships. Still see hatches up on a couple of those cars at the starting line. Almost ready for Thomas, Juarez, and Johnson. They are off and racing. Noah Thomas in lane 1, Diego Juarez in lane 2, Braden Johnson in lane 3. Local champs from Lancaster, Ogallala, and Culpeper to settle 4th place in the world in local masters. Who will it be? Will it be Noah, Diego, or Braden? Stand by for those results. Here are the results. 6th place goes to lane number 3, Braden Johnson from Culpeper, Virginia in car 33. Johnson, 6th place. 5th place goes to lane number 1, Noah Thomas in car 37 representing Lancaster. Thomas, 5th place. That means your 4th place champ is car 30 in lane 2 from Ogallala, Nebraska, Diego Juarez. Juarez, 4th place in local masters. And now it is time to race for world championships. This is the World Championship heat in rally stock. Lane 1, car 746 from Stanwood, Washington, Amos Miller. Miller in lane 1. Lane 2, car 745 from Camano Island, Washington, Reyes Saylor. Saylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 743 from Plymouth, Minnesota, Garrett Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. This for the World Championship in rally stock. They are on track and making their way down. One of these 3 champs is about to become a world champ. Will it be Amos Miller? Will it be Reyes Saylor? Or will it be Garrett Kilby? There they go across the finish line. Stand by for results. Results are in. 3rd place goes to lane number 3, Garrett Kilby from Plymouth, Minnesota in car 743. Kilby, 3rd place. 2nd place goes to lane number 2, Reyes Saylor from Camano Island, Washington in car 745. Saylor, 2nd place. And that means your 2026 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion in the Rally Stock Division is car 746 from Stanwood, Washington, Amos Miller. Amos Miller, a world champion in rally stock at the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. We congratulate Amos Miller. Racing for a world championship in rally superstock, Alicia Swinderman in lane 1, Logan Smith in lane 2, Alexa Fisher in lane 3. Here they come, Swinderman, Smith, and Fisher. Clear the run out area. We've got cars coming. Clear the run out. Swinderman, Smith, and Fisher coming through for a world championship. Standing by for results between Alicia Swinderman, Logan Smith, and Alexa Fisher. And they are in. 3rd place goes to lane number 2, Logan Smith of Woodstock, Illinois. Smith in lane 2, 3rd place. 2nd place goes to lane number 3, Alexa Fisher from Worthington, Ohio. And that means your All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion is car 636 from Rittman, Ohio, Alicia Swinderman. Swinderman sweeps the week and wins the World Championship in Rally Superstock. Congratulations to Alicia Swinderman, your FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion. Rally Masters is next for the World Championship. Lane 1, car 505 from Villa Rica, Georgia, Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 530 from New Sharon, Iowa, Melvin Spolstra. Spolstra in lane 2. Lane 3, car 502 from Conneaut, Ohio, Kason Hayes. Hayes in lane 3. A couple long-time champs in Guerin and Hayes in lanes 1 and 3. Melvin Spolstra, a first-timer to the All-American in lane 2. Who's going to be the world champion? We're about to find out. Results are in. Third place goes to lane number 1, Alexa Guerin from Villa Rica, Georgia. Guerin in car 505, third place. Second place goes to lane number 3, Kason Hayes from Conneaut, Ohio in car 502. Hayes, second place. And that means your 2026 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion in the Rally Masters division is car 530 out of lane 2 from New Sharon, Iowa, Melvin Spolstra. Melvin Spolstra. First time to the All-American, and Melvin is a world champion in Rally Masters. Congratulations, Melvin Spolstra, your world champion in Rally Masters. We're moving quickly here as the skies start to get a little dark here at Derby Downs. Off in the distance, local stock next. And on track, Lily Brand in lane 1, Theodore McFall in lane 2, Jonah Carolus in lane 3, racing for the World Championship in local stock. Who's it gonna be? Will it be the champ from Omaha, the champ from Akron, or the champ from Mansfield? As we said, moving a little quicker than we normally would with weather threatening here. Standing by for results. Here are the results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Jonah Carolus from Mansfield, Ohio. Carolus, third place. Second place goes to lane number 1, Lily Brand of Omaha, Nebraska. Brand, second place in car 340. That means your 2026 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion is car 327 in lane 2, representing Akron, Ohio, Theodore McFall. Theodore McFall's the world champion. Call him Theodore, Theo, Ted, or Teddy, but you better call him a world champion now. He is the world champion in local stock. Local super stock up next. Lane 1 will be car 121 from Dover, New Hampshire, Trevor Bean. Bean in lane 1. Lane 2, car 136 from Omaha, Nebraska, Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 103, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3. Here come Trevor Bean, Drew Brand, and Haley Hoagie to decide the World Championship in local super stock. Who's it gonna be? That was close. Oh my. What a race it has been all weekend. Here are your results. Third place goes to lane number 3, Haley Hoagie. Hoagie in car 103 from Sanford, Florida, third place. Second place goes to lane number 1, Trevor Bean, representing New Hampshire. Bean in car 121 in second place, and that means your FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion is car 136 in lane number 2, Drew Brand. For the third consecutive year, Drew Brand, a world champion, this time in local super stock. Congratulations, Drew Brand, your world champion in local super stock. And so we come to the last heat of the day for the Local Masters World Championship. Lane 1, it's car 31 of Jacob Ham from Des Moines, Iowa. Ham in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 13 from Ocala, Florida, Ava David. David in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 22 from Talmadge, Ohio, Dawson Crum. Crum in lane 3. Those skies over run out starting to look threatening, so we're trying to move quick here. We are racing for the final time at the 2026 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. Jacob Ham in lane 1, Ava David in lane 2, Dawson Crum in lane 3. Who's going to win the World Championship in Local Masters? Down past halfway, Ham, David, and Crum. For a world title, who's it going to be? This is going to be close again. Stand by for results. They are looking very closely at this photo finish camera. What an incredible race. What an incredible year it's been here at Derby Downs. What a week of racing, and it culminates with this. Will it be Ham, David, or Crum? I can't see the photo finish camera from my position, and boy, I'm not sure I would want to judge this one. It looked incredibly close. As I've mentioned before, I lose them at about the FirstEnergy logo from my position, and it looked very close there. Still looking at the photo to determine a world champion. And in a week that has had a little bit of everything, we've got a very close finish to close it out. Here are the results. Third place will go to lane number 1, Jacob Ham. Ham in car 31 from Des Moines, Iowa, third place. There was a photo finish, but there is a winner. I'll tell you second place first. Second place goes to lane number 2, Ava David from Ocala, Florida. Second place in car 13 in lane 2. And that means your 2026 FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby World Champion is car 22 racing out of lane 3 from Akron, Ohio, Dawson Crum. Dawson Crum wins the World Championship. 2 World Championships on the weekend for Dawson Crum. He's a legacy World Champion, and now Dawson Crum is a local Masters World Champion. Congratulations to Dawson Crum, your World Champion in local Masters. And as the weather threatens, we're going to quickly go to Lou Snodgrass for his final thoughts. Lou, what a week!
We have had a heck of a week. You know, we've had rain earlier in the week, and we had 2 days of smoke, but it's pertaining to the racing. What such good racing. We had uh, uh,
I'm speechless too.
we had
So many three-way dead heats, and oh my goodness, what a race!
we had dead phases, we had dead heats, we had some action on the track, but it was all wonderful, and it looks like Mother Nature has held off to the last minute. So I'm thoroughly pleased with this 88th running of the FirstEnergy All American Soapbox Derby.
And I hope everybody else is too. We have been treated to an amazing week here in Akron. The racing was fantastic. It's always great spending time with all of the families, the volunteers, everybody who makes this event possible. I know we got to get out of here because weather is threatening, but from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you to Derby Nation for having me back for another year. It has been a treat to be here, and I hope you go home and tell everybody how great this racing was this week. Let's grow this thing. Let's keep growing it. We've got great leadership here in Dennis Van Fossen Jr. and his team, all the great young leadership coming to the forefront. I had a lot longer things planned to say about that at the end of the race, but I think we're about to get hit by a thunderstorm or something.
Well, I just wanted to say it's a pleasure and a privilege to volunteer for this occasion, the All American Soapbox Derby. It's been part of my life because I was born and raised here right in Akron. So, everybody have a safe trip home.
Absolutely. So one last time for all the volunteers, for the staff here at Derby Downs, for our ZTV crew, for Allison Pankoff, and for Lou Snodgrass. I'm Jason Sokol. So long from Akron and the 88th running of the FirstEnergy All-American Soapbox Derby. See you tonight at 7 at the Civic.